Right, I can't see me again. Sorry, I'm a wee bit late. We're getting the very last of Aries moon now because the moon's going to change soon. um, right, so hopefully you can hear me. Wait a minute, I'll get into the. Yeah. Right, so hopefully. Yeah, right. So if you're here all the time, you know how this goes. But for people that are new, I'll just say because it'd be a bit annoying if you stumbled across this and I don't just explain a wee bit about that. I always forget. So this is going to be for Aries in the first house. So if you don't know astrology, or even if you do know astrology, and well, basically, to be blunt, you don't know astrology if you don't know this. So that'll grab people in. Is it basically, yeah, we've all got this energy somewhere. So one of my biggest pet hates is when people are like, oh, I haven't got any energy in Aries, or I haven't got any energy in the first house. We've all got a first house, even if you've not got any planets or anything in it. You've got energy there. You've got it in a sign. And if you've got Aries in the first house, you'd be extra fiery and King of Wands or Queen of Wands. And like I said, I'm going for my Queen of Wands tonight. So it's yeah, when it basically if you're new to me, my guides always make me wear like the colours, and if I'm occasionally wearing words on things, most of the words things that I've got are actually my jammy tops and that. So I have got some t-shirts, but I don't suit t-shirts. So whenever I'm wearing something like that, like it usually is like I've got the jammy top I had on last night, which is the picture that I've posted, which say I've posted quite a lot in its Aries moon though, which says do it with passion or not at all. So I feel that as a message too. Because if I didn't feel like basically getting dressed, I would have just probably kept my jammy top on to do it, but I thought, nah, what have a bath and everything and get ready. So um basically it's always a message. So yes, with me feeling guided to put on the red, and it's like I've got other red tops, but I've just got the two that I kind of like, and I was like, man, I'm going to put this one on. So, and if you see me kind of being it's a bit uncomfortable. It's a bit, I don't know, the material's not the best, but maybe I just need to. It's like it's one of the ones where I was like, really, like, because that is not feeling like my size, and I'm pretty sure. Men will hear me too, but I think women will be hearing me more on that one. That it's one of the ones when you're like, this feels like it's a size too small, but anyway, whatever. And my other tops are exact same size and they fit fine. So I'm just like, and also, I wouldn't usually wear this necklace just on a normal day. It's my going out necklace. So I don't know. There's a bit of a fancy vibe in there. Maybe you're just being guided to like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna wear my favorite jewelry. I'm just gonna wear my favorite top. I'm just gonna, just to feel good, just because it's given those kind of vibes of when you put on your favorite underwear just for yourself. You know what I mean? Um, okay. So obviously there's a bit of salty, spicy, not quite the Scorpio spicy energy. Although, like I've explained before, if you're here all the time, you look, my first house actually is Scorpio energy. So whenever it's an Aries moon, it kind of is given a bit of Scorpio as well. But um, right when I said that on that video, someone walked past wearing red with leopard print, which that's giving more cat slater vibes. Which is if you're in the UK EastEnders, that's a bit of a kind of. I mean, I've not watched. I don't watch EastEnders. I stopped watching that like 20 years ago or something, 15 years ago anyway. I think it's 20 years ago now. That'll be fair. But yeah, that's kind of like too tarty. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you can pull it off. She's wearing a more kind of trendy vibe, but it's kind of like wearing too much leopard print. You just want a little bit, a wee bit of leopard print, something. You don't want to be wearing too much leopard print or too much red, or that's just my opinion. But yeah, red passion, anger. I did sort of when I was cutting the deck there, I opened that deck up at I'm angry, I create space with others or I cause arguments just to be alone. So that could be a bit of anger in there as well. It's the very last degrees of Aries as well, which actually that's quite funny. I didn't mean it, but clearly my guides meant it because like that's why that's in the title. So I'll pause for the thumbnail. You know how it goes. If you're not here, you don't know how it goes, but I'm going to pause for the thumbnail. So I've put Joan of Arc, Light Codes, Goddess Isis, because when I was like just I just quickly sort of was picking the decks, and I'll do it really quickly because I'm in that kind of energy where the cards are all over the floor again. So that's what I'm gonna have to spend tomorrow doing, picking them up. Or but when my nieces are around in a few days, I'll have a field day. But it's kind of like they don't actually. They're really good. They don't touch them if I was like wait until I tidy up or that. But yeah, it was weird. Like the two that were turned over in this deck were two guides of mine. So some of you may really resonate with these energies too. But basically, whenever it's Aries, anything, it's very kind of Joan of Arc energy. But yeah, and it was, it's hard to explain anything of how I do it. But the way that I would explain it is that that's energy I'm channeling most strongly right now, is like that the Joan of Arc energy and Goddess Isis. And like I don't know, I was just feeling Goddess Isis really strongly around me. And then so yeah, that they wanted me to put that in the title. So voice of truth, stand strong, focus on your purpose, release the fear of persecution and speak your truth. So I really do feel there's somebody that doesn't want to wait, that can't wait. It feels like a lot of excitement. Like basically I'm picking up on it. So, I didn't go into that spiel, did I? So everything I do is channel and clear in healing energy if you're new. So I use a lot of cards, but everything I do is clear in and healing energy, light code activation, shamanic healing, all sort of weaved in, coaching, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like everything that happens to me throughout the day before I come to do this, or sometimes it's throughout a week and I'll note it down for later. There's been so much stuff today. And that's why I posted some of it earlier. I think the biggest thing would be finding that episode of The Office, which I don't even watch the American Office, right? Don't know why, because it is funny and it is my type of humor. I didn't even watch the UK Office, so which that was based on. But long story short, like I put in the community tab, I've seen that clip before because of what I talk about. They always show me clips of like romantic kisses and things like that, and endings and films and stuff. But I'd saw it before and I was like, I really want to watch that at some point. But anyway, it's on, I think it's Sky Comedy or something. So I was like, oh, I'll just keep that on. You know what I mean? And then I did think to myself, right? I didn't look at the blurb bit and I thought, wonder if this is going to be one of those episodes where it's like something really significant with that pair that are I'd love. Do you know what I mean? Because I know that that's the vibe. I know that it's like they're best friends and they fancy each other, but she's stuck with somebody not very nice. Because then it showed me another clip back. So this is all going to be relevant to someone. And remember, I'm just here to deliver the message, right? As the Joan of Arc energy, by the way, just want to stress, I am a Joan of Arc reincarnated. She is just one of my, again, that is actually the one where I'm like, oh, I possibly could be, but I'm not going to claim that. That's one of my biggest pet hates as well. I can't possibly be Joan of Arc reincarnated because if you seen how many guides, I was like, yeah, Mary Magdalene, Jesus. I'm not in that vibe today. I'm sure they are very close around. They might even come out that deck, but it's more Goddess Isis and Osiris, soul retrieval, kind of calling back the other half of your soul, passionate intensity, scorpionic Pluto love. That's kind of what I'm feeling. And like Joan of Arc, speak your truth. So again, whether it's the divine feminine speaking their truth or the divine masculine speaking their truth, male, female, doesn't really matter. That's the kind of energy. It's like passion, speaking your truth energy. Could even be speaking your truth, being assertive, standing up to, karmic energies. Thanks who's ever hitting the wee hearts there. That is very motivating when you're doing this. That's very cheerleader. We love that around here. But yeah, so I'm just trying to think everything that happened. So that happened, right? And sure enough, it was the episode where it's building up to, and if you didn't see the clip earlier, you can watch it after. But I'll just recap. Like he basically, I think it's like he's been pulled off a job elsewhere, and he's kind of thinking about it because it's agony for him being in a job with somebody he's in love with. It's actually she's due to get married too. All of this stuff could be relevant, and so he's obviously thinking to himself, right, I either tell her how I feel or I just leave it and, never tell her and regret it. And, even if she knocks me back. So you see, it's kind of funny because although it's a short clip, he basically says, he just goes right in there and he's like, I'm in love with you. And she's like, oh, and she says something like, I'm sorry if, I'm sorry if our friendship gave you the wrong impression or something, you know what I mean? Which is basically gaslighting because she's clearly, I mean, like I said, I've only seen clips and that's the first, it wasn't even a full episode. I caught it like a wee bit in it. They're only 30 minutes. But like, it's gaslighting because she is in love with him too, but she's in denial because she's trapped with somebody who he doesn't look like a very nice guy. So I'm saying guy, girl, this could be a guy that's stuck with somebody that's not a very nice female, or this could be a female that's stuck with somebody that's not a very nice guy like that, or it could be same sex, or it could even be that it's not even a romantic partner, it's like a family member. Because spoiler alert, although it's not, the last, for what, the past, I could really say the past fucking few years, but the past month, stuff about family being the hold up has been big time. Now that's difficult, isn't it? Because that can be your older family, like, who you grew up with, or that could be like families that have been created, like exes and people you got children with. It's like, it'll be different for different people. But the next few days, right up until over the weekend, there was, I don't always remember what channel for the shorts, but because I hadn't uploaded some of them and I've just uploaded them, but remember I've filmed them now like nearly 2 weeks ago, some of them, most of them. They're all about that. They're all about the truth coming out and karmic interference and a lot of family that have held people back. Obviously, karmic friends always comes up. But yeah, there were really specific things that were coming up. So there's a lot of truth being revealed, like it's Gemini moon over the weekend. So that's that on the shadow side, that's gossip. And on the light side, it's communication, socializing, speaking, and it would be this speaking your truth. But so is now, like Aries moon, speaking your truth. And of course, I'm just very sixth house Virgo, sun in the sixth house Virgo about talking about the moon and astrology. All of this stuff can happen whenever, because Venus, planet of love, is in passionate Leo. So I feel that's what it is too. There's this energy building of, like, Leo is passion and confidence and wanting to follow your heart and courage and taking a leap of faith. Carpe diem. Carpe diem is what I wrote in the post earlier. But yeah, I just feel with me, because that's my guides and God making me catch that episode to be like, this is the energy, and everything else backed it up. Because before I put that on, like, as soon as I woke up, there was a deck I've got here, like it was on the ground because I'd actually spilt. And now the thing is like, do you know what I mean? Like, I try to keep my cards tidy, but obviously we know the word dangerous has just jumped out at me. It's David Guetta, because so that I don't know where that's going to come in as well. So something might feel a bit risky or clandestine, but yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is I spilled tea on them, right? And yes, I know I was gutted, but I mean they're okay. But it was like I never do that. You would think I do it more, but I don't. But like, so it meant I'd had to kind of stand them up and find them. I don't think that actually got anything to do it, but I'm just mentioning in case it has, in case somebody has done something like that recently, or be careful you don't do it or something, because I don't know why I'm mentioning that. But the point was they were all standing up, and when I woke up, I was so half asleep. But that's I mean, they just made me turn one over, and it was interesting because it was when it said wait, but I mean it's here, it said wait, but it was in reverse. So it says wait, but it was in reverse. So I was like, right. So the energy is no more waiting. So it's either you as a feminine, there's no more waiting. For either somebody coming towards you, you're not going to have much longer to wait. Hi Beck, how are you? Or it's the divine masculine, like, right, there's no more waiting, it's go time. Or it might be absolutely nothing about going towards each other. It could be, right, there's no more waiting, you've got to end this now with a karmic person, or no more waiting, you've got to be assertive with a family member, or no more waiting, you've got to leave this job and follow your passion. What I mean? Take it where it resonates, kind of thing. But so that was weird and I only connected that. It was only when I was in the bath. I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of weird, because it's like there's a card in that deck that I always find it kind of funny because I've got a dirty mind, but it's called Don't Stop. I think that's all I need to say on that one. But that'll be so funny if it comes out, because you'll see I always laugh when it comes out, because like, why did they put that in? But obviously that could be about anything else. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, it's kind of giving that energy. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't stop, keep going, don't stop believing, don't stop, keep going. You're getting to where you need to go. I really shouldn't have said that, because I'm going to keep laughing. But yeah, so no more waiting, whatever that means, right? Then the reason I've actually put I don't want to wait in the title is I don't know if it's somebody might help me, maybe that's a bit younger, or somebody that watches the music channel all the time, which by the way isn't me all the time. I usually just tend to be watching it on the mute with you guys. But it depends. If I'm tidying up, like I might put it on in the background, but I tend to just have my Spotify. But anyway, the point is or a playlist I already like, you know what I mean? But I don't think that's an old song. Has David Guetta got a song out just now? It's now called "I Don't Want to Wait," because that's what was on. It was like, but it was to the tune of an old song. It was like, "I don't want to wait, wait." I don't want to wait. Anyway, that's what I was saying. That's an old song from years ago, like that tune. But I think that might be it. He's changed it. I don't know. It might be from ages ago. Fuck knows. But I just thought that was interesting because that was the last one before I put on mute. So it was like, again, this is child messages. I don't want to wait. You know what I mean? And it was excited. I'm sure it said something about excitement too. So I feel this is a masculine energy saying I don't want to wait. It's go time kind of thing. Which and then that's why. Oh yeah, and then to add on to that, so that goes with Goddess Isis retrieving back the other half of your soul, the divine feminine retrieving back the divine masculine, because it's not like that's makes it's you're each other's soul, so it's like that's why soul retrieval is so important, and that's really my main job with Goddess Isis and Joan of Arc to really get across is really the Joan of Arc comes stronger there because it's like if you don't pay attention to how important soul retrieval is as a twin flame, but as a person, but definitely on a twin flame on this one, because remember that is my purpose, that is my calling to help the twin flames. You're going to be waiting a lot longer, right? Because it's like, but the other thing is, there's lots of ways of retrieving back your soul. You don't need to do it, like, you don't necessarily need to go to a shaman. It would be wise to at some point, though, because of the interference that a lot of twin flames can get. You all get at some point, but if you come up against so much spiritual warfare, like what I do and what a lot of my soul family clients do, like it would be wise to come on to someone like me because I do clear like really, really dense, heavy energies that people can't clear themselves, you know what I mean? And we're all going to be in a position like that at some point. I've said that loads of times before, but even when I've been at other shamanic groups or when I was doing my training and that was observed with a lot of respect by, others around me that, right, that's the really hard stuff that needs to go to clear. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just sort of saying, whether it was a man or a woman, because especially with the womb clearing, because like that's where you hold on to trauma and fear and stuff. So it's like I can help people shift that fear that you've held for decades, some of you, to be able to like have the courage and the excitement to move forward and manifest miracles. So yeah, so if all that wasn't enough, right, then kind of I don't know, again, I'm just so specific, it doesn't really matter what times of day. I'm telling you the order it happened in. Then right before I was like, right, well, I get up and have a bath now, I better, because what if like, people vote earlier? But to be honest, even if you had voted earlier, like, who cares? I'd be coming on later, you know what I mean? I like to put it out to ask people, but I mean, like, I don't know how many people have voted now, but one person had voted. So thank you if you were that one person. I don't know why nobody likes using the community tab, but it fucks me off because that's me speaking my truth. Because I love the community tab and I would use that a lot more if people got involved a wee bit more. So I'm asking you, please get involved more and I'll use it. Like I would write written channeled messages there. But my plan is to do that in the membership on the second level, probably after we finish this sort of mini, I don't know what to call it. It's not really a challenge because I'm not doing it as I'm not doing it as high intensity, that's the word, as the challenge. And if you're wondering what the challenge is, when I do my Fuck It, Let's Go challenge, which is about taking messy action to get out procrastination, build your confidence, it clears spell work, it helps you jump timelines, it helps you on your ascension process, all this kind of stuff. I do it like Monday to Friday and it's really high intensity and it's like go, go, go. And I'll guide people through this process, which is really pretty simple. But the difference is, I created that. So it's not, even if somebody copied me doing that, it's not going to have the same flavor because they've not got my energy. So I feel there must be something coming. I don't know where that deck is with stuff about copycat energy and that. But there might be something coming through there about that energy coming in with me saying it like that, that don't bother about that. Because again, Aries moon right now, well, actually, technically it's no Aries moon now. It's probably Taurus moon now. But I just need to check that one. What are we on? We're not on Tuesday. Yes. The moon is in Taurus now, but I'm still in the Aries vibe. But but I'm going to do Taurus after this. I forgot what I was going to say about that bit. Speaking your truth. It was about speaking your truth, wasn't it? Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, anyway, the point is, yeah, that was the point. But look, I'm on my way to you. So right before I was like, right, well, I'll pull it, and I was like, my hand just half asleep, just reached over and picked up one of them. I was like, okay. Do you know what I mean? So it's like with catching a scene in a program where a guy's held his feelings for years, because I think that went on for a couple of seasons, and then he's telling somebody how he feels because it's now or never because the person's engaged to be married to somebody else. And oh my God, that's reminding me of that song that I've said before, I can't stand it. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I'm not singing it because I can't stand the song, and I'm not telling the story again either. But you know, sometimes it is like that. You either hold on to your truth and you always wonder, I wonder if that would have changed the course of events if I had put my, you know, put my hand of cards in the game, if I'd spoke up, you know. And sometimes there are situations like that where it's not, you know, it might seem like that's causing trouble, but you know, it's we're only these are all these cheesy things are coming into my mind here. Yeah, because look, now they're pulling me that card that my niece gave me ages ago that says I love you on it. Like there are loads of situations in life where people are with the wrong person, you know, or they spend the time that they're meant to spend with that person and it's like they're not happy. So whether, you know, you're a woman and that's a man, or they're a man and they're or the same sex, you know, it really doesn't matter. There are times in life when that happens of all ages. And but I think in definitely with that case, it feels like I'm picking up on situations where it's like obvious, because in that it is ridiculously obvious. That's the first time I've watched it, and the flirting was off the scales, and they're calling each other best friends and that, and it's kind of like, it's a really sweet. It is a really sweet clip that though, but it's but there. So again, it could be this with me saying it like that. It could be something where it's like there's a lot of people around this person that has feelings for you, or you're the person that has a lot of, that know, because she's on the phone to her mum and she's like, you know, telling her mum, and she's like, yeah, I know he's a great guy, and yeah, I know, but I didn't know what to say. And then that's when he walks in and he kisses her. So I mean, there could be something in that too. So that would be slightly different from picking up on family that have a problem with. So yeah, there's loads of different things that are coming in. But yeah, I'm on my way to you. So do you know what I mean? There's a lot of things coming through here about there's no more waiting. You know, somebody's in transit, either, you know, well, it could literally be happening now as I'm channeling this for some people all around the world, or this is just about this person, the blocks are being removed and they're a lot closer to you than what they were before. So, right, let's get the thumbnail because I do need to do another one after this. So, right, oh yeah, and then I was pulled to this, which reminds me of Ascension, or obviously angels or people guiding you. The past, oh yeah, the past is now behind you. Release it and embrace new possibilities. A new path is now available to you. Follow it with faith. We've always got to have faith in the background if you're new. But yeah, the past is now behind you. Release it and embrace new possibilities. And we've just had a full moon eclipse in the sign, a north node full moon eclipse, which means it's, you know, releasing the past to follow your destiny and your future, and your present for some of you, it sounds like. But Aries is also new beginning. So there's just a lot in here. But I don't think you can see the writing on that anyway, so we'll leave that one out. But let's do this. So, because it goes smaller when I put the thumbnail on anyway. Right. The irony, I'm ahead of the game, done waiting, cover of the Ozo song. What's that? A cover of the... Is that what that one is I was singing? That's the tune of David Guetta. The other song that was on as well that caught me was Memories. All the crazy things I did last night, those will be the best memories. So that could be relevant too. Joan of Arc with kind of, you know, the light was bouncing off, but that's okay. Right, let's crack on with this. So I do want to use them again at some point though, because I'm interested to see if it comes out again. Right, we'll put them there. See if they, I don't know when I'll use them, but I'll, and this isn't all the deck, but we'll see when they come out as well. Right. So I'll now put the wee bits in. Oh, I always do that. I've just, it's not quite, but it literally just passed my Divine Masculine's numbers. I'm either ending stuff or I'm starting stuff at a variation of the. So if you're new, because everyone else knows what that means, that is significant because whenever I see his numbers or mine, whenever I see mine, whenever I see mine, because it's 1804, which is connected to the 401. So sorry, everyone that hears that all the time, but that is union. Like, it's something about inner union or like a physical union. And that's where they come through because of the soul retrieval stuff. Whenever and it could just be divine feminine too, right? But whenever I see his numbers, it's something about the divine masculine. But it could be argued it's always something about the divine masculine that I'm channeling because that's primarily who I'm always giving messages to or from, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, it just means there's something a wee bit more important. That is what I would say in the now. And I suppose that is the energy. Okay, so. And none of that is conscious. That's the most important thing to take on board here if you're new. Like, I just happened to notice, I'm like, all right. It's not like I'm like, right, I'm going to start at his number. They're like, no, I'm like, what? Right. So just getting the wee bits and bobs in. I don't think the currency, like I said the other day, the currencies aren't right, but it doesn't matter. They're not that much out, I don't think. Some days they could be, but right. What time is it? Shit. Oh, well, it's fine. I'm just thinking I should have come on a bit earlier, but I've obviously meant to come on when I'm meant to come on. Right, so I've put everyone can get a card if we hit the goal, which I can't even, wait a minute. Yeah, so it'll tell me. Don't know if we've actually ever hit a goal. Nah, I think we have before, but oh my God, I'm nearly sending my, that's hilarious. I'm literally, how weird is that? So you can actually do that. Like I can actually send myself, I can send myself money on this, like from Crystal Clear Visions. Oh my God, that's too funny. Right. But yeah, if we get the 5 super chats tonight, but no pressure bet because it's only you, that's hilarious. Then I'll give everyone a card because I'm sure more people will arrive in the time. That, like you said, it's, isn't it funny that even if I had an actual plan, hello, Mighty Mike. Mighty Mike, can I just check? You are the person that's Austin, aren't you? And do you want me to call you Austin or Mighty Mike? It's understandable if you don't want me to call you Austin if you aren't that person. I always just get mixed up because there was a person with pig in the, what were they called again? Pig vomit. I don't know if pig vomit will come to visit us again, but that was funny that day because I pulled a card with a flying pig on it, and he said that's my cousin. That was, if that person's a troll, I appreciated that joke. But I don't think they were a troll. I think they just had an interest in screaming, which we won't judge. We are in the season of judgment. Well, technically that's Libra, but that's not far away. Critical. Virgo can be critical. Yeah, you can call me whatever you want. Well, you told me your name was Austin, so I'll stick with Austin, but that's too funny. But yes. Anyway, let's crack on with this. So, yeah, so that is basically if anyone wants a 30-minute reading, that doesn't tend to be one that people tend to go for because these are long anyway, but who am I to stop you if you want that? Because it's just I've got more energy in the fireman, so I always put that option up. Or, so you can have 30 minutes and it is live if you're new, so I do it live here, or a 15-minute one, or if you use the dollar button, You can donate anything that you're comfortable with, and I'll pull you a few cards. And or also on that Ko-fi link, there's a £10 option. I think it would only go to £9.99 if you're in the UK, whatever it is in America. And the same thing, like, you know, if you donate the £10 option on the Ko-fi one, I'll put the timer on for 5 minutes and probably talk longer anyway. So it's, you know, put it this way, whatever one you do, it's probably going to be longer than whatever it says. It's not going to be shorter. I'm a sad mood, you know what I mean? So it's generous. And yeah, and then there's just the normal booking link. If you're brand new and you've never had a session, and actually not even if you're brand new, if you're just new and if you've been here for years watching and you've never had a Zoom with me, you do get honoured in at my old price. My old price was, it was that for years, and then I put it up a couple of years ago. But so make sure that you do pick the link that says, well, I've got it in all the posts, so, you know, pick that one. And if you're confused about that at any point, then just ask. You can email and ask. Thank you very much, Beck. And I think that's it. Yes, I'm only available for sessions tomorrow. Well, possibly Friday. It depends. It depends what I'm waiting to hear if I've got something on, but I better just say that it's only tomorrow. But yeah, if you need Friday, just if you emailed tonight, I'll probably be able to do it. But and then next week it's only Tuesday to Thursday because yeah, I don't usually, the thing is, like, you know, I share that much about my life. I don't usually share things, but because I did just say the other day, I'll just say, so when I was up late the other night, it was because I was going for blood tests, like, you know, early in the morning the next day. And the annoying thing, and it's like, it's not just the blood test you go for at the doctor, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, I need to go to the hospital and it's a bit of a more lengthier process. And I have done that before a few years ago, and it's well, it's just not very fun, is it? I can't stand Jags, but remember, I worked, well, if you don't know this, I work, so this is going to come into it because Aries is inner child as well. I worked in a children's cancer ward years ago, so I'm trying to do the maths. What were we in 2015? Well, I think I started that job in 2000. I only worked in 2013 for 9 months. So yeah, a long time ago. But it was one of my, that is, out of all the jobs I've had, mainly they were all childcare, you know, either working in schools or nurseries, private or council, or that one was being a nursery nurse. But I was like a low-key counsellor too, because basically, I say this all the time, the parents and the children would talk to me as a counsellor more than they would to the actual person that was meant to be doing that, who wasn't a counsellor, it was a psychologist. And a psychologist isn't the same as a counsellor. You know, they're both, I respect anyone in these jobs because they're, you know, they're challenging. But the difficult thing was nobody could relate to her. She was it's nothing to do with age. It was more to do with she was just completely detached from most people's experiences, is what I would say. You know, she was a nice, I didn't really know her that well, but from what I could sort of tell, she was quite, I'm just trying to think of really how to describe that kind of, yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. She was just she was not very relatable, and she was talking to people in quite that kind of cold, methodical, sort of analytical kind of way. Whereas I'm very informal, and I wasn't as confident as what I am now. I was very, 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 very shy. And the only thing I loved about that job was bonding with the parents and mainly the children. But like, yeah, there was a lot of it. Like when I used to wake up in the morning, I really actually, like, I dreaded going, and because I felt, oh my God, I don't know where all this is coming from. I think this is because the moon is conjunct my sun right now, but it was, the moon was also conjunct Chiron at some point, which I just noticed there. You know, I was like, oh yeah, the moon was conjunct Chiron. When the moon's conjunct Chiron, now I'm talking about this because it's past, but you might have experienced this today, that if you felt a bit more vulnerable, or your feelings are a wee bit more raw in some sort of way, you know, it could have been that, well, it will have been moon conjunct Chiron. But, you know, that doesn't always need to be that you were like really sad or you were really angry or any of the things associated with Aries in that way. It could have been that you're feeling really empowered, because I would say that's where I like, do you know what I mean? I'm feeling really empowered and very in the present moment and generally quite happy. You know what I mean? And that is the, like I say all the time about Chiron is called the wounded healer, but it's also Chiron is like, you know, the shamanic journey. And it's at some point you're allowed to evolve from being a wounded healer to healing or like healed. But I never say healed, because even the healers are always doing some, well, good healers are doing some sort of healing. You know, you're never fully healed. Like I've always got stuff that I'm paying attention to, whether it's spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, financially. I know, and that just brings me back to why I was even saying that like, you know, it's quite funny because I really don't like needles and stuff, but it was that job that made me better at it, because I'm like, if I'm here supporting children at all ages, you know, some were babies. That was the I used to say I was always really ignorant about that before. I just didn't realize that children that, yeah, I didn't realize that babies could have cancer. Anyway, we're going to come off this topic because I'll start crying, but it's, you know, but yeah, I thought if I can support children doing that all day long, I'm sure I can get over my fear of jags and needles and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, the whole point of that was I was gearing myself up for that, got there, and it was the wrong fucking day. So, and of course, the difficult thing with that is, fair enough, if I drove myself there, you know, it's like, but my mum had got up very early in the morning to take me because I don't drive, and I was like, fuck. But you know, she was brilliant. Like, you know, I just went to the desk and the woman was like, ah, right, yeah, your appointment was changed back in August. And I was like, okay, well, I didn't get the letter. Oh, thank you, Heather. But then I was like, you know, I'm so honest. I was like, when I walked away, like, it's like, did you hear that? And she was like, you know, and then I explained it, and my mum was like, kind of like, you know, my mum's a really lovely person, so she did, even if she was fucked off, she wouldn't be like, she's not a swearer or anything like that. If my mum swears, I'm worried because she never really swears. Um, but she was just kind of like, I was like, yeah, it's next week. And then my mum automatically, she's very practical. She automatically was trying to work out if she could take me the day that actually is. And then I was just like, you know, I was like, sorry. I was like, I really don't remember getting that later. But then I was thinking, you know, then I was like, but did I? And I've just forgot. You know what I mean? So I haven't found the letter. If I did get it, I haven't found it. But see, to be fair, to be fair, I'm saying that for my people out there that have got ADHD and other things that you just make you a bit scatty like that. You'll get what I mean. It's a shit. That is a shit feeling, because I was like, oh my god. Because like also as well, think about it, like if you'd watched that the last one I done, like I did, well, it didn't really stop me, did it? You know what I mean? And that's the funny thing about being psychic. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. I'm so, this fascinates me all the time because I'll think that too. But it's like people don't often think, you know, we're all psychic, but people don't always realize that it doesn't mean you're on, you know, everything, because life would be boring. It's like that's happened to me before. Just like whenever I'm at the horse racing, or I don't go to that anymore, but like once a year I used to go to the ladies' day horse racing thing. I was shit at that. Like I don't think I ever won anything. Like, do you know what I mean? Because it's like it's not what you've got this gift for, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It's not to win the lottery or anything, or to help anyone else win the lottery. You know what I mean? But um, like yeah, it was, you know, that it's to keep you humble. You know what I mean? Because there was a lesson in it, and what I thought was really nice about it was what I wrote was, yeah, my mum was just kind of like, oh well, you know, and I was just like, right, well, instead of going for lunch because it was going to be a few hours, I was like, well, we just go for breakfast. So you know, we just went for a nice wee breakfast, you know, wee Morrison's breakfast, and I love that. Do you know what I mean? I just love like I say it all the time, but I love fry ups, right? I try not to eat them as much now because that's what puts on the weight. But I love breakfast food, and I just love having a wee cup of tea or coffee out somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't even need to be fancy, because if you're in the UK, like Morrison's breakfast are like cheap as fuck, but they're like really nice. Um, and It can be fancy if you want, though. You do you, boo. You know, like sometimes it's nice to go for a fancy breakfast too, but this wasn't a fancy one. But you know, it's just I just thought it was really cool the way my mum handled that too. And it was like I did have a laugh. Like I said to her in the car, I was like, I'm just fucking glad it wasn't that. my dad's a Scorpio. Do you know what I mean? It was like, but to be fair, like I think my dad would agree with this too. I don't think he would have like went mental and like I think it's yeah, possibly could have not been very happy though because it was early. You know what I mean? Like the appointment was at 8:30, so we'd had to leave the house at 7:30. So it was quite early. You know what I mean? I thought to get up at 6:30, and I'd literally just went to sleep at like 5:30 or something. Like seriously, I didn't get sleep till after fucking 4:30 or 5 or something. So I'd barely been to sleep. But yeah, I don't think he would have been happy, but sometimes I never really know. Do you know what I mean? He might have been like, "Oh, there's nothing we can do," but I won't know now anyway. I'm glad it was my mum. Put it that way. But he wouldn't have been bothered if it was a nut because it was so early in the morning. Because it was like, yeah, I think my dad was quite happy for my mum to take me that morning. And the thing is, I was going to get a taxi, but like, yeah, it worked out. So, but so again, whatever that's got, I think I was meant to tell you that because it's like, you know, for those of you that maybe beat yourself up for when you muck up appointments or you forget about something, or because look, am I going to be surprised if when I sort out the piles of paper there that I have got a letter? No. But this is the thing is they do, I'm doing it again. They are meant to send you a text. And I definitely never got a text. So, because you're meant to log in every electronic thing now, because that's what everyone's like. But either way, you know, it is what it is. We don't cry over spilt milk, and that's what I'm saying. My mum's like that because my mum's got the same moon sign. We're both Sag moon, pretty laid back and joyful. You know, I mean, optimistic, looking for the bright side of the fucking even when it's the darkest of the dark. Right, okay. So, and I know some of you are Sag moon or Sag something, so you'll get what I mean. Right. So, um, do you want me to do a wee message for you now, or do you want me to do it at the end? Is anyone in a hurry? And again, thank you for that, ladies. You've you've wanted looks. Lots of women pay lots of money to have what you have. Thank you very much, Mighty Might Austin. Yes, thank you. Again, I go a bit awkward when people say things like that, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But I will receive that. But as I say all the time, you know, I will make the effort for my date with you guys on here. Sometimes, you know, sometimes I might not be that arse. But when it's a fire moon, I'll probably, you know, put on more of my favourite tops and stuff like that. But yes, the Zoom is very complimentary. I mean, it does make me look like I haven't got any wrinkles. And I do. But my skin has I have got clear skin though. I'm grateful for that. Like I have but yeah, it blurs it a little bit or something. It makes it like an optical illusion. It's just I ain't complaining. And when me and the parents used to drive from Wiltshire to Scotland, we used to stop in Carlisle and have lunch in Morrison's. Have you not? Is Morrison's only Scottish? Morrison's is. Are you just? Is that just something that you used to do? Morrison's is in England too, isn't it? Having inkles doesn't make you exactly. Good point, Beck. Actually, yes, good point. It doesn't, but it does make you look older. Because I'm not going to say exactly who it was, but it was a celebrity, and I saw a shorts the other day, and all I'm going to say is, holy fuck, like sun exposure, like insanity. Like, but it was a bit shan because I saw like there was people putting things in the comments and that, and then there was loads of people like, you know, you shouldn't be focused on that. But again, see, I'm saying too much because if you saw what I saw, you'll get what I mean. But I was like, I think it's sometimes as well when you've grew up watching some people from a young age. Sometimes you can, you know, it's like cognitive dissonance a bit. You can have a distorted idea of how old somebody actually is. You know what I mean? It's like how Tom Cruise seems to stay forever, the 80s Tom Cruise. But anyway, that's all those folks stay a bit younger for other reasons. We'll not dive digging. I mean, I'm in the Joan of Arc energy, so we'll not dive too deep into that stuff right now. But yeah, it was. There was something I got. I did get a bit of a like, whoa! Like it really took me back because it was obvious. It was like I remember that person having a cracking tan, and beautiful skin, like when I was young watching her on things. But that's the downside, is if you spend too much time in the sun when you're a wee bit older, you're gonna wish you didn't, you know what I mean? So, but the thing I always say, it's a bit unfair. I can't stand the sun and I don't sit in the sun. And even when I'm in the sun, I'll be under a fucking brolly, or I'll be, you know, I just basically won't be able to sit in it that much. Or now I'll have my hat on because because of that hat that I got. My God, it was like glued to my head. I love it. Like, yeah. So I don't even know why I've got that. I can only assume it's because I go like this all the time. I frown, like I'm very expressive. So that's what I blame it on. But yes, absolutely, you're true. It shows the experience. We have it here. We just used to do it. Oh right, yeah. So you have got more to say. Yeah, I thought that. Right. Okay, let's get into this. Yeah, but so did you say, do you want a message now or do you want one later? I think I'll just do it now, ladies, because you've done it now, and this can take forever. If you're brand new, this can literally take forever. So, now you've got a choice, right? My hands went to the tapping cards. So you can either have one of these cards, which if you haven't seen me use these, if you've seen on the shorts, right? I've been putting tapping shorts out every day, and I'll need to do the rest again actually, because I've done 2 weeks worth, and I think I've only done them up until Sunday. But anyway, you can have one of these, so it's like an oracle message, and we can do some tapping together, and everyone benefits. But don't feel pressure if you want me to use another deck, or I'll use any other deck. So, what are we feeling? All my black friends give me crap because their skin doesn't crack. Oh, it's that. I don't know if I knew that. Maybe I did know that. That's interesting, eh? Like, does anyone know why that? That's interesting. Yeah, I think is it castor oil? Yeah, castor oil helps with wrinkle. I mean, I just, I just don't care. Do you know what I mean? It's like life be life, and you know what I'm saying? Like, all my work's on here, and when I'm on here, whatever way I'm doing it, something happens anyway that'll look all right. It's like, and then like, the rest of the time, if you meet me in the street, like, I don't look that drastically different. Like, I'm thinking of really funny things people have said to me over the years, but you know what I mean? Like, hopefully it's not one of them things where, again, I just would hate, I would hate that. I don't like the word hate, but I think it's, you don't want to be looking so drastically different if you work online, that if somebody sees you in real life, they're like, holy fucking shit. A bit like when people use these like filters on Snapchat and that. And it's like, that would be, I wouldn't really like that. But you know what I mean? So I think it's nice if you can look as true to form as real life, so that you kind of react. So that's what I mean about, I could really get geeky about all these different alternative healing things to, reverse aging and that, but I can't be arsed, makeup does it enough. And self-acceptance, we're in Aries moon, self-empowerment, but keep it raw and real, all these things. But yeah, anyway, I was saying that because one of my main guides I work with is Edgar Casey, and Edgar Casey's like channeled about so many different healing modalities and things, because he was called the sleeping prophet, which is funny because, like I said, that's why I believe I feel so close to Edgar Casey, because, well, for one, he healed people very humbly from his living room. Hello, from my living room. This is actually my bed. It's not, and again, I have to stress when I say that if you're new, I have got I don't know about an amazing bed, but I've got a really comfy bed in my bedroom. I just have been sleeping here since we had a storm in the end of January, start of February. And I get a better sleep. Honestly, get an amazing sleep no matter what time I finish on here. So, but I did get a nice wee. I didn't though. That's the thing. I was going to say I got a nice wee nap yesterday, but I didn't. I tried to. I just, I slept through there for 2 hours, like, but it wasn't sleeping. It was like just my eyes were closed and I couldn't really. I was going in and out. I couldn't sleep, but probably because I don't sleep through there. So there's a lot about sleep coming through here too. Um, And technically we're in Taurus moon now, and Taurus moon and Cancer moon are about sleep. But yeah, you know, he worked from his living room. It wasn't really appreciated while he was alive. It seemed like all of his work got appreciated after he died. You know, people did know. I mean, you can look up yourself if you don't know, but most people do know about Edgar Cayce. But also, like, he would soak up information, like, through books without even reading them. And I do that too. Like, I just channel information. Like, I just touch stuff and I can start telling you things and that. I learned that I had that gift the strongest when I worked in a crystal shop over 10 years ago. And yeah, I was just picking up the crystals and I would just be saying all this shit. And Susan that owned the shop would be like, swallowed a crystal book. And I was like, well, I have got crystal book. Like, I've had them since I was wee, but like, I've not studied them or anything. I don't really like reading. I was like, just be churning out of me. It was really funny. But again, that was after my spontaneous Kundalini awakening. You know what I mean? In fact, that was actually before that full on came on. I could do that. And then after that, it was even more so. So all of this could be, someone could be going through a spontaneous Kundalini awakening. Right, okay, cherry cafe right now. Let's go use a card. Right. I basically said earlier, life does life things. Exactly. I did a thing today. Want to see if anything comes through. Ah, interesting. Well, don't tell me anymore. Use whatever deck. Right. Okay, let's use these in. Let's do some tapping. So do you know what tapping is, Beck and Heather? Like, have you seen my shorts where I'm doing that? Because if you don't, I'll guide you anyway. But because it's like, you know, like I'm trying to find ways to show some of you what I actually do in sessions, because feel heartbreaky right now. Oh, see, that feels like you are feeling, well, first of all, you're feeling your Saturn going back. Oh yeah, well, it's fine, but no, that's absolutely fine because the card will pick up on it. It's, you know, that's fine, it's because you trust me. I'm actually, you know, that I'm actually flattered because you just told me more because you trust me. You know what I mean? But I mean, you'll see me shuffling the cards. So I'm not planting the card. I just say that for people that are brand new in case people think I'm not real or something. You know what I mean? Like somebody did. In fact, Heather, was it not you? Somebody did think I was AI once, and I was flattered by that too. I think it was you, Heather. She was glad I wasn't AI when we met on the Zoom. So Heather can confirm that I am not AI, which is really making me laugh because on Love Island, people were thinking that one of the girls was AI. In fact, it was like they won. It was like, did they win? Am I bad? No, they didn't win. Sorry, they didn't win. They could have won though. She was good. But yeah, I'm not AI. I don't think AI could copy my vibe. You know what I mean? New Earth energy is just be yourself. Fucking own it. That's why I'm so offended at, you know, tuning in to copycat energy and all that kind of stuff. I think that is why I pick up on that so much. It's psychic detective energy, but it's also because it is one. Somebody said that to me once in a session, like that I was on a session with it. It's like, you know, copying is not flattering. It is like the highest form of insulting someone. And I do agree with that, but I just don't get angry about it. You know what I mean? Like, definitely not for myself. It's kind of like, you can't stop it. It's one of the things you can't control. Like, do you know what I mean? It's more just trying to guide people to be more of themselves and like imitating anybody else. But just a lot of people that are lost in the world. You know what I mean? I don't know why that's coming through, but Aries is be yourself energy. So we'll see if that comes up when I eventually get to the message. Right, wait a minute, I just want to check my younger son asked me one time why I had lines around my eyes. Oh yeah, my nieces have done that before to my sister, who she's older than me, but she also doesn't look her age. Like, she looks great. Like, we could just go for being the same age, you know what I mean? I've started indirectly giving myself closure from that guy. Yeah. I'm just going to smile and nod when you say that. I'm prepared to move on. Like, you're telling me too much. Stop telling me stuff. Let's wait and get the because I'll add to the card. Like I said, I have a funny feeling about my trip to London on Friday, even if oh yes, how exciting. Have a good time when you go. Even, and it's social butterfly Gemini energy then. Even if I meet no one, I'm still moving on. Yes. Feeling heartbreaking right now. Whoops, oh yeah, that's about what you said. You told me more. Right, okay. Well, you're going to see what tapping is, or EFT. Do you not watch the shorts? You need to watch the shorts, Beck. They would help you. Like, doing them every day, because they're only 3 minutes. They would help. Yes. Why were you writing my name? I feel so sick with anxiety at the moment. I have no idea why. Oh, see what I mean? Maybe that's, well, it is, it's because Saturn is back in your sign, but it is also more because of the moon conjunct Chiron. But like I said, technically the moon is now in Taurus, but it's, it's still conjunct it because it's really close. Well, yeah, it is because it's a few degrees away. If you don't want something known, don't go to Claire. I'm a grandma. um, Hard grandmas. If you don't want so, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're going to find out, right? Okay, so Beck, let's get a tapping card for Beck. So you could be, the thing is, like I always say, for anyone that's new, or to remind anyone that's newish, or even just people that watch all the time, it isn't just a card, it is healing. That's why I say that all the time. So, you could be feeling a little bit like that because of whatever's going to come out. Because when we do this, and can I just buffer alert, right? Or spoil whatever, warning. When I'm just doing these, like pulling them for someone, everyone can benefit. But what I'm saying is, if I was doing this in a session, we wouldn't just say it once. You know what I mean? If you were doing a few rounds of that, it would move a lot more energy. But people have been moving energy just by watching the shorts. Like, people have said, "Oh, I'm glad you're doing that." And when I done that tapping one on the Monday, oh no, Beck, I think you were on that. I feel like you were on that. Maybe you weren't. If you weren't, you need to watch it because that was a good one. You don't need to, but you would benefit from it. But anyway, let's go on with this. So let's get Beck's card. But that's the point. This shifts a lot of energy. And it shifts energy anyway. If it was, say, someone was EFT alone, it would shift a lot of energy. But because I blend in all the other things I do, being a shaman and a Reiki master and a coach and, light code activations, it's good to mix the EFT with it. Right. So what have we got for Beck? Oh, yeah, I think that does fit, but you're the better judge of that. So it's got the sunflower on it. So first of all, my sunflower is a sign of, and they're pulling me up to the sunflower. When I said that, it's a wee picture I've got up there. The sunflower is a sign of growing up through adversity to face the light. And that's interesting, but I always say that about the sunflower. But that time when I said growing up through adversity, I felt that was quite literal. And I know that is the case because I know that you have shared that before, but I felt it when I said it. Growing up through adversity. So that bit really hit when I said it. My confidence grows every day. So that's for you. My confidence grows every day. So it could be really sort of pertaining to when you've said that about that you're looking forward to going out on Friday. And it sounds like moving, well, trying to move forward. I'm getting an image of a bungee jump now. It's like, trying to move forward away from the twin flame. Anyway, so okay, so that's what we're going to tap on. So I'm going to read the message, and then we will do the tapping, which is tapping, tapping, tapping. I'll show you. Right. So what's the number? Oh, my nose is itchy. Your loved ones in spirit coming in. 47. And I feel really guided to look at whatever's on the bottom. Ah, okay. I'll read both of them. That one's relevant. Oh, look, you got the flying pig. Right. So I think I'm only going to tap this one. Oh, I knew I was mentioning that for a reason. I'm going to share it. Wait a minute. Maybe I can share it now. Although it would take you away from here, but I'm sure you'll come back, people. Come back. Come back. It's like Jack and Rose. Come back. Come back. But I just watched it, so it'll still be in my history. It was this amazing video. I'm going to probably share, I'll just share it here rather than the community tab because, like I said, nobody fucking watches it. But it was this amazing shorts of a girl bungee jumping, and she was so polite. Like, it's like, I'd like to think I would be like that with my son in the house of Virgo because I am really polite. Like I say all the time, I'm blunt and I swear all the time, but I am really polite. And it's like I think I'm very cautious and I'm a lot of it like Virgo energy, with the Aries rawness. So it's a weird mix, but it's the mix of now actually. That's why they got me to say that. Or we've just moved out it. Aries sun sorry, Aries moon, Virgo sun would be a lot bit like my sun in the house Aries, so a little bit of astrology teaching. But basically, she comes across really polite because she's doing a bungee jump, and before she does it, she's like, I don't know, she just looked really jolly and happy, and then she was like, oh, I don't know what is it she done again. She said something like, oh, here, like, and then when she's actually jumped, she's like, thanks, that was really great. Like, she's like, so, most people are like, fuck, or oh my God, or, and I think people would understand, you know what I mean? But I just thought, what the weirdest. And you even hear the guys that helped her jump saying it, like, you know what I mean? That's so funny. Oh, fuck, where is it? Look, I won't look for it but basically the point is I've clearly seen that because it was going to be, there it is. It was going to be relevant. What was it? It says bungee jump Scotland, so I don't know if she doesn't sound Scotland, but I'm gonna shade it before I forget because it was really, it's only really short and you'll see what I mean. Oh wait a minute though. Oh no, it will. It will let you watch it, I think. But yeah, you'll see what I mean. She just doesn't. I'm just like, sorry, I'm really brave and I can do a lot of shit, but no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Like, I'm sorry. No. I've ran for charity. I do this, which is basically, if you think about it, this is a public service and it's helping people and all that. And it's not that I get any thanks from it from, the community or the community I get thanks from are you guys. And, but I don't think my actual community appreciates that. But to be fair, I do kind of hide from them too. So it's anyway, moving on. Right. So let's read this. But I do, I often that does pop into my mind a little bit, you know what I mean? It's like for all the different ways that I can heal people and help people and coach people, and I would be happy to do a lot of that for free as well. It's kind of like, it's kind of fucked up how, there aren't really, not all the time, but I'd be happy to do a mixture of it. And there, because that's what shamans are really all about as well. It's yeah, well, it doesn't really get appreciated. So again, when I'm saying this, all of this could be resonating for you. Like you might be feeling a bit unappreciated, by people around you. Or I don't know, not valued in some way. And that's interesting because it's 0 degrees Taurus. In fact, let's get really geeky. Can I look at your chart? You usually say yes, so I'll just I'll just do it. But no, I'll get it up and see what you say. But I want to see what it is in your chart. See what I mean? That's polite. Even though I know the chances of Beck saying, yeah, that's fine, I still always ask people. Like, and I always like, do you want a card? Or, if I was doing free cards, I don't just I'll be like, do you want a card? Right. Manners, right. Because you just don't know what's going on with people. I'll get that up and then see if you. But yeah, Taurus is valuing yourself. So that could be, with that moon being conjunct Chiron today, and then the moon going into Taurus now, there could be a lot about, yeah, I'm feeling really undervalued, or, could just be getting highlighted. Right, let's see. So if anyone else wants a card right now, if you get your donation in now for when I finish Heather, because I'm going to get on with the collective, or if you do one and I'm in the middle, I'll do it at the end, but just saying for anyone. What am I looking for again? Taurus. Right. So, that's quite interesting. Yeah. So you're, oh no, it's not. I was looking at Capricorn. So it's in your fifth house, the tiniest little bit in your fifth house. So what could be getting, highlighted right now? It feels like what you're talking about, like, wanting, looking forward to looking good and feeling good and getting out and having some fun and dancing, I'd imagine. Fifth house. Yeah, because you've not got any planets there, that, but that's what I would say. Like, you know, that's what your fifth house is: Leo, having fun, passion, creativity, inner child healing. So that could be going on. You could be having a little bit of inner child healing going on. The irony of looking at Capricorn. Why? What's Is he a Capricorn? I can't remember. Right, okay, so right, let's read this. So this is Bex, but this can make sense to anyone, more than likely will. It's usually what happens. Confidence isn't something we're born with. It's a quality we cultivate over time through our experiences, our choices, and the way we talk to ourselves. Sorry, I can't stop burping and hiccuping. That's when I'm clearing energy. Think of confidence as a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. This card is your invitation to flex that confidence muscle today, even in small ways. Stand confidently, move confidently, breathe confidently, feel that in your body, and from that place, take action. And remember that, wow, remember the start. Oh, he is. Oh, he's a Capricorn. Well, there you go. Um, um, no mistakes around here, because remember that the last time that I was tuning in more to that's happened to the last few people. I keep tuning into their twin flame more than I'm tuning into the they're just showing you what I really am, who I really am, that is real when I do that. So yes, it's following on from the theme I've spoke about for the collective about taking action. You can begin by having confidence that you'll figure things out, even if you're new or inexperienced. Give yourself permission to be bad at something at first, because that's how you'll learn and grow. That's what my challenge is based on, and I spoke about my challenge in this too, because that's how you will learn and grow. As you practice and build your competence, your confidence will naturally follow suit. Throughout the day, notice the times when you might be inadvertently knocking down your own confidence. Your thoughts and actions either build your confidence or break it down. And I can think of something. You talking on here is building your confidence, because I've saw that grow over the times that you spoke. And the more you speak, the more you feel comfortable. And, you know, I would hope, you know, like you belong somewhere and stuff. So it's that goes for anyone that might be lurking and you want to talk. Your thoughts and actions either build your confidence or break it down. When you catch yourself in the moments of self-doubt, pause. Remind yourself that you're on a journey of growth, because we all are. Every single one of us is on a journey of growth. We're not all experts at everything. We're all a newbie somewhere, kind of thing. You know what I mean? You always have the capacity, because if you do think you know everything, you're in the ego, and the shadow side of Aries is ego. You know what I mean? So it's um, like, you know, not everybody knows everything. You always have the capacity to learn, adapt, and overcome. So stand tall in your power, knowing that you're becoming more confidently. Becoming more confidently. Knowing that you are becoming more confidently you with each passing day. So stand tall in your power, knowing that you are becoming more confidently you. Oh, see what I'm doing there? Like I'm automatically thinking they've made a typo, but it matters the way you say things. So stand tall in your power, knowing that you're becoming more confidently you with each passing day. However, I was reading it, it was looking like it should have just said confident. So there's something about that too. You know, I had to read it 3 times to actually get what it meant, you know, or to know that it actually is right, you know. And it was me that was wrong for even thinking in my head that that was a mistake. See, that's what I mean about Mercury and Virgo season. We can be a bit, you know, need to slow down to before you be too critical, even just to yourself. Right, okay, so now this is the tapping. So, and your daughter's a Capricorn, Heather. Heartache aside, I like Capricorns. Yeah, that feels right. Yeah. I mean, I like all signs, right? I'm not going to be one of them people, or, you know, because again, I'm an astrologer too, but like I'm a, what do you call it again? I don't call myself that too much, but I would be what you call a prophetic astrologer, because I prophesize all the time, and, you know, I'm a seer and I'm blending it with the astrology. But, yeah, I'm not going to be someone that's like, oh, I love all the signs, you know what I mean? But I kind of am too. It's like we've all got light and shadow. So, you know, I couldn't possibly be like, oh, you know, I can't stand all such and such and I love all such as it, because it isn't true. I bet you we could all think of Aries that we love, and we could all think Aries that we don't love. I mean, we can all think of like you know, Taurus that we love and Taurus that we don't. We can all think, you know what I mean? And we don't know what their moon is and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? A lot of the time, though, even when I watch people, I can tell what their moon and their rising are without them even saying. That's my fun party trick. And then somewhere, it might take years, then somewhere along the line, the person will mention that, I'll be like, yeah, and it was what I thought. Right, okay, so everybody listen up, especially Beck, because this is Beck's card, but everybody do this to yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst, okay? Are we all listening, paying attention? Being assertive here, Aries moon, although we're in Taurus moon. But yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst and 1 being the best, okay? Take that on board, because sometimes I even forget, and so it's 10 is the worst, 1 is the best with this statement. How do you feel about that statement? My confidence grows every day. So Beck, home in, if you can get on board with that. If you can't, don't worry. But could you, you know, think of a number? You don't need to tell us either. Just maybe think of a number yourself, or you can put it down if you want, and anyone else can put it down too. Yeah. So think to yourself what that is. Again, I'm just going to quickly do. You know, sometimes I'll do it to myself too, but I'm just going to, because then my mind starts going, well, it depends on what area. You know what I mean? So, right, okay, so you're feeling strong with that. Good. Well, let's see if it moves. Right, so basically, this is what you do. So if you just follow along with me, right? So you don't need, you can say it out loud if you want, but you can just listen to me otherwise. So this is what you do, right? So with this hand on this wee bit of your hand, even though I sometimes doubt myself, I choose to nurture my growing confidence. Even though I sometimes doubt myself, I choose to nurture my growing confidence, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Eyebrow, my self-assurance is getting stronger. My self-assurance is getting stronger. Side of the eye, I embrace new challenges with courage. I embrace new challenges with courage. Under the eye, each experience builds my confidence, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. This is the one that moves the most energy in me, so pay attention to what you feel most. Under the nose, I celebrate my progress, big and small. I celebrate my progress, big and small. And I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Under the mouth, I trust in my path. Take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth whenever you feel guided to, definitely at the end. Collarbone, my inner voice speaks with kindness. I feel like you need to do that one a few times. I feel like there's a few people do. My inner voice speaks with kindness. And I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Under the arm, I stand tall in my power. I stand tall in my power. Capricorns are life lessons. That sounds like you've had an experience with them. I don't really. I've not got any. Yeah, I've not got any like Capricorns around me. Like not in my physical life. Like online I have. Like some of you are Capricorn, but I haven't got any. Yeah, I haven't got any myself. Top of the head. My confidence grows every day, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. And then take a deep breath in. I hope you are doing this, because how are you still typing? You should have been doing this along with me. Do it on the replay if you're not doing it with me, because that's no for me to tap it out. You've got to tap along with me if you didn't get that bit. Anyway, that's my assertive side coming in. You do you, boo. You can do what you want. Then Definitely watch it on the replay if you didn't watch it, like, you know, while I was doing it. Yeah, take a deep breath in through your nose and then release. And check in with how you're feeling, but it won't have worked if you've not done it. But for the replay, now check in with where it feels. So Beck, you were saying you were an 8. Do you feel like you're still an 8, or do you feel like it's oh, wait a minute. Oh, fuck, see, I done it again. If you're saying 8, that means that you really aren't feeling very confident. So has it moved from an 8 to closer to, you know, the lower side of the scale? See what I mean about it? I always do that. That's why I don't sometimes bother with the number bit. I'm ahead of the self-love thing and facing challenges. Lovely. But where you, oh, good. Well, there you go. We'll see. Oh, well, there you go. It has done something. So that's great that you don't feel sick anymore, or not as sick. But were you tapping? Oh, see, this is what I mean. Look, this is hilarious. That's how much I can tune in to people's energy, that you done the same thing as me. So do you know what I mean? Like, that's why because I did say it right? I said it right. I said 10 is the worst and 1 is the best. But you done what I sometimes do, and you took it as like 10 is the best and 1 is the worst. That's so weird. If you watch that back, people, if you didn't see what happened there, because I did know what you meant, even though I'd said, oh, that's so confusing. So that's what I mean about, like, it's more, what's more important is for you specifically, and anyone else that done this, you don't feel sick anymore. You know what I mean? But right. And give it time for the anxiety to shift too. Right. So I'm going to read this one for you too, because this came out. So I respect and prioritize my own desires. And you could have a bit of a what the duck moment because there's a flying duck. Maybe that's when you meet a hottie on Friday. What the duck? Who is that? Twinflame who? Except that'll be very short-lived. But like just the feel, well, I don't know yet. How do we know? You can update us. But the bungee jump thing. I respect and prioritize my own desires. So right, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 people, me too, 10 is the worst. 10 is not good. 10 is shit. Okay? 1 is fucking amazing. 1 is good. Can we all remember this? Me mainly. Right. How do you feel with that statement? I respect and prioritize my own desires. My head's going to again. My head is doing it again, going, this is like the hypnotherapy. You know the way I count with the hypnotherapy? How I get people to count from 1 to 10 and come back down to 1 to wake up. Most hypnotherapists do it the other way around. I just don't do anything the way other people do it. It's like, it's my soul is like, no, I don't want to do it that way. I'm going to do it my way. And the people that gel with you are going to get it. So it's quite funny. So I might have to change the scale thing with this too. Oh, it's funny. But yeah, so I respect and prioritize my own desires. 10 is the worst and 1 is the best. Guys, I'm a strong 2. I might even be a strong 1, to be honest, because I've worked my ass off at that, and I, you know, have went from a fucking 10 or an 11 right up to a 1 with that. And also because this is for Aries is about me, and the opposite is Libra is we, and you've got to meet somewhere in the middle. Like if you're always putting yourself first with absolutely everything, like in the shadow side, and you're being basically a selfish dick, then that's not right. You know, that kind of be like a narcissist. Well, it would be a narcissist in some cases. But if you are thinking to yourself more self-love and empowerment, and you're like, right, I'm not going to empty myself to the point of putting myself on fire so just to make others feel better, as good feeling flow riders on. Whoa, sometimes I get good feeling for your Friday. But you know what I mean? Like, you have got to check in with yourself before saying yes to looking after other people. You have to be like, have I got energy for this today? You know what I mean? Or am I not even going to be able to be present with this person? Like, that's what I have to ask myself every single day about work. Like, you know, Especially if I've been up late on here or something, I'm like, wait a minute, I know I might have had things on the calendar for today, but I don't feel good. I can't, like, I'll block my calendar off. You know what I mean? Or if somebody emails and says, oh, can I book that? Or they book it, I'll have to be like, look, I'm just really sorry, I can't do that. You know what I mean? Whereas other people, like, oh, I have to do it. No, you've got to check in with yourself, and that's pest responsibility. Think about, there are some jobs where that's really important, and again, a counsellor is one of them. It's a bit different with the way that I'm doing this, because like I said, it's not counselling or therapy when I'm on here, but we've got to keep in mind that that is what I am. But it's you know, if it was a one-to-one, like say it was my one-to-one therapy client, like, or just a one-to-one session, because that is, I take that, you know, it's just the same except it's not therapy. Yeah, I would have to cancel if I didn't feel well or something, because if I'm not going to be present, I feel like my head's falling off or I've got a sore stomach or something. I'm not a good example of this, because often that's me tuning into the person and it goes away when I meet them. So don't look at me for this example. Just generally speaking, you know, you've got to check in. Are you feeling good enough to be able to do this? And with my unique calling, like I said, my calling is quite different. A lot of the time I know that this isn't mine and this is a person's. And when I talk to them, that's going to lift, because it's for me to say, have you got a sore stomach today? Have you got a sore head today? Were you worrying about this today? And then they're like, yeah, and it fucks off. Do you know what I mean? So, but even with that, say I did get on the session, like here's a good one with Renee, calling Renee in. But when with Renee, I think that was the first time we ever spoke. And, you know, I think I've even put that in the post earlier. But the long and short of that was, my back was agony, like a lot of the time we were speaking, and it was one of the, I usually do say it to the person, but I hadn't said it yet, but it was getting close to the point where I was going to say, but she actually noticed, and right as she said it, and then I was like, yeah, like I take it this is you, and then it tied in with what we were talking about emotionally, spiritually, all the other levels, and then it lifted from me, and well, it lifted from her. You know what I mean? So because that's what I mean about it. I can't always, like, you know, if I've got some sort of, so my pain threshold is pretty high. Like even with what I was saying, that'll be why I was talking about that with needles and stuff. Because even with that, I always think, I worry about it, and I always think it's gonna be really bad. But I always end up getting a really amazing nurse or doctor, or whatever, that distracts you. So, you know, because some people are so, you know, there's loads of bad nurses and doctors in every profession, but there's some really amazing ones that are just like, the way they distract you are just like, the last few times I've had anything like that, it's crazy how you don't even notice. You know what I mean? You're just blathering on about something. That's like magic, the way some people do that. I was good at distracting that with the kids that were getting, you know, jabs and stuff. Like I would, yeah, because that's what I was there to do, actually, distract them. Right, okay, so let's read this. So I'll not bother, well, maybe I do have to read the thing. 29. Wait a minute before I think I feel sick because of what I wrote. I won't know if or when he sees it or what he makes of it. Oh, wait a minute. I got a wee sick here. You didn't tell us this, but you're telling us something without telling it. Or do you mean to tell me that you have wrote something to him? Have you expressed your feelings to your twin flame? Because if I'm picking up what you're putting down correctly, that means that the way I started, that means that is pretty fucking on point what I've channeled for today. I mean, and I know, and that's not me, that's him speaking through me, but that would be in line with it. If I scroll down and I've got overexcited here, but I don't know what else that could mean. That is in line with what I've put in the title. This person doesn't want to wait and they want to tell you how they feel. So does that mean you've told him how you feel, or have you told him you're moving on? That you spoke your truth. That's the most important thing. That's what Joan of Arc energy is. The other day I asked myself, are my needs being met? The answer was no. So I'm on a journey of moving on. Well, sometimes it's like that. Beck, I have severe anxiety, and I learned when I become activated, I literally put one foot in front of the other. Yes, you know what I mean? You've got to, it depends what you're at. It depends what you're anxious about. Sometimes it's because you need to do something. Sometimes it's because you need to slow down and take care of yourself. That's me respecting, prioritizing my own desires. That was during the eclipse. Yes, that sounds like you had a big, massive activation with that eclipse then. A big fat one. Oh, you're a one too with that one. Yeah, we're one in it all the way. Did you just say an Aries is me and Libra is we? Yes, because Aries is me and Libra, the opposite sign, is we. So that's why a lot of the time, if you are an Aries, like for instance, I can give me as an example in that one because I am an Aries, and sometimes with Libra people, I can clash because they might not see where I'm coming from, and I might not see where they're coming from. Except I usually do see where a Libra because I know astrology. Like, so it's like there's some Libra people in my life. I'm just trying to think again. Have I got? Yeah, see what I mean? Like, there isn't anyone I can really think about me around in my life that is a Libra. Again, some online. More like I've got a lot of Libra moon connections like online, and yeah, and but like, yeah, there's nobody I can think like. But obviously, in the past, I have had, and it was always really intense relationship, which doesn't mean bad, you know what I mean? Like I can think of someone I was really close with, but when we didn't see eye to eye, it was like yin yang, really intense, like a bit too intense. But I always find them kind of interesting, those connections. Do you know what I mean? We were a bit twin flamey, me and that person. Do you know what I mean? Like it was it was kind of like kind of didn't like it at times, like it was brutal, like it really sucked, and then kind of really did like it. It was weird. I think she would agree too. That was somebody I haven't seen for a long time, but it was like we were both really fond of each other. I have a bad back, by the way. Well, I will endeavour to. Of course, that's why I'm telling that story. Then I will endeavour to lift the pain from your bad back whilst we're doing this, if you're open to it. You're saying everything I feel daily, even my back, right? So we've got two people with sore backs. So all the people with sore backs out there, we're calling in Goddess Isis. I think that, you know what, I knew when I put Goddess Isis in the title, that's what this was going to be. So I feel this is like one of those live streams where there's a lot of, like, again, I have to stress they're all healing, but more healing than most. Like I feel this is why they got me to do tapping. But it would, I mean, this has taken so long. I'm actually going to do Taurus tonight. Oh, fuck it. We'll just see when we get to it. I haven't even got to the thing, but I'm not going to judge it. This is what we're meant to do. It got better when I released the stress of mentally holding on to that guy and some of my studies. Half my back pain was stress. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, it is, because you're holding it in your body. Not directly to him. I don't want saying too much, to be honest. I indirectly said how I feel that I'm hurt. Said I dip in and out because I like the music. You can tell me that whenever we talk one to one, because I don't really get what you mean. I think I get what you mean, but I don't know. I'm a Libra. Aries are all the same. Heather, I'm an Aries. What do you mean? So like, but you see, Aries, but you see, Heather, if you're saying that in the negative context, don't worry, I can take it. But you are on this live stream, so it does mean that, you know, you need a bit of Aries in you because you do. Just fact, point blank, like, you know, Libras do, because like Libras are love, peace, and harmony. You know, very kind, um, always looking for the justice and bringing the peace. But the problem is, Aries, Libra's energy can lack. This is just generally speaking, because we've all got it somewhere. Can lack assertiveness, like as in you're always forever being so lovely to everyone else, but then guess what's building up? Resentment. Because, and think about what I was channeling about. Although it was, you know, it's picking up for bits. If this is pulling in what everyone's going to resonate with, it's if you're just being so nice to everyone else and you're never putting yourself first, you're gonna blow up at something. You're gonna resent it, and that's why I say you've got to bring in a bit of the Aries. It's not everybody else wins all the time, and you know, do you know what? Here's a good example, right? I was forever that type of person, and to some extent, you know, I'm always going to be that kind of person. But I always do keep this in my mind. If there was a big bus queue and it was like, you know, a busy day and it was blaring hot sun, because that would make a difference, or a big queue and it was like fucking raining and all of that, right? And say you're just like, oh, you know, I'll just let the wee granny on first because, you know, elderly go first and that, be respect, totally, you know, or maybe someone's in a wheelchair, totally, you know, or maybe someone's got a buggy, totally, right? Kind, courteous, all this kind of stuff. And then there's like someone else, you know, that let them on too, you know, because it's only me. Oh, I'll just let them on, because it's only me. Yeah, I'll just let them on now, because it's only me. Yeah, oh, I'll just let them on. You'll probably have an argument with a guy because the guys want you to go first. It's like, no, just you go. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because there are some people that are like that. And I was like this in the past. And like I said, you know, I would still let, you know, I would still be polite about it. But the point is, like, on a busy hot day when the bus is full, you might not get on the bus. You just let everybody else on before you because you felt like everyone else is more important. And now you might need to wait like 90 minutes on another bus. Or like, you know, what if there's only one bus that goes to that place? You know, like remember whenever I go to Rosalind Chapel that I really love, you know, it's not like I don't go there all the time. I just get guided at certain points. There's only, I think there's only one bus a day, or there might be two buses, but I think it might even just be one. And if you miss it, you're fucked if you don't drive. You know, you could get a taxi, but it end up being stupid amounts of money, right? And it's kind of like, so it's a bit like that. You can't always be the person that's going last. And that's what Libra can be a bit like, you know, like thinking of others too much. So, you know, you do get to have your day in the sun at some point. Whereas, like, again, to now go to Aries, we'll all know someone where if it's just you, all with it, you, selfish fucker, or like even at the worst of it, narcissistic. Like if it's just always about you, you know, you're always talking about you, you're never listening to anyone else, or you know, all that kind of stuff. Or like yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's yeah, that's basically what it is. So it's like it's not one is better than the other. Like we need to think about others, but we also need to think about ourselves. And that's why I say you need to bring that into the middle a bit. So all Libra's people can learn from Aries and all Aries people can learn from Libra. But we can't say that all Libras are the same and all Aries are the same. And I'm a good example of that because I've met so many people with, especially Libra, sun, moon, and rising people. I feel I'm always in a lot of these people's lives to teach them a lesson that you shouldn't think all Aries are the same because I fought to be an Aries. See, I'm going into Joan about like I fought to become confident and outspoken and just this is who I am. You can either like it or love it. Nobody's wanting like it or lump it or hate it. You know, nobody's asking you to watch this. Nobody's asking you, you know, all that that took me years to grow into that. I was like a Pisces. And and I always break this down because on the zodiac wheel, Pisces is, you know, before Aries. So I always more say like I'm more like ancient astrology and I channel it. And so sometimes people ask me to explain how I know that, and sometimes I won't even be able to tell you. That's just how I've always felt it. Is yeah, for most of my life until I was about 30ish. I was like a Pisces. I was just fucking being really nice to everyone else, being really compassionate, being incredibly self-sacrificing, giving up so many parts of my life to help people that I'd say for the majority did appreciate it. A lot of fuckers didn't appreciate it, and you know what I mean. And it's kind of like, and that's the point, you know. Like some people attach their identity to being this really nice person, and oh, like you know, I'm always doing all this nice stuff for people, and you know they're not appreciating it. Well, I'm sorry. At some point, you have to think, well, how about you just fucking cut it out then? You don't need to turn into a total c word or start being a selfish dick, but you but just stop doing so much for people. And how about you pour all that energy? This is just coming through very strong with Goddess Isis and you know Joan of Arc vibes. So we can see why now that was meant to go in the title. Start pouring that energy into you, right? Don't be so victim mode and start pouring into you because this is the live streams that I used to do all the time on Facebook where it's like at some point you need to get bored of singing from that hymn sheet of oh I do all this stuff for other people but they don't do it for me. That's nobody else's fault. You're choosing to do. You've got a choice. You can wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what, I'm going to rein it in a little bit. I'm like way overgiven, and that is so important on the twin flame journey too. That could be a tough lesson. Like, you know what I mean? Like, did that person ask you to pour all that love into them? Or like, were you doing that? You know, like giving it. And again, for some people, that's just energy wise, right? And it's again, energy wise, you just can't help it. You do. You just love the fuck out of this person. You know, it's unconditional love at the end of the day, right? But at some point, it does get to the point where you're like, holy shit, man. Like, I have just like, you know, what actually has this person, you know, done for me? And at some point, depending how bad it is, you could be like, fuck all. Do you know, fuck all. Do you know what I mean? Like, they do unconditionally love you, but they might literally have not shown you or told you in any way, shape, or form, which sounds like that. See, I'm still kind of funny because I'm in Beck's energy when I'm saying this too. So it's like, it's for everyone, but that bit I feels for you. And you've got to rein it in, you know what I mean? And so yeah, everyone needed to hear that about Libra and Aries. But no, I'm just, you know, that I feel strongly on that one because yeah, Libra placements can often read me all wrong about that. And you can't judge something, you know, people are meeting me on like never mind day 10, you know, chapter 10 of a book. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like I had to fight to become this confident and strong at what I'm doing to be a leader as well. I don't like the word leader, but leader, Aries is leadership. We're on the Aries live stream, and I am an Aries with Venus and Aries. For me to be able to be in the public eye and help people, I had to push through a lot of insecurities and things like that and grow in my confidence. So I would be a shit hypnotherapist if I was like, oh, I kind of sort of think this is going to work. I'm not very sure. No, when I'm in a session, I'm like, this will work. A good example of that will be that one that wasn't hypnotherapy, but the session that I'd done with that I shared about on that Mediumship Monday, where, yeah, actually I spoke about it in the shorts because the shorts were filmed 2 weeks ago. Though I keep mentioning that session, and me and that person in agreement that was timing. Like if that person had decided to delay that, who knows how things could have went. So you know what I mean. But don't dwell on that because it went the way it was meant to go. Because I was in the right place, he was in the right place, and the right outcome. It's a timeline jump. But that's what I mean. That was the confidence that I had to hold the intention of there being no other outcome. Because even the most confident people, because that person's confident with a lot of things too, but it's like it gives you, sometimes you need that wee bit more confidence from somebody having your back, somebody cheering you on. How shit does it feel like when it feels like nobody's cheering you on? It feels shit. Cheer yourself on. Loads of things in life. Actually, although I know I've got loads of people cheering me on, like, albeit I'm going to say, guys, most silently. Like a vast majority of people silently cheating me on. That's been like my whole life. That's like my counselling course too. People only told me after the hell of it, I'm so glad you spoke up. Well, I could have been fucking doing me telling me while I was in hell. Why are you telling me now that I'm better? That you know what I mean? And that's an Aries thing. So you know what I mean? Like with this coming through that strongly, I feel there's got to be things you resonate with what I've said. Put the two of you, because it'll be but it's coming through for everyone with that. But anyway, this is taking ages, so let's read this. But and now it takes. Look, there we go. Now we've got like Connor chipping in. Claire's got the skills to pay the bills. But then it brings back to something I said right at the start. I have got the skills to pay the bills, like, and I should be rolling in dough, but I'm not. And that's like what I said at the start. I could go into complete victim mode about that, but I don't. I keep going and I go at it every day and I even take a wee rest to the point of luck. You mean? So it's kind of like, that is having a strong mind and not letting the spiritual warfare get at you. But you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of raw energy coming through about pushing through here. But yeah, so I hope there are, Libra placements that are taking that on board about that. It's like, because it's both ways. Like I really do feel that I learn from Libra placements back too. But I've had a hell of a lot of experiences where people can get me all wrong and they don't like me very much and that. And I'm like, fuck, that person just does not get what I'm all about. But see, in that case, move away from them. You're never people are gonna make up their mind about you and fuck them. You know what I mean? They're lost. They might come back later and say sorry, but um but yeah, but like I said, the best one I can think of is my soulmate best friend, not my twin flame. He's got Libra. Oh, actually, I know where. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, him too, because I know where his Libra is. Like, I know. Yeah, I know where he's got Libra, and it is like opposite of mine. So he's got Libra somewhere, and I've got Aries somewhere, and it's very twin flamey. And but I was meaning my girl best friend is Libra moon, and I'm Aries sun, and we're the same degrees. So we're like polar opposites in a lot of ways, but we're so fucking the same in other ways, like our values and everything. Like, but we're very different in others, but it just works. Like we like never argue. And she's like the kindest person I know. But I'm in her life to be like, what about you? Put yourself first. Fuck them. She'd probably still do this. She's that nice, but it's like, you know what I mean? But no, she would agree that it's like I help her put herself first, and then if I'm a bit too passionate, maybe like she'll be able to. She's only one of the only people I would let kind of tone me down. You know, like okay, okay, I would listen to her. We listen to people we respect. We should listen to everyone, but you know what I mean. You listen a wee bit harder to the people that you know respect you as a person. Right. Anyway, sorry, this is going to take me forever to get through this, so I'll quickly read these and then I'll read this. So it got better when I released the stress mentally, holding on to that guy. Oh yeah, I did read that bit. That's interesting that you said the line, I indirectly said how I feel, right? Because I ponder a lot of things in the shower or the bath. And I was thinking that about, you know, I was thinking, you know, when with you and your twin flame, like you are paired with the right, you know, I mean, it's if you're right about it being your true twin flame, you will have that kind of connection where someone is very indirect about how they tell you they're feeling, as in like they don't, but they'll do it in other ways. Um, if you've ever had, you know, and I'm talking about more than telepathy, I'm talking about like whenever you've had interactions, whether it's online or in person, and it's like, you know, you're almost like the only person that can crack the code of what they're saying, and that's built, it's designed that way. But it's just interesting you're saying that, because I was like literally thinking that, I was just thinking back of things of the past. Right, okay, so I've practically been apologizing just for existing, yeah, and that fucks me off. Can you see how much that annoys me? It's because you primarily come through, like all of you, in the divine masculine energy, and that it, you know, and an Aries. Like, although, like I keep saying, we're not in Aries, but I'm in the Aries moon vibe because that's what's I'm channeling this for. It's like that really pisses me off because you are loved and you're welcome, and we're glad you exist. Side note, I really want to know what that pig flies. Well, I will read it. Pig's flies card says. I will read it. Right. See, I wish I could say what I want on here and how Aries are. Yes, I will wait 90 minutes to be nice or not have to deal with someone who is mean. Um, what's 90 minutes got to do with it? I have a friend who's an Aries and I'm struggling with the relationship that I'm in. The Aries in you is coming out, laughing my ass off. It fucking is, passionate. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to spell the word. Oh no, that's fine. Don't you're falling into the over apologizing. Don't People don't need to apologize. Um, that's a good point. Unconditional love. I don't do the narky things. Like my mum used to do the whole. I do all this stuff and no one does anything for me. So yeah. Fuck that. It's like, but like you said, you know, I think people would be lying. Right? I think anyone would be lying if you're watching this and you haven't been that person at some point in your life, or even on a bad day still now. You know, because even I just done it. Like, let's face it, in this live stream, I've just done it here. Like, but I'm just telling the truth. It is the truth. Like, you know, it does piss me off. Like, not every day, but every now and again, I'm like, why the fuck do people not comment? Do you know what I mean? Like I hard not never, but I hardly ever get comments. But people do chat in the live chat. So then I have to then I have to coach myself and I have to be like, well, at least people do chat in the live chat and they're quite chatty. You know, maybe some days it's like one person or two people, but I don't know, I like that because that then it's like I'm just having a wee chat, just me and you, loads of people watching. Like no, but and again, let's face it, it's not even loads of people. Sometimes it's like there's 36 people that watch all of my stuff. Um, but I think we might be a bit more than 36 now, but because usually these are averaging at about 100 views or something. By the time it starts sort of slows down. But I'm grateful because when it starts getting more, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to have to grieve that, and it'll be a bit harder to manage, and you know I won't be able to slow down like this. Um, although I'm always going to be a bit like that, but um but yeah, if you're always like that, you know, it's like now, like look, I'm going very Libra about this, like because you know my Libra is in the house of the internet, the 11th house, right? So I bring people together on the internet, right? That's how real astrology is. And also it is in my 12th house, unconditional love, forgiveness. But you see how that's why it's like I'm really good at helping people with strong Libra and Pisces, because I've got my 12th house Pisces in Libra. So that's how I'm good at it, because I've let so many people take the utter fucking piss out of my kindness. And that's why I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Thank fuck. But every now and again, someone will slip in and be a fucker, and I'll be like, ouch. And then I'll heal from it, and then I'll teach about it. But I'll usually leave it quite a long time, you know, because it's just classy. You know, you don't, something happens and you talk about it right away. You know, it depends on what it is. You know what I'm saying, though? But it's like I come from a place of this stuff has happened to me, doesn't so much now, but I'm humble. It's still, you know, you just never know. We've all got soft spots. You just don't, somebody might turn on you. You know what I mean? But also don't close your heart off. I've been having to look at every relationship I have and question if it's a give and take, or if it's just me giving and doing for, yeah, keep looking at that. Because you're a Libra, I think you're going to find a vast majority is you giving, I would hazard to say, especially from what I've saw you say before, Heather. So adjust accordingly. Claire's got the skills to pay the bills like that. I don't complain doing for others until I recognise that I'm being used. I thrive on helping others, whether it's me jumping in and taking care of what needs to be done. You say you keep saying things in reference to what is going on with me right now. Yeah, I know. It's they talk through me, you know. So I don't know when I'm doing that, and it won't just be you here; it'll be other people. But we are going to do your cards after this in about half an hour. If I'm right about him, and it's not just Delulu, he's indirect. Yeah, you're not Beck. You're not Delulu, right? I can, you know what I mean? It's. I mean, look, for fuck's sake, what was that the other week? I was adamant, and look, you can tell when I think I'm right. I really, you know, I'll put it this way: I was worse before an ego death, you know. But the thing about me and this, I'm getting right in my high horse about Aries, but it's all coming through for a reason. It's because it's the Aries live stream. It's teaching people. Every time I'm doing this, that's why I sometimes procrastinate about whether to even put Aries in the title, because some people might only watch this if they're an Aries. I might put a vote out about that. I don't know. I might just start titling them and not putting. But I think in some sort of way, I think my guides have made me do that because it is good for the algorithm. But sometimes I think it would stop somebody watching it. But anyway, the point is it's teaching about Aries energy and stuff, right? And it's like with what I was saying there, what was that reminding me of? Something was coming in really strong there. It's something, I think something what, oh, I don't know, it's went away. It'll come in if it's meant to. To some degree, I'm a little bit like, you are, because I've said it, like, honestly, you are, trust me, because it's really scary how similar you are to my twin flame. Like, seriously, like, and it's going to have a lot to do with, like I've said before, you've got similar placements that I've noticed. But that's not a coincidence that I was thinking something earlier about mine, thinking how indirect he is, but I know what he was saying to me without saying it. And yeah, and I was just thinking about that, like about how it's like, you know what I mean? It's weird that you're actually even saying that you do that. To some degree, I'm a little bit like, yeah. I have a phone call. I don't know what I was going to say. There was something else about Aries. Yeah, I think it was just that really. I'm in people's life as an Aries to, like, you know, I think people can be people that know astrology can be too quick to tar all Aries, especially with the same brush. And I think I come into people's lives to confuse them a bit because I'm not a typical Aries. Don't get me wrong, when I'm doing the Aries live stream, I am, because like I'm coming in with the bold red passion, you know. It's not anger, this is passion. And that's the one thing that fucks me off about a lot of the time when an Aries is passionate or the Aries is coming out in anyone, because we've all got it somewhere, you'll be called angry. No, that's not anger. Like, I'm being passionate right now. Believe me, people would know if I was angry, and I wouldn't get angry on here about, well, I'm not going to say wouldn't, never say never. If I got angry on here, it's probably because somebody said something racist, or yeah, that would, you know what I mean? Or, I mean, but let's not actually name out the things that's going to get, you know, or something about, you know, children would make me angry if it was something not right, or, you know, there's lots of things that could make me, just somebody being a rude fucker too would, you know what I mean? But there's things that can make me angry, but even with that, I've trained myself to handle it with class. But let's be honest, like, you know, just like in real life, like people can fuck you off. But that's why you've got to be disciplined to not react to everything. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not a typical Aries. And I'm very forgiving too. Aries always get like tarred with this, like, oh, you know, they don't forget about things, and you know, they don't forget, and that's not right. Because like, I'd say I lean more into my, you know, 12th house energy of, in the Libra energy. Like I said, I'm very self-sacrificing, very forgiving, but I've like tweaked it with my Mars and Saturn and Scorpio in the first house to be assertive, to be like, whoa, 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 been too much of this my whole life. I'm in my 40s now. I'm not like, it's not always about everyone else anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I get to win sometimes too. I like that. Right, so it could still be about other people, but it could be about me too, damn it. I have a phone call appointment if you're still live. Well, we're going to get on tears in a minute. Like, he hasn't asked me to have love feelings towards him. But you can't choose who you fall in love with. It just happens. And with twin flames, it's completely different, right? It's destined. It's in the stars. You know, it's but even when it's not twin flames, you know what I mean? Actually, you know, there are some circumstances where you can, you know, I'd say when it's not twin flames, there are like, you can, there's lines that people can cross. A film I always think is good to explain that is what's it called again? Closer. A lot of swearing, a lot of dirty words in it, but there's a lot of cheating too. And that's always the, by the way, that's always the example I give you. You shouldn't take people for granted. You shouldn't push people too far, because he takes the piss out of the girl that he loves the whole way, and at the end she's just cold. You know what I mean? So, but that's not twin flames either. Well, it's not this twin flame, but just because it's not this twin flame, you shouldn't take people for granted. You know what I mean? At the same time, I was manifesting a new life back in October. I didn't ask for the mind fuck. It's hard not to be annoyed. Yeah, it's fine. That's okay. You can just, you know, get it out. It's, a lot of people will be feeling how you feel. I'm so sorry. I'm similar to your twin flame. No, it's all right. I love him, and you know, so obviously there's things about the journey I don't love, but I still love him unconditionally. Being loved by someone like me is not for the faint-hearted. Well, that's because you've got Venus and Scorpio, like my twin flame. And you're a Scorpio, like my twin flame. Yes, you are the one that is Scorpio, Sag Moon. Oh no, I got it right the other day. Don't tell me. Scorpio, Sag Moon, Scorpio Rising. Wait a minute. Yeah, Scorpio, Scorpio Rising, Sag Moon. That's you, isn't it? Venus and Scorpio. See what I mean? I'm fucking practically remembering your whole chart. Ironically, given the size of my heart, I vibe with Aries. Aries and Scorpio always get on. That's like my Aries sun and my Scorpio rising are like best mates. It's like, we got each other. Do you know what I mean? And then the Sag moon's coming in like, yeah, and I'm going to make you laugh through the dark times. My big three really get on. They just do. Do you know what I mean? That is not the case for a lot of other people, guys. Sorry out there. A lot of people's big three could be like, I'm right. No, I'm right. That would be like if you had like if you had like Aries sun, Libra moon. I'm right. No, I'm right. You're being selfish. We've got to help other people. Sorry, that's quite banter. It's because it's true. It's true. That would be kind of difficult. But my three are good, so I'm grateful because I've got the rest of my chart's fucking brutal. So I'm going to celebrate what I'm being grateful for what I've got. Anyway, so It's being feisty and passionate. The world doesn't like women like that. Exactly. The world is intimidated by women like that. Well, they're going to have to get over it because I wasn't like this for a long time, and I am now. So I'm not going back to who I was. And yeah, I'm start winning. Scorpio, Sun, Rising, Venus, and the one other. Yeah, so nailed it. Nailed it. Right, okay, so we show others how to treat us through our actions when we oh my god. Guys, that's so funny that like everything I've just channeled is in line with this card. So we're gonna trust that it was meant to be. And if I don't do Taurus tonight, my god, I killed Tiny Mike. Um, yeah, so that's quite funny because what was the last thing you heard me say? It wasn't that deep, but that's quite interesting. I just said something. I wasn't. That's funny because I thought in my head, and right when I saw that you'd said the mic died, was when I said that. It wasn't that juicy, but I think it's just because it's like I'll trust that. I'll trust why. But you can hear me now. Oh, it dropped from. Oh my, you're kidding me. I was talking for ages. That's how slow the thing. It dropped from if I don't do Taurus tonight. That's fine. I was talking shite. You know what I mean? In the grand scale of things, it's all got something to do with it. But in the grand scale of things, that was the best place for the mic to drop because I was just like procrastinating, like, will I do it tonight? Will I not? I just said it's meant to be, blah, 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 all that shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, but what I just said then, well, it was mute, was I was just saying about that song because that song does make me laugh. Um, but because it is a really funny video, but it's Jesus, you know, throughout the whole video, and it's like you're that special someone who makes me want to give it or do it. But how weird is that? That I've just been channeling for ages about being too giving, and you know, like, but also that is also Jesus making himself known, like Jesus' energy is coming through, like you know, like it's great to be forgiving and compassionate, but Jesus was betrayed all the time. You know what I'm saying? So let's work with Jesus, but have a little bit of Joan of Arc too. I need to get that on a t-shirt. Seriously, need to get that on my on my merch. But it's you know, it's like you can be like Jesus. I'm like Jesus in a lot of ways. I'm Mary Magdalene with red, but it's kind of like but yeah, that's basically the best way to put it. I'm also like Joan of Arc, and I'm like Goddess Isis, and I'm like Goddess Kali if somebody really fucks me off, or that's needed to come in stronger. You know what I mean? Soft and strong. Like I always say, that's a true divine feminine. You know. Um. Right. Okay. So anyway, where did I chuck that card? But yeah, thanks for telling me that. But lucky I saw it. This is. I just want to keep saying this for if that ever happens. That's funny because I was actually looking at some of these that last longer. I don't know how long these last, but I was looking at one earlier that lasts like 9 hours, and that's what I really need. Because sometimes I could sit here for a long time. So clearly, see what I mean? That was my guides, you know, telling me, yeah, that's really weird because the mic doesn't die a lot, but it dies more than what I'd like it to. I think it's maybe because I don't think I charged it last time. I usually always, like, I just done it there. I put it on the floor at least. Where the fuck have I put? Yeah, I've chucked it down there to be. Oh no, it's there. I'll put it. Yeah, I'll remember. I'll plug it in. But I don't. I think I remember thinking I didn't charge it. But again, it's all things to do with the microphone. You need to speak up. You need to speak up. You need to speak up. Joan of Arc. Right. We show others how to treat us for our actions. When we consistently put our own needs last, we teach the world that our own desires don't matter. Yeah, it's exactly what I've just said, and I hadn't even fucking read it. I hadn't read this, had I? But they do matter. You matter. When you don't prioritize your own needs, you may find yourself living a life that looks nothing like the one you once imagined. Yeah, because you're putting every fucker else for yourself. You're putting it your friends and family's opinions before what you really want. And then you're waking up one day and blaming everyone else for why you're not happy. But you chose to do that. You know what I mean? And when I'm saying you, I've been that person too. There's loads of things in my life where I chose to help people in a very self-sacrificing way, which in my personal experience, I wouldn't change a thing about the past because it's made me who I am and it's made me the shamanic teacher I am today. But would I stand by, and if I was helping people, which I'm helping people in here, you can bat off my help if you want, or you can listen to it. That's your personal responsibility anyway, with everything that I'm doing on here, or anyone you're listening to. But no, if someone was coming to me for help in sessions and that, and that's what I'm recognizing, I wouldn't stay quiet about that. You know, my guides wouldn't be able to let, because it's like that. I wish, you know, I was even thinking about that yesterday. Like, it's like, you know, like maybe it would have been good if some people had pointed out to me in my life how self-sacrificing I was. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't actually think I had, I knew, I just saw it as being laid back and being a nice person, but now it's like I look at it really quite differently. Do you know what I mean? So, but even then, I think if people had tried to tell me, I would have still kept doing it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I mean. So don't look to anyone else as being an example. All you can do is take responsibility now for how you're being. And just like I always just used to say that on the Facebook lives, don't be that person because it's boring. Like, I can't. I've got so much patience, but see when somebody's always like, you know, oh, I do all this other stuff for other people, and like other people don't do anything back for me, and you know, blah, blah, blah. Well, don't stop doing as much then. Or if you're really bad, stop doing it all. Step back a little bit, see who appreciates you. And actually, that time's coming up for me because when the sun moves into my 12th house in Libra season for the majority of it, I'm not going to be doing live streams like for the whole of October, but there will be videos. So, you know, it gives people a chance to see how much I feature in there. Like, you know, like, do people miss me when I'm not there? Like, would they miss me if I just stopped doing live streams altogether? Don't worry, don't get excited here. That ain't going to happen. But do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I know for myself, when my favourite people on YouTube, you know, haven't been active for a little while, I'm like, oh, fuck, I really miss them. Do you know what I mean? Like, or like, you know, whether it's kind of more regular or like that guy I keep mentioning. Like, there was a guy that read on the Twinflame journey, and he's been gone for like over 6 months, and I'm actually kind of worried. You know what I mean? It's like, it's yeah. So take on board all this because it's coming through quite passionately. Your life becomes a series of reactions to external demands rather than a journey guided by your own aspirations. Honoring your time and energy isn't selfish, it's essential. Cannot get over the fact that I channeled all of that and I hadn't even read this. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, which again, I'm going to stand true with what I've said in this, I could be wrong because Aries like to think they're right, but it's kind of like, you know, but I think I even channeled quite a lot of the strong stuff before I'd even pulled that. But I might not have. But even if I'd pulled it, it's pulling in the energy of it. So honoring your time and energy isn't selfish; it's essential. As you learn to cherish yourself, others will follow your lead. Again, that's being a good leader, a loving leader, and like inspiring other people to be the leader of their own life. Saying yes to your own well-being, even when it means saying no to others, or if it's not a fuck yeah, it's a fuck no, is an act of self-love. Many of us struggle with this, driven by a genuine desire to support those around us. And that's true. That's what, you know, that's what Heather was saying. And I totally agree with that too. That's what I'm saying. I loved helping people. I still love helping people. But I don't do it to my own detriment anymore. And that is the point. If you're still helping people all the time, but you're still stuck moaning about you never getting, you know, anything that you need, well, you know, there's some things you can't help, like with some things that you want, but there's other things you can. Like if you've not got any energy, as an empty battery sign just flashed up on that video, well, you need to take a rest then. You need a fucking holiday, you need a spa day, you need, you know, you need some time off. Like you're burnt out, you know what I mean? Blah blah blah. I could give loads of different examples. When we consistently ignore our own voice, we risk building up unintended resentment. Oh my god. And I did say that before. But yeah, again, that's just what happens. Here's a simple yet powerful technique from author Cheryl Richardson, one of my favourites. When you find yourself automatically agreeing to something you're unsure about, try saying, I'll get back to you. That is a good one. Actually, I've got her cards. Oh, here's one I prepared earlier. They're right beside me. There's a mixture of, oh yeah, they're both her cards. So this gives you time and space to connect with your authentic feelings and desires before responding. And here's another thing. If your human design is a generator with sacral authority, because that's what I am, you really need to tune in, because, you know, I'm not meant to do that. So that is something that I learned to do. And it's quite hard to learn to do, not to say yes to things right away. And I'm not going to be perfect at it all the time, but I'm a lot a lot better than I would have been. But yeah, back in the day, if we're talking over 10 years ago in that, not a fucking chance. Not even 10 years ago, guys, like less than that. Maybe 7 years, like, nah, I'm just trying to think, how long are we? I'd even say as far back as 5 years ago, I was still doing a bit of that. Like, you know what I mean? And then I just woke up even more and more and more. But what I'm talking about is if somebody was having a crisis, like in my personal life, like I'd drop everything in my life to help the person, 100%. And like, you can't do that. Like, that is not loving yourself. You know what I mean? Obviously, there might be some emergencies, but there was literally always emergencies going on around. You can't do that. You'll get ill, and I did get ill. Just not ill with a thingamajigger that everyone else had, because I didn't. Yeah. Anyway, so this card's a loving invitation to reflect on where your time and energy are currently flowing. Are they nourishing the things that truly light you up? If not, what's one small step you can take today to redirect some of that energy? Let your actions reflect your truth. Your needs and desires are valid and worth protecting. Hell to the yeah. That was the Aries moon flowing into the Taurus moon. Take action to value yourself. Take action, Aries. Value yourself, Taurus moon. Drop the mic, but we already dropped the mic. We picked it up again. I Love New York just flashed up on the telly, so that could be relevant here. That came through in the shorts. Is there somebody from New York watching? Are you going to New York or something? Take me with you. Right, so let's do this. Heather, you have waited patiently. Hopefully you're not on your phone call, but we're going to do Heather's card, and then we're eventually going to get into this. I don't think we're doing Taurus tonight. So I respect and prioritize my own desires. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, 10 being the worst people, 1 being the best, right? Where do you feel? And we already done this. I feel I have moved without doing the tapping. I am a 1. I am a 1. But if I've not had enough self-love poured into me, I could fall down to being the 2 or the 3. Do you know what I mean? And I might quickly, you know, put someone else and I'm like, oh no, you know what I mean? But most of the time, yeah, I'm up there because I have to teach other people this. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't always mean we're perfect. That's what I'm just sort of teaching you that. Right. So anyway, check in with where you're at and I'll read the comments after. So side of the hand, even though I sometimes put myself last, like what I've just said, I choose to honor my own desires all the fucking time from now on. I'm only joking. Even though I sometimes put myself last, I choose to honor my own desires, and that's more than okay. And I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Hello, Barbie, how are you doing? Eyebrow. My desires are valid. Beck, you pay extra attention because this is yours. But obviously everyone needs it, how long I've spent on this. My desires are valid, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Side of the eye. And I deserve space in my life. Under the eye, I'm ready to protect my time and energy. Under the nose, I prioritize my well-being. Under the mouth, it's okay to say no to others. That one's going out to all the Libras and the Pisces and anyone where you've got strong Libra and Pisces and oh my God, so many other things, but that's what's sticking out to me. All of us that need to hear it, basically. That's quite a lot of us. Me included with some things. So, collarbone and yes to myself. Under the arm, I am firm and graceful. Or as I like to say, I'm soft and strong. You respect me, I respect you. You disrespect me, you're going to fuck around and find out. And that doesn't mean going fucking mental on somebody. That means I remove myself from the situation. And in really bad cases, I will remove myself forever. Or, I'll remove myself for a while for you to cool the fuck down. I don't know what's going on here. You know what I mean? But that's Empress. So, for my Empresses out there, that's Empress or an Emperor. You don't disrespect an Empress or an Emperor and think you're going to get away with it. So, and we should all have that much respect for ourselves. But sadly, that is not the case for everyone, or we're on a journey to get there. Because, like I said, it took me a while to get there. But I'm actually bigging myself up that I'm pretty glad that I've got to there before 40, because that's not going to be a lot of people. Some people will die never having that respect for themselves, and prayers for people to love themselves enough to not treat themselves like crap, basically. Right, top of the head. I respect and I prioritize my own desires, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Take a deep breath in. On the breath out through your mouth, release all of that and check in with yourself. Where are you? I'm definitely a hard one now. I'm a strong one. All the fucking time. That's what we're going to go for, but it doesn't mean we're always going to reach it. Do you know what I mean? Without being selfish, you know what I mean? Like, it's again, this is so overused, but I haven't used it in a while. It's the whole aeroplane thing. You might think that by putting your kid's mask on first, that's you being a good mum or dad or granny or whoever you are, and you know what I mean. And then believe me, I really do feel that because I fucking love my nieces. I love all children. I love children I don't even know. I'm here to protect children. And actually, definitely with the energies right now, like I have got a lot of asteroids in that are just honestly, it is a massive part of my calling, along with the other millions of bits I'm here to do to protect children and people's inner child. So I really do feel I'm very passionate about that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you fix the kids' mask before you fix your own, you might have left them really fucked because you're fixing their mask and then you pass out and they're on their own, in a very scary situation. So you have to think of it like that. It doesn't take long, it's quick, but you got to put your own mask on and then see to them. You know what I mean? And so many people just still ignore that analogy because they don't get it. And I've seen loads of people say it like, they think that means they're a nicer person. Like, oh no, I still wouldn't do it. I'd still put their mask on first. You're not understanding it then. Intelligence wise, you're kind of not really getting what that's about. You know what I mean? It's not saying you don't love your kids or you don't care about people. It's just saying, you need to learn to look after yourself before you're helping everybody else. Right, okay. You're going to be a much better parent to them when you're looking after you and just people in general. Right, okay, so let's read these. I'm worried if he sees what I wrote and I'm wrong about everything, he's going to think I'm crazy. Well, what I would say is, if he's seen what you wrote on here, why is he on here? You know what I mean? Like, I think more like he'd be teasing if he's seen what you're writing, because it's like, but I hear what you're saying. It's a natural response. Right, so I told myself during the eclipse I refuse to pour into anyone's cup who doesn't pour back. I refuse to fall for a man who can go a day without me. Not literally, obviously. Oh my God, that is so Venus and Aries. Sorry, no, I'm sorry, I'm Venus and Aries, but I'm here like that's Venus and Scorpio. Um, but you see, it can go, but like to really break it, that can go the other way because that is Venus and Scorpio, right? But what Venus and Scorpio people do, because we need to pick on it because that's what you are, um, because it's like so like all or nothing, like my jammy top that I had on last night. You could be so afraid of the pain of losing it before you even have it that you'll cut it off before you have it. And I can think of where that would apply to somebody I mentioned that had the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, mine definitely thought, right, I can't get to know her anymore because I quite like her, so I'll just cut her out. Wasn't really like that, but I'd maybe it worked for him because he stayed away a while, but maybe not. I don't know. We don't know. I can't presume to know that. But yeah, anyway. Um, I miss you when you're not here. Well, thank you for missing me. I miss you all when I'm not here too. But I do also like to have my weekends and time off. Like I am looking forward to having like not doing live streams in Libra season. Like I'm really looking forward to it. But also I'm a bit like fuck. I was meant to be filming the videos alongside the ones I'm doing in real time, and I haven't managed to do that. So they might be really short ones, but okay, I mean, you'll have something. Um, no one on here where I wrote. Oh, right. Where you wrote the thing. Right. I get you. Yeah, I'm too all or nothing. I have a habit or a default cut off. I just assume the worst. Yeah. Right. You're just like sorry, but sometimes it's just a little bit too intense. It's like you're not that you're my twin flame, but it's like you're just, that's definitely, oh God. And it's really funny too, because it's not like he didn't show me that. So, like when I was actually with him, he never showed me that. He just showed me the happy-go-lucky um Sagittarius energy, which is, and he is a Scorpio, but like, do you know what I mean? It's I feel he's like you. Um, I feel like it has been too long since I caught your live. Barbie, it was the other day. You don't need to be sorry. My youngest son is with me, Gideon. Hello, Gideon. How are you doing? Shield his ears if I swear. Actually, no. What age? He's not. What age is he again? He's not that young, but um, yeah, done that. Right. So yeah, we've done that. Right. Okay. So now eventually, Heather, are you still here? If Heather doesn't respond, I might wait and do it after her phone call because that took ages to. But sorry, not sorry, because it was all. We see how important it was, but I can also see. I don't know. We'll see by the time we get to the end of this. I might still do Taurus, but we've not even started the. Right. Heather, are you there? Actually, I don't know if she'll. Maybe I should put. Let's put it in here. Heather. I never write you, as in like just in case she's on the phone and she's muted us. I don't. I never put you like as in like you with that. Do you know what? Let's. I'm going to bash on with the thing, and then can people look out for Heather saying I'm here? Right, and anyone else that donates, I will pull you. Doesn't need to be a tapping card, but it can be if you want. But I'll do Heather's card after this. Right, okay, let's crack on with this because I haven't even fucking started, man. Right, okay, so I tell you what, let's identify with those cards that were just with the women's cards that were just mentioned there. I just want to know. Oh, wait a minute. I want to know what the flying pig card said because I've used that a few times. It's got it. Oh, I remember what it says actually. It says, there we go. Today I choose joy. It's not actually a flying pig. It's they're jumping through the field. But I see it as like when pigs will fly. Like, you know what I mean? Right, so okay, so this is to identify the divine feminine, male or female, that's going to resonate with this. Now, remember, this can make sense to, I just say this for the new people, this can make sense to a whole group of the people. All of it can make sense, or bits of it, you know what I'm saying? So just, yeah, it's not going to resonate with everyone, but bits of it will. So just take what resonates and leave the rest. What have we got for? I'm very hungry, right? Whenever I feel hungry, that's to do with, and it's just on here. I just need to make clear. But the thing is, it's kind of funny because I was gonna, right, basically when I worked this out ages ago, that when I noticed that I'm feeling hungry, and I did eat before I came on here, it's it's sexual energy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's when somebody's, I'm not going to say it's like somebody's feeling horny, but well, it could be that. But we'll find out from their deck. But it's like, you know, it's not that. It's like desire, you know, and that is Aries energy. But it's just, it's like right now, honestly, I'm like, God, I feel really hungry. But don't worry, I'll have my toast and tea after this. I always need to eat something. Except I've had too much bread today, but I think I'm gonna have to go for bread again. But like, yeah, there's a card in here that's got sex in it, so that's quite funny if that comes out. But I'm just mentioning it. I'll use the other deck too. But right, what have we got for the divine feminine, male or female, that's going to resonate with this the most? So this is also the masculine's feelings and how well you receive or not. Oh, and this is a deck that wasn't even meant to be in there, but we'll take it. Finding the stillness. So the feminine's in a very zen place of being present in the moment, or you're guided to find the stillness if you're a bit kind of rushed and hurried. And we've also got priorities. Well, that fits the last card being about prioritizing yourself. The quality of your life is determined by how you spend your time. Make sure your schedule reflects the life you want. So, as in, off the back of that tapping, if your life looks like everybody else's needs come before your own, like all the time, well, like I said, you're going to wake up one day and you're not going to be very happy because you sacrificed your own needs for everybody else all the time. So, where are you going to factor in this month? You know what I mean? And that is Virgo season right now is about like scheduling things and planning things, and you know, so I would take some time before the autumn equinox on the 21st there, and then that's also the new moon in Virgo at the highest degree, you know, to like really reflect. Remember, it's a second chance as well. That if you didn't do something on the new moon a couple of weeks ago, then it's a second chance in Virgo because it was in Virgo and this one's in Virgo. It's a second chance, which is why, you know, the conversation the other day was a little bit like the blue moon thing, like, oh, once in a blue moon. It's like a once in a blue moon opportunity to get it right the second time. So second chances. Like, take some time before Virgo season ends, basically. So before the 21st, take some time to sit down and plan some you time. Like, if you have to actually put on a calendar, like me time, or do something I love just for me, or have a date myself, or I don't know, you know, you can go as extravagant or big or small, whatever. Wee things count as well, you know. Do something that is filling up your cup, giving back to you. And everyone's different. Like, some people recharge by being around others. Sometimes some people recharge by being on their own. I personally 100% majority of the time, I'd say 95% recharge. Like, basically that's rewarding myself being myself. Like, says that's how much I love being myself. But the other 10% would be spending time with my nearest and dearest. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, there's very few people that I could spend time with in person which would recharge me. There are some, but not many. Just being honest. So some of you might be like that too. So, and I feel you're as a divine feminine, you feel that somebody's coming in to connect with someone special. A loved one is a gift to treasure. So whether you're aware of it or not, I really do feel, I don't know if you can see this, but there's a little naked couple in these hands. So I really do feel this is like God holding you. The divine has got your connection, a very raw and real. I don't like the word authentic because I often think it's used by people that are being quite fake, but that's what came to me. It's like, you know, it's an authentic connection, but I would say it's a real connection, but it's very vulnerable and it's protected by the divine. So it might, I feel what I'm getting from this is it's like it's something that you, it's, I feel I'm tapping into the feminine, but this feels like it's the masculine's feelings I'm tapping into here. It's like this is something that it's you protect it and guard it like it's just yours. So I feel this group of masculine energies, it's like, do you know what just flashed up in my mind? Do you know that scene in Greece when Danny and Sandy go into the diner? I know I always talk about the same scenes, but I don't talk about this scene. I don't think I've ever talked about this scene. But it's the scene where they go into the diner and they're hiding behind the menu and he just wants to be with her. And then it's like Kaneki comes up and he's like, hey, what's happening? Do you know what I mean? And then they like knock down the menu and then Rizzo and Kaneki start arguing. And like, you know, so it's like, it would be like if you're like, you know, quite a nice couple, but like you just, you know, pretty chill. You might even be passionate, you're chill, passionate, whatever, but you know, you've got a nice connection, and then you've got like a friend couple that argue all the time that's karmic, dramatic or something, and they just spoil it. It's like I can feel like someone's like, I don't want like I want to protect what I've got with this person, like from things like that. Like that's a really, they probably give me that all the time, but that's a really clever scene because it really stood out to me when I was watching it the other day actually, and then they just flashed it up, so that's why. So that's kind of how this person feels about this. It's like it's not something. So it doesn't mean like they're not going to have you around their people, but it's like maybe you're really sensitive or something like this. Whoever this is like I don't want I don't know. I don't. It's something like I don't. I can't be how I want to be with my person around these people. That's what I'm getting. So that could even just be somebody that just really loves being alone with you, and they will have you. So I'm talking to people about when you're in union. They will have you around their people, but it's like you get the best of them when you're on your own, whatever that means. And then I've pulled Power of Prayer, Animal Kingdom, and Luminosity. So these cards weren't meant to be in there, but there's all this stuff always happens for a reason. You're a divine feminine that's shining your light, and it's helping bring the guy from the garage, the chivalrous man, out of his hiding. Your prayers, and your light are helping guide someone out of the dark. Calling your power animals, or you've got an animal around you in the physical. Right, I think I have got that deck, though. They're there. Right, okay, so we'll put them there. Right, so that's identifying the feminine and the masculine's feelings. So, by the way, during the eclipse, I completely broke, feeling like I'm impossible to love. Oh, I suddenly felt my gran with me and remembered her love. Calmed down, actually, had a good night's sleep. I woke up at 444. Well, to add on to the 444s, I saw 444 on a reg plate. So it was, you know, I didn't get a picture, but that was a shame I didn't get a picture actually. But because that's my favourite combo. See, 144. I see 144 like about a million times a day. I do love 144 too, but my favourite is 444 as well. So maybe that was another wink from your gran through me, because yeah, that was the only one that really stood out, was seeing 444. Right, okay. This is where the masculine's at, and the divine feminine's masculine feelings, your boundaries, and taking action and overthinking and or planning, which is all stuff I've spoke about. They've just guided my eyes to that book about ADHD again, which has actually got the word distraction on it. So I feel if you're this masculine energy, male or female, or a feminine's masculine, you know, you could have been feeling a bit distracted by things, or a bit being pulled here, there, and everywhere. So let's see. A pair of pheasants randomly visited our garden this morning after the eclipse. Oh, wow. And also, you are not impossible to love, Beck. So whoever has made you feel that you're impossible to love, that's on them. You're very easy to love, and that's why I miss you when you're not in the chat. So, and I'm sure other people do too, but I am speaking for myself. We had a deer back in the summer. We're not that close to places these animals live, so well, that is weird. Deers are unconditional love as well, whatever it means to anyone else, right? What have we got for the masculine? Blessings. Count your blessings. A grateful heart attracts joy, love, and prosperity. So I feel currently this masculine group of people, whether it's as you or your person, male or female, are feeling really grateful for this connection. Because I'm thinking about that wee card I just held up with the naked people. It's like, yeah, feeling really grateful for this connection. So it kind of feels like even if you are in the darkest place out there, like all you need to do is, I feel this person gets excited about going to sleep because that's where they connect with you the most. I felt that really strong there. Right, what else? There's another naked person. And also, it feels there's a lot of naked people. So there's a lot of vulnerability because that's what, whenever I see a naked person on the cards and stuff, it always makes me think that. Unless it's the other kind of naked cards I've got, but we can't flash them for very long. Your body deserves love. So this is making me kind of sad because this feels like some of these divine masculine energies. Well, some of you, female males, and some of your people. Some people might have a bit of body dysmorphia. Like this is kind of funny because it's not as deep as that, but God, it's so weird how I mean I never get used to this. All the things that are coming up here are things that I've been pondering about at some point during the day. Because at some point during the day, I was thinking about like, yeah, like because that even happened when we were going out. Like it's like basically like how I look at this, right? Is I worked hard to be confident and feel good about myself, but it's um, like I love myself unconditionally, like with where I'm at right now. So it's more just frustration with like, I want to get back to that. Do you know what I mean? Um, and but it's I wouldn't go as far as to say body dysmorphia, but and they could be making me feel a little bit like that to get this message across. But there definitely are some times when I'm wearing certain things, I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like, oh my god, like is that what I'm looking like just now, right? And then like, but then it's weird because then when I'm watching back some of these, I'm like, oh, I look quite good there. I'm just being brutally. Aries is honest, right? But it's like and I've had it the opposite way sometimes. Like sometimes I watch this back and I'm like, oh my god, I'm not looking very good there. Or so we all. This is what I mean. We all do have moments like that, but it's like it's more so when I've been looking in the mirror. I'm like, or like if I see a photo, like when we went out, like I was like, fuck, yeah, I thought I looked better than that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, guys, it could just be getting older and the changes that happen. But I don't know. Or let's hope it's just so I can channel a message. But it's kind of like, it's, but at the same time, it's just like, I come back to, right, I love myself, I accept myself, and there's things I can do about it, things I'm not happy about. But it's, I don't know, this is really hard to get across the way that they're telling me it. But seriously, I was thinking about that for not very long, but it was just a passing thought this morning. So I feel it's more some of yours. But I'm just being honest, that I was thinking about me when I looked in the mirror too. It's not every time I look in the mirror, but it's a few times. And it's like, and that is quite body dysmorphia. Do you know what I mean? When you're not actually seeing yourself how other people are seeing you, like you're seeing something else. It reminds me of that film, like um Shallow Hal, which like I've only seen bits of it. I remember catching it and mentioning it on one of these, but I didn't see the whole thing. I've only seen bits of it, but I get I know the gist of it. And there's more one that I have seen all of it because it's like, isn't it that like, is it not that like she actually is quite big? but he's looking at her and thinking she's looking really hot. Is that, I don't know. I've not seen it all. I've only seen bits of it. But there's another one like that where it's more about self-worth. And she is actually quite big that too, that actress. But her best friend at work is in love with her, right? But she just didn't even think for a second that he was, and because she doesn't, yeah, she's like, there's no way he's going to be in love with me. So, you know what I mean? Pulling in all of this kind of stuff. There's a lot of masculine. So this means that there's some of you could be like really good looking. Like, I mean, like I said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. People at the start of this live were giving me compliments like that. And it's like I said, like, you know, I'm grateful if, you know, well, like, do you mean I'll receive that if somebody says something to me like that? But there, you know, there's not everybody finds everyone attractive kind of thing. So it doesn't really matter whether you're a man or a woman. What I'm trying to say here is you could be like, a lot of people could find you very attractive, but if you don't find yourself attractive, there's a problem with that. You know what I mean? And I would more lean upon, like, for when I think about myself, it's like when I said on one of the last live streams, like, there's loads of nights out I've had, or like, you know, things memories I've had, like, and I'm like, God, I wish I knew how hot I was back then. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really didn't actually realize it. Like, I didn't think I was as attractive as what I actually was. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not like, Jimmy, don't get wrong. It's not like I was like, oh fuck, I'm a total bigot, Jimmy. It's not like I was thinking that, but it was like you know, it's only when you get old you really appreciate. You should have just made the most of what you had. You know, you should just work for what your mama gave you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and being a wee bit more confident. So that's what I like to pass on to some of you younger people that tune into me and big you up. You know, because we've got a lot of lookers out there, whether you're men or women. And we've got a lot of lookers out there that are the same age as me, and a lot of older people that are still very attractive. It doesn't really matter what age you are. But unfortunately, that's what I'm getting with this. It's like you don't see yourself how other people see you. Or it's like you attract a lot of people that think you're hot, but they maybe just want to get you into bed, or, you know, they don't appreciate all of you. God, that's pretty deep. But your body deserves love. Yeah. You could just be feeling extra vulnerable too. So, right, okay, let's get some more. I'll see what you're saying. I was just looking away. I hate my body at the moment. I stopped working out as much because I burnt myself out. I look chubby in photos. Yeah, I look chubby too, Beck. I hear you. But it's like, do you know what I mean? I'm just being honest. But it's, yeah, I look like that with that guy. I don't even think he finds me attractive. Even if people do find me attractive, only a few come forward. But sometimes, like, don't go by that. Sometimes people aren't coming forward because they're intimidated. Because I've known that from just over time, because of the amount of times over my life that, yeah, people, like, I'd bump into people from school or that and be like, I've fancied you for years. I'm like, well, you never fucking done it about it, did you? And they'd tell me why they didn't, you know, and it was their own stuff. So don't always assume that if you're not getting approached, it's because you're not attractive. It could actually be the opposite. People could be intimidated. Um, we equally we equally can't go around thinking, oh, nobody approaches me because I'm so hot. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's not. And then we can go the other way. Everybody approaches me because I'm so hot. Do you know what I mean? Just see what I mean? It's all. This is the shadow of this is actually Aries, because Aries in the first house, which is what I'm channeling to, is ego. And ego, it always gets a rap for being a bad thing. Ego is not a bad thing, right? And everyone knows what I'm going to say if you're here all the time. Ego is your personality. If you had a boring personality, if I had a boring personality, I wouldn't even get one view, let alone moaning about, you know what I mean? It's like, so I'm grateful that I can't bore people that much because I do get views. Granted, I don't get that much, but it's like, but I do get views. And the people that do hang out in the chat, you are soul family, you know what I mean? And it's people that are, you know, quite attached to me, you know, hopefully in a healthy way, but you know what I mean? It's like because I've done this for 10 years in public. So it's actually, you know, I don't want to say more special, but in some cases, the connections that I've got with some people that tune into me, it's more special than some people that might have like 100,000, 5,000, 10,000, because that connection spanned over 10 years for some people, or even 6 or 7 years of that, you know what I mean? And then some people will go away for a couple of years and then they'll come back and then they'll be, oh, what are you doing now, Claire? And they might not even realise hey, you know, hi, but I'm only talking about twin flames. You might be like, what the fuck? And some people might have tuned in and been like, what's she talking about twin flames? I wanted to know about the astrology only. And I'm like, well, sorry, I talk about the astrology and I talk about the twin flames. I'm a twin flame astrologer, you know what I mean? but if you want just mediumship, then mediumship Monday. But you know, sometimes that's all about twin. I'm a twin flame healer. You know what I mean? I'm just owning it. People can like it or they can love it or they can, you know, fuck off. But you know, with love, you know, fuck off and still, you know, I'm not forcing you to watch it. I you know, it annoys me. It's just twin flames all the time, but I accept it. Just like it annoys me that I, you know, want to be another weight and it seems to be kind of hard to get there, but I've got other people there, so I will get myself there, damn it. You know what I mean? And then, sometimes I think subconsciously, when I look back at some of these videos and I was less weight, I didn't like my face. I think my face looks a bit nicer, fuller. So, you know what I mean? It's just the rest of me. I'm like, that's a pity I couldn't keep the fuller face, but lose the chunky thighs. And, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, we all do it. I think they're just using me because I don't, just to show you that we all could, like, you know, if you stand and look in the mirror too long, you'll start finding loads of shit wrong with you. You know what I mean? So just look in the mirror and be like, I love you. I really love you. I'm looking at, I love you. I really love you. I deeply and completely love and accept myself. You know what I mean? I've done it wrong hand. But right. Let's get some more. But seriously, some of you divine masculine, male and female, or some feminine that are ready, you need to do that. Tapping will help you. You know what I mean? So you can do that with me if you want to, or you can do that with me yourself because I've put it out there in public. So what's another one? Sing. Yes, you need to sing more because I pulled it upside down. She's got her hairbrush and she's given it loudy. A bit like what I do. Peace. Geese peace. You're surrounded by drama. Just because some people are fueled by drama doesn't mean you have to attend a performance. Make your life a drama-free zone. Oh, very interesting. So it feels very divine masculine. So divine masculine. Side note, this is really weird, but you could be like I don't know. Now this is a really specific bit, so obviously isn't everyone, but somebody could be a good singer, or like whether you actually just, you know, like singing, being playful, or you're actually a singer, or you're actually an actress, or you've got some kind of drama qualifications, or you know, something like that, or you're an entertainer, or you could work online, any of these kind of things. Because look, we've got sing, and that one's got the drama symbols. So that's just a wee added thing, right? But it's like, I feel if you think about the example I gave from Greece of Rizzo and Kaniki, like it feels like a karmic couple around somebody, and it's like somebody's like, I just don't, yeah, I just, you know, I don't know what it is. I just keep getting that feeling that it's like, I want to protect this union. Like I think it is quite. I think it's stronger than the examples I'm good. I think it's someone that's like could have like very karmic kind of toxic people around them, or like I said, it can just be people that are all right, but you know, quite dramatic and selfish. I don't know, whatever that. Somebody that's like, I don't really want my person to be around that person very much, if even at all. But I think this could be for some of you that you're like, I don't want to be around them anymore. I've changed that much. So just take what bits resonate. For some people, it'll be like, oh, I still want those people in my life. I accept them for who they are. And it's like, you know, because everyone, that you can't just cut everyone out of your life. And that's where, this is what's really difficult with this stuff, right? Everybody's got good and bad traits. You can't just go cutting everybody out because, you know, they showed you they're ugly. You know what I mean? They're ugly sides to them is what I'm meaning. Like, you know, but what I always say is, from helping people and from personal experiences I've had, if you've gotten to the point where you do cut somebody out, they've done something to deserve it. Do you know what I mean? And you hold the right to do that. But that's where those are the type of people that are usually the people that go around getting flying monkeys and, you know, making you out to be the devil kind of thing and flipping the story. Because that's what people That's what people that don't admit they're wrong do. Do you know what I mean? So again, it's like, but yeah, I really do feel that with me mentioning that dramatic scene, you know, there's some of you, divine masculine, male and female, that you know, just because you've got dramatic people around you, you don't need to pay attention to them, and you can actually make your life a drama-free zone by spending less time with them, or in extreme cases, by I've had to do it in my life. You know what I mean? And like I say all the time, it doesn't mean I don't have love for people and hope people are happy in their life, but sometimes it's just the end of the road. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be more harm than good for the two of you in some sort of way. There's not a lot left to work with. So take that as it resonates. But I feel that's some heavy stuff that some divine masculine females and males are going through. Right. So I took creative arts and GCSE initially, but dropped it because I was told I couldn't make a career out of it. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? And you've been singing more. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? How the fuck did they know? Right, okay, so right, keep an eye out for Heather. I'll pull her cards when she comes up. Right, so let's get the oh no, I need the phone because I need to just put that on a bit of paper. I always think that. Right. So that was to identify, right? So this is the past energy. Oh, they're all falling on me. Where's that? They're down there. Right, this is what was blocking you in the past, but just bear in mind this might still be present for some people. So this will be interesting. If there's a card in here about body shame, so how interesting would that? Oh, that's why that's coming out. Aries is the first house is the body. That always happens. Whatever sign I'm on, it always comes up the theme of the Aries is the body. So right, what have we got? So this is either somewhere where you were stuck in the past repeating this pattern. And I hope this is, well, I don't know if it's everyone's past, but I hope, oh, that's funny. A lottery thing came up, but it had 144. So, or you're still stuck in this pattern. So you'll know. That's for us to know and you to wonder, or you to wonder and us to know, whatever, you know what I mean? Right, divine feminines and masculine's feminine side for a collective of people. Ah, kind of similar, kind of similar. Look, comparison, but it did come out in reverse, so I do feel this is behind you. Comparing is unfair. Leave the past behind and see your new love for who they are. So I feel for divine feminines, male and females, I feel in the past, I feel you were comparing yourself to who you are. And I feel specifically homing in on the twin flame journey, it's like, it's those of you when you were just kind of like, how can that person be attracted to me, but then also be attracted to somebody like that? Like, I'm literally nothing like them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel that's what it was. Or like, if it's nothing to do with you and your person, it's like comparing yourself to, like, you know, oh, like if you I feel this is if you hadn't done a lot of the healing, like, you know, well, oh, somebody I was with in the past, you know, said this about me, so what if they're not going to like that about me too? Or, you know, so again, I feel it's maybe that won't be for everyone. I feel it's for if you've been with somebody that's quite abusive, you know, like verbally, mentally, hopefully not physically, but, you know, it's somebody that's been quite shit to you. Like, I feel that's why the body shame, well, that body talk thing's coming up. It's like, yeah. So again, that, remember, that's for divine feminines, but that's also the masculine's feminine side. Like, I feel, you know, there's a need to, or this is what you've worked through, to leave your past behind and see your twin flame for who they are, which is not the karmic partner. So right, let's see what we've got for the masculine and the feminine's masculine side. How could he possibly be that attracted to me when that was his ex? A lot of them all tall and blonde, all of them beautiful in their own right. Yeah, because that's the thing. Everybody is like beautiful in their own way. But yeah, a lot of the time it can be like that, like totally different looks wise. You could have two beautiful people, but it's like they're like not like me. So how are you even attracted to me if you're attracted to me? You know what I mean? So, but so that feels exactly like what I was picking up on. Right. So what have we got for the masculine? Same thing, and the feminine's masculine side. What is this? This is not the sugar babes. What am I watching? Is this new? I'm not going to comment, guys. I'm very confused right now. I'm not going to comment. It looks like the sugar babes have made a comeback and had a few changes with the members. I really am very confused at that. I don't remember that person. Too passive. Too passive. Shook is on the reg plate, and that's how I'm feeling a little bit now. I'm just like, because first of all, that this must be new because she's the very first original sugar babe, and she was in it. And I'm just going to stop right there. So, too passive, right? This comes out a lot for the divine masculine, male and female. Take initiative to meet someone and to keep the passion ignited, but it feels like in the past, or possibly still now, oh, it's actually called shook, you've not done very much towards the divine feminine. Now, as we see all the time, right? So I'm going to be, play devil's advocate or whatever, or, back the masculine up. It doesn't mean, and right as I'm saying this, a song called Talk, Omar Rudberg, whatever that is, has just come on. Like, just because this person isn't talking to you or moving towards you, it doesn't mean they don't like you or even love you, right? We see that all the time in this. But we are in the season of Virgo reality, that doesn't help you too much. And Beck has already said something like that in the chat. It's like, yeah, well, I want somebody that's actually going to talk to me and hug me and kiss me and be with me and all the things that happen in the real world. Like, you know what I mean? Like, especially if, and again, extra hear you if your love language is physical touch and quality time. And I shared in the membership. I mean, I was actually just going to post that in public. In fact, fuck it, I will post it in public too. I don't care. That's it. Basically, I was going to post it in public because the other day I broke down. I hadn't done the test for ages, but I was like, I bet you my order is physical touch, quality time. What did I say next? Words of affirmation, receiving gifts, and acts of service. And I shit you know, that is the exact order that it went in when I done the test yesterday. So you know what I mean? So like, I am somebody that quality time and physical touch comes way before all the other stuff. Whereas that's not everyone, because we've got some in the membership that their first one was my last one. So that shows you how different people are. Do you know what I mean? And I've said that before, that I do feel a lot of divine masculines right up there are well, that was a divine masculine too. Like, words of affirmation, definitely, definitely. But the amount of people that do what I do that are divine feminine, they're that the divine masculine must be getting some, you know what I mean? And that's fine. That's your love language. That's it. But it's about comes back to the, and overall, forget the fact there's divine time and all that. It does get to a point where you need to do something about it. And that's the energy of this thing. It's not time to wait anymore for lots of people. You've got a mismatch, you know what I mean? So it doesn't mean, oh, you're not well suited. It just means you've got to think about the other person. You know what I mean? You might be okay having, nice things said about you, or help things to help you. But if the other person's love language is getting a hug and physical touch and spending time with you, and they're not getting any of that, it's not matching up, is it? So that's just for some of the people that's going to fit with it, that I can think that'll, that'll make sense. But in general, it's like you've been too passive. Like you've hid your feelings too much. So again, remember that could go for both people. This could, because this is your past, and like I say that when it's relevant, that was definitely, I know it's hard to believe what I've been doing for the past 4 years in public, but like that was me on this journey too at one point. Like it really was. Like it was more just in the way of like, that kind of this is just casual when it suits us both, when we serendipitously bump into each other, or when he would call me, because I wouldn't call. Oh yeah, see, I was too passive. I never called him, never. Like, you know what I mean? I can count on one hand the amount of times I did, because I was, yeah, I was. Well, I suppose it would be fear of rejection. Yeah, it would be fear of rejection that was behind that too. Oh, 100% it would be that. But like, I would more see it as like protecting myself, because it's like, oh, he doesn't, you know what I mean? Like he just does what he wants to do when he wants to do it. So how do I know that I'm going to call him when he would want to see me? Kind of, that's the way I would see it. Do you know what I mean? But then obviously, then I got to the point. Well, I get, you know, it was just, I don't know. I was activated, guided to be like, oh no, I need to do something about this. I need, which actually, oh, and I knew that when I posted, that's what that's got to do with it as well. That clip that I saw today, it does remind me of those kind of moments. Like I've had that moment where where that guy's got in that clip. Like I've just got to shoot my shot. I've got to tell him how I feel. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really matter whether it goes. You know what I mean? Because that's Joan of Arc energy. It gets too painful to keep it in, and then you don't want to die an old lady. What, like, you know what? Imagine that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to imagine it, because that's, like I say, the same time, like I done it. You know what I mean? I don't need to live with regrets, and that lifted something. It doesn't mean you always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you want further down the line. So the point is, if you're the person that hasn't ever told somebody how you feel, maybe you need to. Deep stuff. I feel like I want one more. Wow, I love when that happens. It happens all the time. Same fucking card. Yet divine masculine, you've been too passive. You've done nothing. Some of you have done nothing. In fact, you've done the complete opposite. You have made it look like you don't even fucking like the divine feminine. In some extreme cases, like you hate them. And we know that that's not true, because we're going to ask the hot man deck. Rejection. Look at what I said about fear of rejection. Build your confidence by dating a lot and find out what people like about you. But that can also backfire, and you can end up meeting more karmic people that treat you like shit, talk to you like shit, and dent your confidence, keeping you even further away and not shooting your shot. So hopefully this is all past stuff, but it's coming out pretty strong. So it will be present for some. And again, if you have got involved with people, oh, it's 11:44 as well. You know what I mean? Part of your journey. But if you have been involved with people that have really dented your confidence and not made you feel good about yourself, even more reason why you need to get to your twin flame to get bigged up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's within reason, guys. You know, you can't. It's not. If you're new at the journey and you've literally just started your healing journey, or even if you're only halfway through it, you know, you don't want to get into something codependent where it's like the other person is like, you know, you're living for the other person and all that. Because trust me, there's a lot of people that are like that, regardless of age. A lot of older people are like that, but I can think of people ages, you know, I can think of loads of people that are like that, all ages. But it's like, I'm talking to people where a lot of these insecurities will fade away with how you will both treat each other. You know, it's like you've learned the karmic lessons with the karmic people, uh, and you deserve somebody that's going to actually show you the love that you deserve, maybe for the first time in your life. Oh my God, love it. It's beautiful. Right. Okay. So, present energy. For some reason, I want to go to these. Right. Present energy for divine feminine and the masculine's feminine side. Now, if that weight card comes out again, that'll be interesting. I don't know if it counts, but I've technically revealed feelings, I guess. Well, could you reveal a little more for us to judge whether uh, say something? Whenever I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, oh, can I say that? Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. It was ages ago. Yeah, mine revealed feelings to me once, but he was drunk. And so I was just like, oh, he's just drunk. He didn't mean it. But and again, we were also very young too. But I never forgot it. But if I'm right and it's just because he was drunk, maybe he wouldn't even know that he'd done it. which is what I assumed. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, the interest. The rest of the time it was just showed it, didn't say it. Right. What have we got for the feminine? Oh. Vic, are you talking about my one or your one? Nah, I know. I'm only joking. You did mean it. I do think my one did mean it, but I'm just being fair, right? Like I don't put it this way. I would be pretty. I don't know about. I would be pretty shocked if whenever I do talk to him, if he says he remembers that and he meant it, I would be quite mind blown by that actually. Right. Okay. So right. What have we got? Where's the feminine at? The soul meant it. That's the point. We've been connected for past through all the past lives. The soul meant it, and something slipped out of the soul. That's what I'm saying. See, that's very Venus and Scorpio, isn't it? So that's how I could be right. You know what I mean? Um, but otherwise, in our bodies and people that we are, and ages that we were, and with how much we both want to drink, a lot to do it. Right, okay. But that was only time. That was only time at that, and it never happened again. And that's why I was like, yeah. Right, okay. So, um, come on, feminine energy and masculine feelings. Yes, I think it's the masculine feelings holding it up. Present energy, get out your comfort zones. What do you need to do? Divine feminines, divine masculine feelings. If that weight in reverse comes up again, that'll be interesting. Currently, there's a plane flying, so that's like to me, like when Alice put the rocket. You need to take action. Wait a minute, is that might be no? I'm thinking, is it? What the fuck is it? Is it? Where's the remote? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I thought that. We're going to Ibiza. So, sorry, that's quite funny because mine was obsessed with Ibiza. Probably still is for I fuck yeah, but that's quite interesting. I thought it was we're going to Ibiza, but it's like they're but what I mean, this could be some of you, like you could have just been to Ibiza, or you could have just been on holiday, or um so but yeah, it was more the plane, like the fact, like the plane taking off. That's what I was thinking. Right, so what the fuck's this all about? All right, so a year from now. So what I feel this card is about, right, is I'm asking, where are you now, and what would help to get your comfort zone? I feel the message of this is divine feminine, like keep visualizing and holding space for how different your life could be a year from now. So when we're specifically tuning in to, well, any area of life, but when we're tuning in the twin flame journey and in the area of love, um, going with all the other stuff that's come through, if you don't feel good about yourself right now, or if it's wee little things that are annoying you, your body, like where do you want to be a year from now? Visualize it, visualize it, make a plan, start taking action. And let's be honest, some of you are going to need a coach to do that. And that's what I do. I've got a package, Create Your Vision, called that for a reason. Do you know what I mean? Because, oh my God, what the fuck's going what the hell's going on here, guys? Wait a minute. We need to stop. This is not all right. I'm like, my fucking eyeliner is right under my eye. Oh God, annoying. I need to get. I was looking at that the other day. Maybe that was my. I was looking at ones that are meant to stay put. Fuck's sake. He's like right under my. Anyway, sorry, that was annoying me. But yeah, visualize and, you know, or maybe you've already done this. Like maybe, you know, you've put for the past, never mind a year, for a long time, you've been putting a lot of intention and thought and feeling all of it into this moment, you know, and keep basically acting in alignment and integrity with what you really want. So if you really want this person, don't be going about saying you don't want this person, you're over them, because there are lots of people on the twin flame journey that do that. There's loads of people online that do that. You know what I mean? And I don't get it. I do get it. I don't get it. It's kind of like it's obviously to protect yourself, but it's, you know, you've got to stand in your truth. That's what Joan of Arc energy is saying. Stand in your truth. You know what I mean? You're claiming how you feel. It doesn't mean you're forcing another person. It's like I always say, it's like, you know, if somebody's going to come towards you and not be too passive, if they're going to take action, then that everyone's got their own personal responsibility. Trust, and we hope and we pray though that it's like these people are, or if this is yous out there, that you're taking action towards who you want to be with because you're free to do so. You know what I mean? Basically, you know what I mean? But you can say how you feel. You're allowed to do that. But yeah, I also feel I'm masculine on for the masculine's feelings. It feels even stronger that it's like you've got to tune into, especially those of you, if you're not happy in your life right now, do you want to be where you are right now a year from now? And this is especially for people if you're with the wrong person. And remember, it's not the wrong person. I don't like saying the wrong person, but I'm going to say the wrong person. They're saying they'll say the wrong person because some of you are with the wrong person. Because you know why? Because it's like the way I'm saying it is, it's like we've all chose experiences with people, good or bad, ugly, whatever, for a reason, to learn the lessons our soul wanted to learn. I truly do believe that. But I know that some of you have had really ugly lessons in the past. Some of you are going through some really ugly lessons in self-worth right now. And they all serve a purpose. But it's like, do you want to still be there a year from now? If you don't, start making a plan of action, which might be a plan of action that you can execute quite quickly. And some of you, I know it might not be quickly, there's complications. But you can start today, you know what I mean? But if you do nothing about it today, you know, nothing changes kind of thing. And again, I feel I'm saying this because a lot of you already done this. Like, especially some people could have been working on themselves for the last year or year or last young the year or longer, you know what I mean? But there's something specific about a year ago or a year from now. So take that bit as it resonates. Recovery, yeah. So recovery, I do feel in this specific case as well, because addictions keeps coming up so much. I feel some of you, oh my, are you fucking shitting me? There's a song called New Body Parts. No idea what it is, by the way. New body parts from a toilet. So it's like, God, in this day and age, that could mean whatever. I'm moving on. But it's like, you know, somebody could have been in recovery. So somebody could have been in recovery from an illness or an addiction or a way of being, codependency, because you do have to recover from codependency. If you've been in a codependent romantic connection, it's an addiction. Do you know what I mean? You think, how the fuck would I be addicted to somebody that's horrible to me? Well, because some people are. You know what I mean? So you're addicted to the pain, pleasure kind of thing, the drama. It's yeah. And remember, this can be as well if you've had karmic friends or family too. It's it all. Some of you are bits and bobs of all of it, and some of you might be none. I hope it's none of it is resonating, but I know it's going to be. It's like that card said, you know, just because some people are putting on a drama, you don't need to attend the performance. When you keep healing, you do get to a point of being healed enough that you recognize, why did I think this was fun? Like, why did I think being around like this type of person was a friendship? Or why did I think like this is, you know, oh, that's just, you know, that's just us. That's just our friendship group. And it's like, you know, and then you keep healing and you're like, fuck me, like I don't like who I am around them. and I don't even fucking like who they are. Like, I don't want to be, you know what I mean? And that's so that, you know what I mean? You can see how that can be friends, family, or and it's lovers. It can, you know what I mean? It could be people at work. You know what I mean? It just depends how much it's taken over your life. So anyway, right now we'll hear from the masculine with this deck. So currently, what would help the masculines get out their comfort zone, or what is going on right now for whoever's resonating with this? I've accepted one-sided, not going to feel love towards this guy for the rest of my life. I beg to differ. If it's your twin flame, you will. But you might, you know, decide to move on in the physical, but you will feel love towards him. That's how you'll find out as it moves along, if that's who that is to you. Just not going to stay stuck. I don't think mine will ever move. It's almost been a year. Beck. Let's not go. My words are going funny. I think this person can't. I think this person's going to be lost for words. Let's not get onto the time factor here. A year is nothing on the twin flame journey. Sorry to tell you that, but it is nothing, absolutely nothing. But you just keep moving the way that you are guided to, because you are meant to have the experiences free on that girl's tattoo. And I also wrote a note down at free. Something in my phone earlier. But yeah, all will become clear who that person is in your life over time. Right. So you've got to follow your own calling and purpose and have fun, and yeah. Just you concentrate on having a good night on Friday. Right. What have we got from the masculine? Wow, but that's totally like I'm going all see, but look, I'm going all stuttery. So whenever I go all stuttery or I keep saying words different, that's because this is how the person is feeling. All the people in this energy. That's quite funny. I just said about you going out because a song's on called Out Out, Joel Corey. I've never heard that before either, but I usually like his songs. That's like one of those guilty pleasures. I'm like, I just always think of him as like Sophie's ex-boyfriend from like Geordie Shore. But they're normally quite catchy. The distance between us kills me. Yeah, that fits with the title. Like, I don't want to wait. Oh my god, now I want to sing. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I need to just I don't know the words. I used to know them off by heart because it's Dawson's Creek. But I don't want to wait. That's just popped into my mind too. But this one I don't really know how it goes. I sang it at the start. I forgot already because I hadn't heard it before. But it's David Guetta and other people. Yeah, the distance is killing this person. The distance between us kills me, and I don't want to wait anymore. I'm ready. This group of divine masculines coming in strong. They might already be here for some of you. You might have already made your move. Right. What else have we got? Let's see if it's consistent. I, I want to apologize. I need your forgiveness. Yeah, definitely. That full moon eclipse in Pisces has definitely shifted a lot of people's energy big time. Like, because, you know, it's the end. And also, Pisces is forgiveness. It's also hidden stuff too. So wherever it's like, if so, this feels like a lot of masculines that might have been in denial. That full moon eclipse might have been enough to pull people out of denial, because there's so much from that scene actually. Because again, from that scene from The Office, that's what I got from it too. Like, she's the divine masculine in denial because she's engaged to somebody else, but she's flirting and in love with him every day at work, and they're calling each other best friends. And not to mention, that's not very nice when she acts like, you know, she gaslights him by being like, "Oh, I'm sorry if you got the wrong idea." That's not the wrong idea. That's could be argued that that was leading him on. Although I wouldn't say, you know, I mean, it's in that situation that's difficult, and that's why that happens all the time with people at work. You know, it does, doesn't it? I don't think that's a nice thing about it, but when you're with somebody every day and you're finding them quite endearing, and you're, you know, it's quite easy to see how people fall in love. So it's quite a difficult one, really. Right. I used to have young boys that fell in love with, not, don't worry, not that young. Like I was in my 20s and some of these guys were like 18, 19. And like, so like, say I was like 24, 25. And oh my God, I was thinking about this the other day too. And there was like a few guys that, when I worked in the Waitrose, that like the people I worked with and the other people that worked there would, because we basically, I never told them at the time. I don't know how this is going to fit into it, but that's hidden as well. My mum was the manager of the agency that hired the people to do the tasting things, right? You know, when you like taste yogurts and whiskey and wine and shit like that. And but I never told the people for like 2 years. I think I'd done it for longer than that. It was two, I think it was 2 years, but I never, no, I think I worked there for like more like 4 years or something like that, doing that. And amongst working in nurseries and stuff, I just used to do bits and bobs. And because it was great, I just got pissed, like handing out the wine and stuff. And then I would go out with my pals at night. Like, you know, that was great for that time of my life. But the point I'm saying this is like, you know, I didn't tell the people in Waitrose, like I didn't tell them that the person, you know, my mum would come in and check what we were doing and that. And people didn't know that that was my mum. Because I didn't want them to know that. Like I just wanted them to know me for me. And like, but also, yeah, like people would laugh, like being like, "You're like the Pied Piper," because there was like a few people, like there was young guys, and then there was some older men, and there was people that that had apparently, you know, got a little thing for me, and it was even more awkward than what would be about something like that now, because I was like really like really, I'm still awkward, but I was like really really shy. And I mean, because there's tons of funny stories about working there. But you know, the one I was thinking about, right? Like, because I've told this story before, where there was one really good looking guy that came up. That was the only time that happened. But there was one really good looking guy that came up and asked for my number. Like, it was good for my confidence at the time, right? Because I wasn't very confident. And long story short, this hot guy turned the corner, and I was like, "Holy fuck!" I was like, remember, I'm quite fussy, so I was like, "Holy fuck!" I was like, "He's hot," and like, and so I was just kind of like, you know, I don't know, I noticed how hot he was, and actually, whoever it was, I think it was, yeah, because I used to work with different people, but it was one of my friends, and she actually texted to be like, hot guy," like, so say she was on the yogurts. I was like up at the wine. And she was like, look out. And anyway, this guy was really hot, but that's a really good example. Like, this guy was really good looking. But long story short, and that, but this is like the only date I've ever been on in my life. This is a true story, right? And I think this is why. Well, actually, it's not the only date. I can think of like literally my karmic person took me on a date, but look at my face. It does me, yeah. I wasn't treated like a lady anyway, put it that way, maybe for about fucking 10 minutes. But like, yeah, it's probably the only reason why I've only been on one date, because it was the most awkward situation of my whole fucking life. And then the irony of it, I can't bother telling the whole story, but I need to kind of need to tell some of it though for people that have heard. But the irony of it was then the next time I saw my my twin flame, this is how we were close, like, you know what I mean, like I told them. But I've said this before, like I kind of think, like, you know, subconsciously, was I trying to see if he was going to be bothered? Yeah, and it looked like he didn't give a fuck. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it just looked like he was. It looked like he was my best pal giving me advice. I was like, right, well, he clearly does not give a shit. But he did. The thing is, he did. He obviously did care. He's just really good at hiding it. But he might have not cared as well. There's a chance he actually might not have cared. But he did care in the right way. Like, he cared that I had got into a situation like that, and then was like, but anyway, it was quite funny. But yeah, okay, so I'll need to tell you what happened now. Basically, the long and short of it was this hot guy, but that was a good bit. I hold on to the fact that it was like he came up and asked for my number, and I was fucking mortified, and I was like, but the red flags were shown right away, because so I gave him a number, and I was really embarrassed, and then of course everyone in the shops, and they were like, "Oh my god, Claire, did that guy just?" I was like, "Yeah, just shut up, shut up." So anyway, I went on my lunch break, and like uh it was like 5 minutes after he'd asked my number, like he texted me, and I was like, "Oh, that's a bit keen, right?" So, and then I think he texted me again, like, you know, before the shift had ended, and I thought, this is a bit weird. This is giving red flag, but you know, he's keen, he's hot, right? We'll just give him a chance, right? I never do this shit. I think I'm being guided to do this. And anyway, long story short, went out. I weirdly went out on a weeknight or something, and oh, the whole thing was just so awkward. It turned out he'd split up with somebody not that long before, and he also, I remember this as well. He had a really young baby, like we're talking like still a baby. But that's fine. You don't judge people and all that. But I was kind of thinking that's a bit fresh, and he's seeming like he's kind of. This is seeming like I'm a bit like a counselor rather than a date. But I'm still really young at this point, right? And I'm thinking, what the fuck am I attracted here? Um, and so anyway, yeah, like he was just talking a lot about his ex and his baby, and I'm thinking this is a bit weird, but okay, yeah. Like, are you sure you're over this ex? And um, and then, oh god, this even makes me cringe to say it. I'm like, I can't say it, but he awkwardly he like leaned over the table to try and kiss me, like, and it just, you know, it just wasn't a moment. Like, it was like we were sitting in a pub that was, and it's so weird. The pub we went to, I can't believe that's where I went for a date, because that pub is like a kind of, it's more of a guy's pub, and it's like an Irish pub, and like I love going in there actually, because when you were younger, it's like you would always, there would always be, you'd always either see somebody you know, or there would be hot guys or something. And not that, like I said, it's a lot of time I would, you know, not doing, me and my pals wouldn't do anything about it. Do you know what I mean? We'd just be in there and then get drunk and then leave and go wherever we're going. But the point was, the lighting's really bright for some reason, and then it's dim at other bits. But yeah, it was a weird place. It was like really bright, and I was just getting a bit drained by this guy. And then he leaned over and tried to kiss me, and I didn't kiss him though. I remember I was kind of like, it's a bit soon, so that was awkward. But I'm surprised I didn't actually let him kiss me, because I was not assertive in the slightest, as you'll hear as this story goes on. And then maybe you'll understand why I am assertive now. But yeah, then we moved on to another place where my friend at the time was actually the manager of this club, and because it was during the week, it was dead. So I went in there, and there was nobody there, and also she was like, when he went in the toilet, she was like, she's like me, but she's like me, but she's like her. In some ways, we're nothing like each other, but in some ways, we're everything like each other. Is with the honesty, because it's like, it reminds me of an episode of Sex in the City or something, where like how they'd be with each other, because, and definitely given like Samantha vibes. But she was like, Cornwall, what the fuck? Like, what you doing? Like, she was like, and she was just kind of like, he is so not you. And I was like, yeah. She was like, you know, good looking, but he is so not you. And I'm like, I know, he is so not me. It's like, and he keeps going on about like his ex and his new baby, and also he lives like really fucking far away. And she was like, yeah, you need to cut this off. Like, this is like, you know, and I'm like, yeah, I know. But then even with her saying that, I was like, but how am I gonna, right? So then we left, and then it started really heavy raining, and then he tried to kiss me, and I just ended up kissing him. And then I just kept kissing him, right? And then it gets worse. Then I actually let him come back to my house, because he made up some story about missing the bus, and he didn't have money to get the bus. But like, sorry, really, you know, I'm not this gullible now, but this is how gullible I was, right? And so, you know, nothing ended up happening, right? I would just tell you, right? This is about a million years ago, so I would just tell you. But I promise, I didn't sleep with him, but he did try it, and and then he kept trying, and then I was quite upset. I was like, look, what? I was like, if you don't fucking listen to me, you can go through there and sleep on my tiny little couch. And so that made him stop. But anyway, so this is, you know what I mean? This is, I told my twin flame the whole story the next time I saw him. And like, you know what I mean? So I was laughing, but like, he gave me quite good advice about that. But remember, he was a young guy fucking getting into situations and that too. So he was probably, but he probably was just thinking, I know exactly what that guy was up to. But it was funny the way yeah, it was a weird interaction if you think about it. But yeah, it did also plant the seed in my head. Well, he clearly does not give a fuck about me. You know, he cared as a friend, but I was like, oh, he fancies me and I'm all right for hooking up with, but he clearly doesn't want to be anything else with the way he's acting. So, but and then it was funny, because then there was another time when I was on the bus going to work, and I actually saw my twin flame walking up a street, clearly on the way out from being at someone's house, and I I think I would assume that was maybe a one night thing. So that was a weird, and that was one of the many things when I thought, what are the chances of that I would be passing on a bus as he is doing the walk of shame, which he didn't later. He's not going to care. I think it's the same for a guy. I don't think he was caring, but it's like I was like, oh, I didn't want to see that. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it like made my heart feel all types of weird. I was like, oh, I'm not allowed to be upset about this. Do you know what I mean? I was like, but why did you show me? And then now it's even deeper when you're like, oh, that's weird to think that was the other half of my soul. And it's like, oh, well, I should have been like, yeah, the other half of my soul's just got lucky. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that was weird. I've had loads of it. But if you think about it, what are the chances of that, though? Like, I could have been looking out the other window, and it was just for a second. It wasn't like the bus didn't stop, but it was enough for me to see that it was him. Fuck. I hope he never seen me doing that, but if he did, I don't know. But I didn't do that too many times in my life. Anyway, see how much we reveal in any age. That's fine. It's all. We've all. The point is, we've all made mistakes. But yeah, makes a lot of sense why I never went on another date. Fucking disaster date. Dates are so awkward. I hate them. Yeah, I know. I want to treat you the way you deserve. Oh, that's quite funny what I was saying too there, isn't it? But it's like, yeah, so I've went, no, the distance is killing this person. They want to apologize, they need your forgiveness, and they want to treat you the way you deserve. And every time my phone rings, I hope it's you. Oh, oh my God, that's fucking nuts. I pulled these cards out the exact same time the other day, just when I was by myself. I keep hoping to bump into you everywhere I go, and every time my phone rings, I hope it's you. What I get from that is it doesn't need to be exactly as it sounds, right? They might not want to bump into you because that might be too awkward. But I'm getting it like that is somebody that the word desperate is coming to me like every time. And I don't mean a bad way. I just mean like every time their phone goes, like a text or an email. It's like they hope it is you, and every time it's not you, their heart is sinking, and it's like that feeling's going on and on and on, and they're like, that's never going to be them. Like it's me that needs to take the action. Like, and yeah, I might bump into them, but how's that going to go? Because it's been so long. Do you know what I mean? It's yeah. So that's really that, and that's how this person is feeling now. The distance is killing them, and they're sick of waiting because it's not. Yeah, I don't want to wait because I think I'm going to be waiting forever, and then I've just lost my person. And then I just pulled out I'm insecure. Again, sorry, these are all triggering words, but yeah, you know what I mean. That's come through in this. That, but let's try and help people not like the word insecurity so much. We've all got insecurities. I have actually showed you a lot of mine on here, and past ones too. But you know what I mean. It's like you treat me better than I've ever been treated, and I know that you can give me everything. I want that, and I feel it means that you can give this person everything emotionally, spiritually, mentally. So it might not always be physically that, because that can actually be a lot of the reason why people choose other people, because they might not think that you can be on the same level physically. And I mean, like financially specifically with that, you know what I mean? Like, but I want that, but I'm still struggling with my fears, mainly about not being good enough for you and being enough for you. It's my own insecurity hold me back. I said that on this too. You know what I mean? That it's like, oh my God, there's New York again on a different advert, or is it the same one? I care. I'm sorry for ignoring you and making you doubt how I feel. It was selfish of me. I care about you and I always will. Oh my God. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of funny, like, although like I'm telling these wee stories because it's like, it's my guides have made me tell that story because it's like if some people are looking at me like, oh, I'm really assertive and I would never get myself into, let's face it, a potentially dangerous situation. Like that guy was more of a, like, I always say, I mean, this was a million years ago, but like it was, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a good example of who cares how. Do you know the lesson I learned? The lesson I learned was who gives a shit how good looking somebody was. The guy was fucking dull as dishwater, and no. Do you know what I mean? Like, and he was hot. That's why I kissed him. But I didn't even. That shows you how bad it was. If I didn't even like, let's face it, I was young. I could have just slept with him too. I'm just going to be honest. I didn't want it. I was like, I'm not attracted. You know what I mean? Anymore. And it's because it's so funny. Something just flashed up saying based on true events. So, that was a big lesson in looks aren't that important. You know what I mean? If you don't gel with somebody in all the other ways, who gives a shit? Do you know what I mean? Different if it's a one night stand and you just, whatever. You know what I mean? And like if that's what I'm saying, it must have been pretty bad if I'd decided. I think it was because the whole experience completely sobered me up. I was like, fuck that. Because I wasn't, that's what it was. It's because I wasn't that. Yeah, I'd had a few drinks, but weirdly, I think it's so weird, but why did I think I had work the next day? I think I did actually have work the next day, which that's weird because I would never have done that because I can't, I wasn't good. Like, that's so weird. I'm not good with, I've never been good with hangovers. So I don't know why. I don't know. But yeah, we did. It was like, I'm sure I did have work the next day too. So I was standing there thinking about the weirdest date in the world, praying to God that he didn't walk in again. But I knew he wouldn't because he lived so far away. But you know what? Let's get real about this. What if that guy wasn't even single? That's just occurring to me now. Maybe he wasn't even. Maybe he did have. Maybe I don't know. I don't think so though, because he kept going on about that. It could have been that he was with someone else, and then he was still hung up on the one that had the vape. Fuck knows. It was a bit of a mess. But yeah. So anyway, that's enough from those cards. Those cards feel like I can't stand dull people. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Like I used to say that with a friend. Me and my friend used to call it vanilla. You know what I mean? And it's okay if you like vanilla ice cream out there, right? But when there's so many interesting people in the world, why would you want to in love? Why would you choose somebody that was vanilla? You'd surely want your favorite ice cream. And if your favorite ice cream is vanilla, this analogy doesn't work. But I'm more of a bit of a mint chocolate. I'm more of a chocolate. The chocolatey chocolates and chocolatey, the chocolatier. What am I trying to say here? Chocolatey, chocolatey, chocolate chip. All that's what I'd go for first. And then like mint chalk chip. They're like right up there for me. Occasionally, maybe if I'm somewhere and they've got like something that's maybe not that interesting. I don't know, like something that's not that there all the time, I might give it a go, but then I've usually regret it. So we're still talking about ice cream here, but well, it can be an analogy too, actually, but but I'm talking about ice cream literally. Right, so let's definitely not doing Taurus tonight. Fuck that. We'll do so. I'm gonna do Taurus and Gemini tomorrow, I think, so that I can have Friday off. Unless I might do the same again, and I don't think I'll want to do that though. But I don't know. We'll just see. I'm not. I want to actually use these cards for this too. What else, right? So for the Divine Feminine now energy, I'm a salted caramel kind of girl. Oh, there you go. There's different. That's something that I always think now I know I like it. I always used to think I didn't like it, but when I've had salted caramel chocolate in that, it is all right. But again, not my first choice. But right, okay. So where's the Divine Feminines at, male and female, or what would help you get out your comfort zone? Again, what the fuck's with the cards? Yeah, not using them. Wait a minute. Anyway, I'm not using. Oh, naturally, that reminds me. See, when I saw the card for the masculine, it actually had as well something about perfectionism, which is Virgo season, Mercury and Virgo. So I do feel there's a need to stop being so passive and release looking for things to be perfect in yourself or in the situation or in the other, because it's never going to be perfect. Because I saw it and I've just remembered and it flashed away, but this is what reminded me. Black Moon, Lilith, and Virgo release perfectionism. Yeah, so it's just they've given me that's so weird. They've given me a different card from a different deck to say the same thing because I didn't read it out, and it was just because I started talking about something and I've just realised I put it back. Black Moon, Virgo, yeah, release perfection. Basically, release perfectionism. Everybody needs to hear a bit of that in Virgo season. Like, it's never going to be perfect. The way you visualize something is it's going to be different. Let's hope that nobody has the experience I had of that first. I would say the only official first date I ever had I hope nobody has anything like that. But I bet you there's some people that will have some pretty funny stories too. But if you meet my funny story, then I'll be surprised. But um, release perfectionism. But the point is, if you don't, oh, waited so long to wake up and feel like me. That came on once before when I was channeling. Put these patterns all in the past now. And actually, this was the exact bit I read out that flashed up. So they've just told me, no more hiding. I'll be shining. That's the attitude out there, divine masculines. But yeah, release perfectionism. You're good enough now. Patience and maturity. And I feel you've had to be very patient with yourself as you matured, male or female. Separation in reverse. Division and integration. This separation's coming at an end, and we've seen that from the energies that's come through, as whoever's going to resonate with this by the time it manifests, because remember, this can manifest much later down the line, but I do feel it's not too much later down the line for some people, because it keeps flashing up. Born to be and shining. There's a lot of separation being caused by interference around, and like by some people allowing the interference, and that's what's matured in someone. Like, I'm not going to allow this to keep this addiction or these people or this person to stop me from getting what I want, or I'm not going to allow feeling like this about myself to stop me having what I want, because nobody's perfect. Elevated status, yeah, I'm feeling better about myself, I'm trusting, I can see a future with this person, because that's also like a marriage, because it's, yeah, you can see the bride's dress in the background. It's the two rings, basically. Look, you need to have trust in order for a relationship to flourish. Right. So that was meant to be the feminine, but it's coming through the masculine feeling. So where's the masculine at now? This is all to get out of the comfort zone. So if you're not there, it's something to strive for. Interesting, I just said it like that. Hello, Barbie, how are you doing? Look what we're saying. And a song's on right now called Move. So to get out the comfort zone, you need to move, because some people are in that confused. Look, he's like, fuck my life. Look, he looks like he's had a date like what I had that time. What have I done? Why did I agree to this? But looks can be deceiving. Do you know what I mean? Because also it was just, that's what, oh my God, that's what, it was just so boring. Like, it made it easier that it was nice to look at, but I just kept thinking, oh my God, how have I got into a situation like this? And also, do you know what? I could see how that could have put quite a bad taste in my mouth about not being deceived by good looks in a bad way too. Do you know what I mean? I might have assumed then that every time I saw a good looking person, they were going to be boring as fuck. That can be the case with some people, but sometimes you hit the jackpot and it's like, wow, somebody's really hot and they've got a lot more going on. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, all seekers of truth experience confusion. Ask the divine to provide the answers you need. That's what this masculine group of people are doing, men and women, but it's a confused looking man on the card. That always reminds me of spiritual awakening. What else? And again, if some people are already through this because they want to come forward and be open, be open to accept divine guidance in your relationships. Someone's so confused, they're asking God. Oh, and do you know what's quite interesting? That'll have already been released. If it's not been released tonight, it's the one for tomorrow, but I think it was the one for tomorrow was released tonight as I was talking. And it was, this person is praying. I just titled it, this person is praying, and I feel it's like praying for, I think it's the same as this, praying for an answer, or praying because, like, well, I can tell you, spoiler alert, if it's real time for a lot of people, it's praying because realizing all the interference, seeing through someone or a lot of people that you didn't before. It'll be different for different people. Good, just got done cooking dinner. Nice. Oh my God, I'm playing a game whilst listening and some cards landed on 444. There you go. Angels intervening. I've got at least one funny date story. I was the problem though. Oh, well, you need to tell us what happened then so that we can decide if that's true. What else? Yeah, look, some people are through this. Some people are through the confusion and they want to be open because they know that you're twin flames. Like yin yang symbol, twin flames contain an aspect of each other's character within themselves. So yeah, I feel that currently, like, this person's recognizing how similar you are. rather than noticing all the differences. And if this person notices the differences and the similarities, they're seeing how it gels. And then look, that's why I spoke about all the things, the opposite signs, like Aries and Libra and stuff, you know. Because whenever, you know, I just always like to use the Aries, and even if I wasn't on Aries, I always like to talk about the Aries and Libra opposite signs, because I just feel it's quite an extreme one. Actually, what we're in now too, Virgo and Pisces is an extreme one too, because Pisces is like, get real, this needs to be real, like, and Pisces is like, fuck you, doesn't make sense. I'll go with my intuition, I'll just follow the signs, even though it doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean? And then you have to meet in the middle. Trust your intuition, but be sensible too. Like, for instance, here's a, you know, taboo example, but you're in love with somebody, you feel they love you, but you're married and got a few kids and a dog and a mortgage, and you know, you can't just be like, I love this person, I'm going to follow my heart, I'm going to leave you with the bills and the kids and the dog and catch you. Do you know what I mean? You can't do that. Some people do, mind you, but it's like, you know, you have to go through a process. If you're the person that's like, shit, I'm in love with somebody else, I'm not in love with this person, but I need to do right by my kids, I need to do right by this person, kind of want to take my dog with me. I don't know, like, anyway, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it would take patience and maturing to, but also you would go into denial. Oh, so that's why I was saying that example in the office. She's in denial because she's with someone, engaged to somebody. This could all be relevant, different bits of this. But she is in love with the guy that's just said, I'm in love with you. So in that case, that's somebody that needs to break off an engagement because they're not in love with the person. And also, he's not a nice guy. I seen a clip and he was trashing a pub because she tells him that the guy kissed him. So do you know what I mean? It's that's a red flag for what your marriage will be like if you get into that. Do you know what I mean? But it feels like what is holding up this person just now is guilt. Don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. And it feels like currently, get out your comfort zone. It's going to take putting pride and ego aside, but also forgiving yourself to move forward and trusting and believing that you're going to be forgiven. But I can feel that it's like some of the scenarios some people are in, they're like, I don't even know how somebody could forgive me. If, like, I had been left in situations that I've left this person in, I'm not sure I would forgive people. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like that's the kind of energy I'm feeling. Right, what else? Oh, God. Creepy. What did I say? Children. So it's just backing up what we're saying. Forgiving and learning. As you release and heal the past, you experience more love in your present moments. Children, your love life has been affected by children. So, yeah, currently this is definitely going to speak to a lot of people where, also really weird, a Waitrose advert just came on when I was talking about Waitrose. Because if I didn't say that's where it was, but and if you shop there, go you, that's a little bit more expensive and a little bit posh, but the food is amazing. Like, I've not had anything from there for years, but it's like, it is amazing, the food. I wish they don't deliver. I don't know why they don't deliver. I think you can order it and pick it up, but they don't deliver. If they delivered, I probably would sometimes get it because it's like, it was nice food. But yeah, it's a bit of a posher one, isn't it? I'm more of an Asda person myself, which, you know, that's no posh, but it's nice. Yeah, this is always my card, or someone's like, I fucked up. And that's exactly what I just channeled. I fucked up. I don't even know how you can forgive me. And this person's like, yeah, you know, it was pretty shit. You know, it did suck. But I do forgive you. And that is just exactly what I said. You know, there's children to be factored in here. So that's obviously when goes out saying, but those of you, whatever age you all are, if there's even if there's teenage children and stuff, but how does everyone else make it work? You know what I mean? Think about all the people where even that guy somewhere out there in the atmosphere, you know, the good looking guy that's still his dishwater. Let's hope he didn't spiritually awaken and get into psychic stuff or I'm in trouble. But yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, he will be out there somewhere and he's got an older kid and he'll be with someone. You know what I mean? Happy with them, they've made it work. Maybe he's with the girl again. You know what I mean? Maybe it all worked out. Maybe he was just meant to have a divine interaction with me so I could counsel him on a bad date to go back and sort things out with the girl. I would be surprised if that happened. Because I kept saying, I was like, I think you're still in love with that person. But maybe she just thought he was bored. Like, I don't know. But love is in the air when Cupid's around. The point is when love is in the air and Cupid strikes when it's going to strike. And I think there's been a lot of chat about, you know, sometimes even when it's quite taboo and it's, you know, unfortunate work things and stuff like that. Cupid has striked, especially because especially with the office example too. Like, Cupid arrow strikes. And yeah, where there's children involved, however many children, as long as you're making right, as long as you are doing right by your children, everyone out there, you're allowed to be happy again. You know what I mean? Some people, like, you know, need to hear that. Because I've worked with so many people that they have stayed in a loveless, lifeless marriage or connection for the kids. And this chat usually does come out in Aries or Leo because that's about children and inner child. You're going to do way more damage staying in a very unhappy relationship where kids are seeing passive aggressive behavior or even worse, just outright aggressive behavior. You're teaching them that, oh yeah, when you grow up, if you get yourself into a situation you're not happy in, just stay in it. That's all you're good for. That's what you're teaching them. People won't like to hear that, and that's sore, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? Because I can say that because we've got plenty. I work with plenty of adults that's the trauma that I'm clearing is people that have watched, like, you know, passive aggressive, unhappy relationships, and then they get into that. The pattern keeps continuing. We're the generational curse breakers. So if you have actually gotten yourself out of an unhappy relationship or even marriage, you're actually doing your kids a favor because you're teaching them that you don't need to stay in unhappy situations. You know what I mean? As long as it's all done right. Okay, so why are you still shuffling these though? Mine's a Virgo. He knows I called him my twin all the time. We're just alike. Yes. Oh my God, that happened with my ex. I'm not in love with this guy. I kind of want to take the dog. Oh my God. That's so weird that I channeled that then. That's a big reason I won't settle is because of my parents yet. But see, Beck, the more you keep saying to me, the more it's just going to be extremely annoying that we haven't had a session yet. I would really be able to help you with that because that's what I help people with all the time. Anybody that's had a session would be able to back you up with that. We need to we need to start by talking to one of the parts of your inner child. My dad didn't realize he loved my mum until she died. Oh, that's so sad. That reminds me of someone else I spoke to years ago. I'm just trying to think. Sorry, I'm going to regret that later because see, that's going to be part of the channeling. I had a bit of a hanged nail and I've pulled out. I think I'm all right though. You shouldn't do that. It can really fuck your finger on the side of your nail. But yeah, it was something similar, like someone realizing ages later after they split up. But that's really tragic if your dad didn't realize until she died. That's really sad. I got the dog. Well, we'll celebrate that. Well, whilst she was in the coma, he realized, oh, that's tragic. He has a ring made to celebrate the years together. Oh, that's so sad. He ended up sending it back because she passed. Oh, he should have kept it. Right. I don't know why I'm still shuffling these, but we'll trust. Openness. Yeah, same card. Oh, look. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Same cards, openness, guilt again, but it's in reverse. This person's either already got to the point, confusion peeking out, same card, and then unrequited love. Right, I know exactly what they're saying. And say, wow, look, this person has managed to forgive themselves or they're working on it, right? But they're confused about whether or not you still feel the same because we've got unrequited love and separation, confusion with the fuck my life guy, and guilt in reverse. So this person has been able to work through enough that they can come forward, but they're terrified that you don't feel the same. Right, okay, so we've got enough of that story, so let's get some. I feel like I want one of them again. What else? So I've been watching your socials and admiring your pictures. I realise all the mistakes I made. That's why they got me to pull them. So it's like, yeah, someone's been keeping a very close eye on you. And they're having all these, that's why the guy's like that, realising all the mistakes they've made. And again, I think it's more like acknowledging, because I think it's like, you know, in a lot of people's cases, it's like they know it's wrong, but you go into some type of weird denial and you distract yourself and you surround yourself with other people that do that, that somehow make you think how you're behaving's all right. And that's the kind of people that people aren't listening to. But yeah, every time my phone rings, I hope it's you. It's all the same once like that. You're on this person's mind a lot. Right. So what have we got then for the next bit? What karmic wait a minute. What karmic lessons are I feel like I need before I move on from that bit. What have I just picked up? Deep in your heart, you already know the answer. Do what feels right. I was just asking them what advice could we give? What guidance wants to come through for the masculines that are scared that the feminine doesn't feel the same? I mean, as if all these live streams and shorts and everything I put out every day isn't enough, but it's, you know, it's like, yes, we're asking anyway. It's like, you already know the answer. Do what feels right. So it's like, this is saying like the masculines that are in this position know that their feminine does feel the same, but it's just the natural insecurities that come up in everyone, and especially if it's been a long time. And look, I feel that's a feminine that you know as well, that this is your true love, lasting love. So like it's quite a simple answer, but it's like deep in your heart, you already know the answer. Do what feels right. This person feels that you're true love. You're each other's true love. And it's a lasting love. And that's them accepting that you're different, that it works. It's because it's your spirit soul path. Unexpected connections, opposites attract. That's like yin yang. A personal evolution within your relationship, spirit soul path. The person's waking up to the connection. And it's not always waking up like, oh, they didn't know at all before. It's acknowledging and coming out of denial. So it feels like this person could have privately known that this was a really special connection, but their fears were so overpowering that it was easier to deny, like tell other people around them it wouldn't work. We don't, oh my God, don't wake me up. It's not James, it's James Hype, but don't wake me up. I mean, that's my song for the masculine awakening is, you know, when they're refusing to awake is Chris Brown, Don't Wake Me Up. But that was called Don't Wake Me Up. So do you know what I mean? It's like this person didn't want to wake, they didn't want to wake up spiritually, they didn't want to follow their spirit path. So they were deny to the people around them. Not everyone, but some people, a lot of people. And then there's some where they couldn't, because the person would call them out. So it'd be someone like me that would be like, you're talking shit. But it was enough people that this person could stay in denial. That's what it feels like. And now that's, for whatever reason, that's not happening. And it's going to end up in the bedroom. Maybe right away, but who knows? We don't know. Did you have a chat first? Healing connection. Your romance will transform your life. But yeah, all jokes aside, this person does feel that well, I think that's actually picking up on a lot of what's going to, it's like this is somebody that's going to show you. They're going to tell you how they feel, but they're going to show you because they're healing in that way. Divine timing. A serendipitous event. Yeah, a serendipitous event is divine. Divine timing is like now, you know. When I say now, I mean like it's whoever this is going to make sense to. Once it happens, all of what I've said is going to fit, right? It's like going to happen quite soon. Or it's already happened for some people. Right. So now we can go on to what karmic lessons are they learning and what needs to be released. Or you could have already learned this. Hilarion, divine healing. Honor your sensitivity, retreat to recharge and heal. Your light can support others. Oh my God, wow. So remember when I was saying that, yeah, remember when I was saying that there was this feeling from this masculine group that they didn't want this connection around. It's not like they don't ever want them around lots of people, but there is something very strongly about the divine feminines, like female and male, being like really sensitive, possibly even like really easily overwhelmed, and this person understanding that because retreat to oh, fuck's sake, now my words are going funny again. That's part of the energy. Retreat to recharge and heal. Your light can support others. So again, like that's me too. Do you know what I mean? Like my light, my name means bright light, and I do support others. But like I say all the time, I'm so sensitive that I retreat to recharge and heal more than I'm out and about speaking to people and that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, so that could be like some of you are divine feminine, male or females, and you're like that, and this person recognizes that although they'll want you to be around some of their people, whoever their people are, and you know, sadly, you know what I mean, because I work with divine masculines all the time. There's a lot of masculines that actually haven't got anyone anymore. So I hope that that's not everyone, but that is a few people. So I'm just acknowledging that too. So it's like that's even more so with those people where they haven't actually got anyone anymore. That's how, you know, somebody feels really alone, like they just want you, and it's not in a codependent way. It's that's just the way it is. That's what I'm feeling. But yeah, it's like that is the karmic lesson that the feminine has learned is, you know, you can shine your light and help other people, but it's so important that you protect your own energy. That's everything I spoke about. So that's why it's worth this just being this one tonight. Please, somebody remind me to do Heather's card at the end because we can tell her to catch it on replay. She might come back though. But yeah, I want another one for that. But that's the masculine feminine side too. So I feel the thing is the lesson that's been learned is if you're the feminine, you've learned that you don't want to be around as many people as you once were. That's totally the lesson I've learned. I had tons of best friends who didn't turn out to be a best friend, but doesn't mean I haven't had happy times. But you know what I mean? That did go that way with a lot of folk. And but I'm just so much happier being around less friends, less people in general. Do you know what I mean? It's too many people. I just don't even know how I operate. I think that was, I don't know. It was what it was. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's interesting though, but it's like because there's. I just I've said this before, but I just don't understand how I don't understand how I could have been in so many situations that I was, and not being completely and utterly freaking out because I just don't like being around a lot of people. But like that is something I know some of you've went through too. It's, you know, that sensitivity is to do with having things like ADHD and whatever other things you've got that make you really sensitive. It's like as you get older, what you were once able to mask, unfortunately, that's the downside. You can't mask it anymore. But the good thing is that you should be around people where you don't have to. So, like for instance, right, here's a good example, right? When I was out with my best pal, she's so in tune with me that and then she's listened to a lot of how I've described the like I know I could do it before but I can't now, and it's not just to do with age. It's like she kept checking in with me that I was okay. Like, you know, she'd be like, "You feeling all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking loving it. Doesn't worry about me." But it was, but although she didn't need it, it was good that she kept checking because I knew what she was doing. But I was more me, like I said, it was me that it was me that said me to go. You know what I mean? I would have been whenever she wanted me to go, but because she knows it was like I was more excited about going out. She was excited too, but she was like, yeah, like when I noticed it was like it was, you know, 4:45, and it was like my feet were both of our feet were hurting, but I was just loving that. We're both loving dancing, and but that's what, like she done that all night, and that's why she's my best friend. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a fucking diamond. No many people are gonna be like that, but we are like that with each other. Like I would have quite happily went home if she'd had enough too. But the thing is, that's what I mean about nah. She just wouldn't. And that's the thing. Not everyone's friends are like that. Like I can remember something I was really. This was when I was really young, and I forgive it. But I remember a night when I actually did bump into my Twinflame, and I was really excited to see him. And I was like, oh my god, yes, gonna go home with him and that. And I was really excited, but I was only out with one person, and God love her. I mean, she was like, we weren't out for very long. She was like, I just want to go home. she and she would do that all the time. But I was like, but he's here, and she was like, yeah, but I want to go home. I was like, but she was like, just stay with him, and he was with his pal. Just stay with him and such and such. And I was like, I can't fucking third wheel my. I don't want to say the words that people use for the arrangements, but you know what I mean? I can't do that. He's going to be like, what the fuck? You're not my bird. But so it was really shit. Because like I should have though. If I could go back in time, I should have just stayed out with him. like, but like, you know, I didn't. I went home with her and I was fucking gutted, like to the point of nearly crying. Like I think I did get home and cry. I was fucking raging. Did I get I might have texted him actually. I can't remember. That's what I mean. I wouldn't call him, but maybe I. Oh, I did. Oh, right. No, actually, I know what that was. That I think that I don't know if that was that night. Actually, get a bit confused. I don't think that was that night because I think that did actually work. I texted him once and I said because it was like it was one of those nights. Like basically, I think that was a different night, right? But it was like, yeah, I think I just left and I think I did. I think I didn't text. I think I was just gutted and I was fucking raging at her. I forgave her, like, but I was fucking raging. Um, and then, but then there was another night that it was just things like that kept going wrong and stuff. And whatever happened that night, oh god, I think it was kind of the same. I think it was that friend again. I think she wanted to go, and I was like, oh no, I'm really fucking pissed off now. But something makes me feel like it might have been the same night. But I don't think if it was the same night though, I sent him a text saying, "I'll see you in another life when we're both cats." And that's from Vanilla Sky. But that doesn't. When I say Vanilla Sky, that makes me worried because Vanilla Sky is, you know, about a psycho bird that is a friend's benefits, and she makes out she doesn't like him that much when she's actually in love with him, and then when he actually does fall in love with somebody, she's raging. You know what I mean? It's like it's pretty dark if you've seen that film. But it was just because it was like, you know, I think it just maybe I'd maybe just recently seen it or something. It was just because it's like, you know, I mean, it's about we keep missing each other. And even when I went to mediumship readings, like they'd bring through stuff like that, like you and that guy are like passing ships in the night. Like, you know what I mean? And that is a lot, you know what I mean? It's like it's almost just happening and it doesn't happen. So that's why, you know, sometimes you're twin flamer, you can think, oh, this isn't meant to happen. But it was all the things trying to stop it from happening. Which can be your own fears a lot of the time too, but all the interference as well. But like even that, like even though like that is just that's like I'm laughing because I'm it's good memories too, but that is what that friend was like. When she decided she wanted to go home, she was away home. You couldn't stop her. So actually to just stay. Do you know what I mean? But whereas none of my other friends would, you know what I mean? Like she was a good friend. She was she was a good friend for the friendship that we had. But it was like loyal, you know what I mean? Like and it was But my other friends wouldn't have done that because they would have been like out till the death dancing. So it would have been more about they just didn't want to go home because they wanted to be out dancing rather than. But yeah, so again, it was. I think I respected that friend that used to do that when she wanted to go. Actually, because I can think of another friend I had in the past that was like that too. She would just go home and she wanted to as well. But it would either way. But it was kind of like I got that about that friend because I'm like that too. If I really, I just didn't though. I more wouldn't though. I would stay for the person. I would people please. You know what I mean? But that's more safety wise. Do you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't be leaving somebody out. Like anyway, moving on. So, but it worked because I sent him the text and I'm sure he popped up. So I think he was having none. I think he was like, right, that's all I needed. See you soon. Usually how it worked. We didn't. That's the thing. Back in the day, we didn't often reject each other. We were accepting gladly. Then it just went all kinds of wrong because it's meant to. Um, where did I get to here? Never seen my dad crying till that day. Oh, that is so sad. And isn't that's a lot of people's experience, and that is not healthy. But it's not to shame your dad for that. But it's so many of us have not seen our dad cry very much, or you know what I mean? Because men are taught to hold it all in, which is not healthy. Women are taught to hold it in too. You know what I mean? It just depends. I told him to keep it, but you couldn't afford it. Oh, I thought you were going to say that. That's really sad. He had a funeral to pay for. So if mine does feel the same, he probably wrapped himself up in his work. Yeah, although he's in a business where he does have to keep working. I feel like that could be him, but I don't want to be wrong. He was separated and going through divorce. He took care of 5 kids that were not his. Well, yeah, you only know the bits that resonate with you. I hope that I am wrong. He knew it was supposed to be me and not her. Oh yeah, yours is that's sad. But I mean, let's face it. In a lot of these situations, yeah, yeah. In a lot of these situations, that is the case. I mean, that I've spoke to too many people in this journey where in hindsight, everything's great, isn't it? But it's not. It's difficult because it's like when it's twin flames, it's a soul's journey. Um, it can be plain sailing for a lot of twin flames for quite a while, and then something happens, and it's like, wow, that's a big spanner in the works, and it'll send you off into different directions. Um, kids, I mean, like I'm trying to think of other things, but that is the thing, you know, because it's like with marriages, like it is shit if somebody marries somebody else, but you can get divorced. But it's kids that, and again, kids are amazing though. Kids are like beautiful gifts and whoever they come through and all that. But that's what complicates things because they have to come first. And then what complicates things even more is exes, and yeah, it's just messy, isn't it? All the other stuff could kind of be sorted out more, but right. So um but yeah, it's very, very common, very common, you know what I mean? And also, let's talk about the shadow a little bit. There's definitely things where it's like if so this remember a lot of you are in the divine masculine energy, but so whether you're a man or a woman, but this more things like it's what is very common to see, we'll give the man's a divine masculine, the women's a divine the women's a divine feminine. If the man is still in distorted masculine energy and not to their full potential, like they're not growing and evolving and moving out of a comfort zone, that's when it comes out. And this is probably because it's coming through because it's in the Aries one, what we're saying about, a lot of people can't handle a strong woman. It's true. Like, men in that, regardless of age, but men in that energy, they will choose a karmic partner that they can, well, control in a way. I don't like to say it like that, but it's true. Like, because And I don't mean like in a really toxic way, but it can go that way too. But it's kind of like, oh, she's not really gonna, what I mean? If I'm not happy about something, she's not gonna do as I say kind of thing. Whereas I don't like this come through this, but it's kind of like, but that one will. Like she'll kind of, I'll get more in my own way. You know what I mean? It's like that card that says in my ego, that something like whatever in that other deck. Um, just basically there won't be a lot of pushback. I think sometimes people be, oh, there won't be a lot of pushback. Like I'll just have an easy life. Yeah, I won't be as happy because I love the other one, but I'll get my own way more. But it's your ego, but also it's fear. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I really want that, but I can't. I'm not how I want to be with that person, and I'll never be that. And then that goes down to having a lot of people around you that have made you feel like you're like worth nothing. You know what I mean? Because that's unfortunately is with a lot of conversations I've had with people as well. You've had people around you that were calling you a player, or you're never going to settle down, or even if you do settle down, you know what I mean, you're not really going to settle down. It's all that kind of shit, you know what I mean? And then if it's a woman, divine masculine, a lot of the women divine masculine that I've helped, you have just done the next logical practical step, which a lot of men divine masculine have done too, but you've done the next logical practical step to get married and have kids. Because that's it's basically both. Yeah, everyone does what they're meant to do. That is whatever love. Basically, people's perception of love can change. Like I feel when you're at a certain state of consciousness, a lot of people think love is lust, and then you find out the hard way that, oh no, that was just lust, and now there's not even that, and there's definitely no love, and there might not even be liking in bad situations. Whereas that's why I feel a lot of people then realize who their twin flame is much further down the line, because you might not have seen them for years, but the bond grows stronger and the love grows stronger, and the lust as well, like healthy lust and desire is very strong. You know what I mean? And that's how people can work out what is what. But again, it's really complicated because if you never had good examples around you, it's even more confusing. So um and that's why it leads back to what I say all the time when we're getting nearly at that question, that's why it's good to go to a healer and hypnotherapy specifically, and find out what your subconscious is saying, because you're running, everyone's running from their subconscious, and you might have a little flash of clarity, and if you don't run with it, you'll go to sleep on it again, and you'll just keep fucking doing as you do. Trust me, even being a hypnotherapist and a healer and everything, when I have a moment of clarity or something that I'm like, wow, that's a block I've got, and I've just realized why I do that, I write that shit down. I might not go to another healer or anything or do something about it myself right away, but I write it down, and then I'll put, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I try to do something about it as soon as possible, because it'll go away again. And a lot of people will have had that moment with that full moon, and people have it during my sessions because I bring you into your subconscious. It's creepy. If you've had a session, you'll know what I mean. Like without hypnotizing you, by the way. I don't. That's what I mean. I am a hypnotherapist, but half the time I'm not needing to put somebody into hypnosis, which you're always in full control of anyway. But they're grown now. He always said it was me. He should have married. Random question. Well, if he's always saying it was you he should have married, I mean, it sounds like then it's going to get to the point where he will break it off with her and be with you. But he needs to heal his own stuff. Does the veil start thinning? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the veil. Yeah, because I said that in the last live stream. Like the veil felt very thin. If you saw the chat with the Hoover, and I still want to hear from Ollie what that was about, because I do feel that was his brother. He didn't have a ring on back in May at the graduation. Well, that's speaking a lot. That's speaking volumes, isn't it? Right, unless he was just doing the dishes and he took it off. I don't know. Right. what have we got? So yeah, so there's definitely something coming through about this group of feminines being, you can be a light to others, but you also have to retreat quite a lot to recharge. And this person recognizes that about you. But again, if this is your twin flame, it'll be because they're like that too. It's just in different ways. But they might be like more like you than ever because of what they've went through, more than likely. I keep feeling like either my gran or my mum is around. Well, maybe they are then. I don't think he loves her. I do think that he could have. Yeah, that's very common for monetary reasons. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is when people are in their ego, they're going to pick someone for looks. Just like I went on that date, I didn't think, oh yeah, he's a really nice guy. I didn't have a fucking clue. I just was like, wow, he's hot. Clearly, I was in my masculine energy. Um, maybe it was. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was like a Scorpio moon, or maybe it was a. I don't know. I don't know. I think more for me, it was like people were encouraging me because I was so shy, and it's also, that's quite. It's not every, it's not every time you're going to think, wow, he's fucking hot. I mean, like you said, the only other time in my life I've really felt that. Well, I don't know the only other time. I can think of another time actually. But like, I was going to say the only other time, but the time that popped into my mind was what I always say about, the night I met my twin flame. I saw him, and I was like, fuck, he's hot. You know what I mean? And I was just kind of like, oh, he's like my dream guy. And then like dream guy walked over to me. Do you know what I mean? Like it is a good feeling. So I wouldn't say that about the random that ended up fucking draining the life out of me that night. But but no, there was another night I was out as well, and it happened like that, where I was like that. And again, because I never even used to kiss people, never mind anything else. But like, and when I say never, I don't mean never, but not a lot. Not as much as what, how some people would like, they have to go out, and it's like, like a fucking episode of Sex in the City. Like it's no a fucking night out unless they're in bed with somebody, and that's not healthy. You know what I mean? It's the soul ties that are created not healthy. But anyway, but I can't remember another night when I was in a club and I was like, wow, he's quite hot. And it was, one of the nights I was successfully managing to drown my fucking agony of my twin flame, wherever the fuck he was, and just hoping I wasn't going to bump into him, whoever he was with, whatever. But it was like, I saw this really hot guy and I was like, shit, he's tight. You know what I mean? And I was like, I mean? I was like, he's really hot. And yeah, same thing. I think I was I think I actually only ever done that like once, maybe once, twice in my life. Again, I think I must have been more in my masculine energy. And I think he was eyeing me up. And then it was getting near the end of the night. And then, I don't know. I think I did take a bit of action. And I ended up kissing him. Yeah, we'll just leave the story there. But you know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't always happen like that. If it always happens like that for you, you're quite lucky. But normally it's like, like that time I explained on a girls' holiday once when I fancied this guy from across the pool like the whole week. I think we were only there for a week. And it got to the very last night. Oh, no, that's quite a success story too, actually. It got to the last night of the holiday, and it turned out he'd fancied me all week, and him and all his friends had been saying how hot I was, and how I was covering up most of the time, and but they were like, a lot of them were looking at me, and I wasn't even looking over. But then I did pull him on the last night of the holiday. But then it was, it was a success, but kind of not, because I could have been like hooking up with him like the whole of the holiday. But they were, that's what I mean. I just didn't have any confidence, and I didn't realize that quite a lot of them would have been fancying me. Like we miss out on a lot of opportunities, guys. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just sad. Um, but yeah. Right, okay, so what have we got for the masculine then? They're coming, they're coming. Mercury, open communication. And I don't want to, I mean, this person, there's a lot about communication here. And remember, Gemini moon's coming up soon. Open communication, get a weight off your chest, speak up with love and be heard. Yeah, totally. That's the karmic lesson that this group of masculines are learning. It's way much more about it. The silence is killing them. It's becoming a huge burden, affecting all areas of their life to keep this in. And it is that moment where they need to speak up with love about their love and be heard. That's why they led me to that clip of The Office. He doesn't even give any small talk. He's just right in there with, I'm in love with you. And she's like, so that there could have been a moment like this in the past as well, where you've just blurted out you love this person, and they're like, don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Focused intention. Think about what you desire, set your sights high, expect the best possible outcome. Oh my God, did I or did I not say that? That, because this is kind of like the advice for the masculine too, although it's talking about what you've learned as well, the lessons you've learned, Saturn retrograde. So this is a really positive example. I don't like the word positive, but it is. And Aries is about positivity. That this is people that have moved through a lot of like their own stuff. You know, whether you want to call it fears and insecurities, we've all got it. But people have moved through a lot of their own stuff and become a lot more confident because they're going to speak up. There's fear, but they're going to, the desire. Oh, yeah, that's what I always say. The desire is stronger than the fear. That's one of my, I don't say that very often, but it was just, I remember years ago, somebody, it wasn't this card, it was in an older deck than that, but it was that person. They were like, you work very closely with that, Diana. Focused intention. Think about what you desire, set your sights high and expect the best possible outcome. At some point, maybe even specific as a year ago, but it can be anytime. This person set an intention, and they set their sights on you, and now they're expecting the best possible outcome. But also, you know, it's like, it more feels like praying for it all to go well. And did I or did I? I think I did. I think I posted on the memes. I think I was guided to one that said, you don't know how it's all going to work out. You're just trusting it will. And that's what I'm feeling this group of masculines are at. Soul expansion, because their soul's expanding. Your consciousness is expanding. You're understanding the connections between all things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this person's moving past the denial and the and everything. So, and you might be this person, right? Don't like that we're picking up this deck right now for the shadow question, but that's where my hands went. So, deep breath. Same shit, different day. So the shadow work for the feminine, what I feel that is, you might be a bit bored. Like, I feel you're a bit bored, same shit, different day. I feel you're fed up waiting for this person to show up. Now remember, this can still be some of you in the masculine's energies, this is how you feel. And I'd say that's been reflected in the chat. Like, you're like, and actually it's been reflected because it's what I say all the time too. Like I'm, you know, I'm doing this just now until we get to Libra moon. So let me just check when that is. And then I'm having a break for a month, and I think I'll come back and do this again, but I might, you know, I'll just, just the way I'm doing the lives. Yeah. So the Libra moon is, well, the equinox, the new moon in Virgo eclipse is on the Sunday, the 21st. So the last time I'll do a live stream will be, like, for a month, will be on the 21st. Yeah. So I'll do Mediumship Monday, and then I'll do the Libra live stream, and then I'll take a break. So like I said, I'm just saying that now, if people are wanting a session, you're better booking it now, because I'm only really going to be doing sessions up until, I think that basically the end of the last week in October is the last time I'll work with people, and then I'm definitely having those 3 weeks off the rest of October, and then I'll not be back to work till like the early days of November. The battery, 10%. Oh shit, the battery's 10%. I better hurry up. But then that's reflective of what I'm saying. Your Mac will sleep soon unless plugged into a outlet. Someone's unplugging themselves from the matrix. Also, that just reminded me. I feel if you're the masculine, you're seeing this person's surname everywhere, because that happens on the twin flame journey. But the reason that the funny thing is I keep turning the telly on, and it's like Cornwall this and Cornwall that, right? So that's masculine. So it's kind of like, it's like I feel the masculine is seeing the divine feminine surname everywhere. Because I do see my twin flames names and numbers and that everywhere too. But it's like, I feel it's happening to the masculine more than what I ever did. But yeah, same shit. I feel that you're a bit bored. Like, I feel you've done a lot of shadow work, and it's like you're wanting to see this person now too. But that's where they're at. So, right. What have we got? What else? Yeah. Romantic love affair, sex fix, secret lover. But you see, in this case, right, this is still the feminine, but it's the masculine feminine side. Look at all the things I've mentioned, clandestine, and I've mentioned, like, words like this. It's like, oh, that's what it is. That describes what I was feeling. Like this person sees you as their secret lover, even if it's been a long time. But it's like they like you being a secret. But it's not in a toxic kind of hiding you way. It's like it's because you got to watch for that too, right? Because that is you don't you want to make sure you're not like somebody's not got a fucking whole hidden family. It's I'm looking at the 11. It's basically 5 ones in a row. That is new beginnings in alignment. Aries is also new beginnings. But yeah, it is go time. This person's looking forward to that, like a wee secret romantic love affair. And obviously got Venus in the 12th house. It's it's just the private connection you've got is something this person wants to protect. And it's something you want to protect because this is the fit masculine's feelings and how the feminine feels. So you both feel the same, basically. If whoever this is for, you'd feel the same about it. Yeah, because in the past, if you're the feminine energy or the masculine feminine side, I feel you've been with people that look that says forcer. Forces things on you, forces their way in, uses force to get what they want. So it's like again, I think that's why all that stuff was coming through about the insecure. What have we had? Insecurities, body stuff. A lot of divine feminine. You've been around people, however long ago it was. You've been around situations, or you've had things happen to you. Like you've had toxic people around you. Do you know what I mean? But specifically romantic relationships, you've had not nice people, and this person knows that, even if it was a long time ago. Because you know what I mean? It's like because, like I've just said there, we can't use the guy on the random date as an example, but it wasn't a good experience. Therefore, that makes sense. I've never been on another date. Like I thought, what's the fucking point? You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean like I never, you know, it's not like I've been celibate that long. I have been celibate a long fucking time, mind you. But like, it's like when I hooked up with people, it was really kind of very. Well, it was usually always the twin flame, or at the times when he was out of my life longer. I would, like I've said before, it's toxic as fuck. But it would have, if it was 6 months, I'm like, oh my god, I haven't had sex. Like that's really weird. Like I need to have sex, and then because careful what you think, you're gonna fucking manifest it. Do you know what I mean? And probably not gonna be much to write home about. But it's that's the programming. Do you know what I mean? And if your pals fucking if you've got pals around you that are fucking pulling every weekend, you're gonna look like a right fucking virgin, aren't you? It's like which will be the case, especially in this day and age when you've got some people that are setting their goals a little. I don't think I'm going to say higher, but the numbers, these fucking girls that are out there with fucking Jezebel spirits that are fucking setting goals of Jesus Christ. Oh, anyway, Jesus Christ, calling Jesus Christ to pray for their souls. Anyway, same shit. Yeah, look, same thing, same shit, different day. I was actually asking about the masculine now. So how fucking weird is that? That's two decks together, and there's a lot of cards even in one of them. You're on the same page. The feminine's board, the masculine's board. You're being pulled to each other. Same shit, different day. That's reminding me of I wake up in the morning and then feeling the same way. I can't sing that song, but could do just with a little. It came on the other day. Can't stop the fire. Can't stop. This can't even dancing in the dark. Bruce Springsteen. You know what I mean? Because that is about someone being bored. Creeping. They're tired of creeping. Creeping's in reverse. Look, this person's like keeping an eye on you. And also, it's an owl. They've got the wisdom. This person's getting all the wisdom and the downloads to be like, yeah, it's time to go. Also, here's it coming through again. That came through in the last live stream. The masculine has people around them that are stealing their ideas, copies their work, duplicates them, feeds off them. So this is going to keep coming through until some of the masculines identify who that is if you haven't already. There are energy drainers. This feels specifically like a friend or a few friends that feed off your energy. And like they would be the kind of person that, like I said, they're copying what you wear, they're copying how you speak, they're copying if you're in some type of work, they're copying your work. Could be sabotaging your work. I don't know. Could be, I mean, I'm trying to think in a field, somebody could bad mouth you so you don't get the business. It's something, but that came up the other day. but it's more energy drainers. But also steals your energy. That can be, if you know, romantic things as well. Oh my god, it just fell out again. Stalking, watching, obsessed. Giving money. Right. That feels like karmic energies that are after people for their money, or you know what I mean? It's like they're keeping an eye on someone. But this person's saying, they keep saying, look, same shit, different day, and I'm fed up. So you know, that's what I mean. Like, I think that's exes that are keeping an eye on somebody. That this, it feels like that. You know what I mean? That's, I wouldn't always say that, but that's what's fitting me, because Aries is children too. Children are a factor. Giving money, stalker. I think that's somebody that, and then think that's so weird that I was talking about that guy on that date. That guy was going on about his ex. It's like, I think that's people that are having to give a lot of money out to look after children, which is, when it's to look after children, great, but we all know some people can push that a bit too far. It's like fed up. Same shit, different day. It's like, I don't know, feels like some sort of either financial abuse or someone's unfairly dishing out more money than what they should for something. Karmic friends, there it is. So look, but the good news is it's in reverse. So it feels like whatever's went on there, whoever that's going to make sense to. And again, you can't make that, you don't make that your person if you don't know. You don't know. You'll find out if it is, or you'll know if it's you, or you'll find out the hard way if it ends up being you if you're watching this. But it's kind of like, look, karmic friends is in reverse, but with all those cards and it came out and that's the way it was going. And like, I'm just warning you now, if this hasn't happened to some of you, like I said, I feel it has happened to the majority of people, but some of you it hasn't. It's a omen. Pay attention, because I'm just thinking that was like one of the personal ones I done the other day, and the person, I think they'd fallen asleep or they got distracted. So I hope he goes back and watches that. Basically, I've not watched it yet. When I do, I'll tag the timestamp, but because that felt like a warning coming through from his family member is what it really. I mean, I'm not in the moment anymore, but I remember that's what it felt like. Karmic friends, can't fully trust them. Tension, secret competition. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And there was a synchronicity with, oh fuck, there was actually loads of things, but the battery's going to run out. There was something like that I caught. I changed the channel, and it was like, it was something like that. It was, that's what it was. It was an episode of Friends, right? You know, the episode of Friends where Chandler fancies Joey's girlfriend. And, you know, in Friends, Joey was always on another, you know, every different girlfriend all the time anyway. But it was one he quite liked. But Chandler had actually fallen in love with her. And she liked him too. And so basically, I don't know what it is that they realise they both like each other. But they do actually kiss each other. Do you know what I mean? And so obviously that's totally wrong, because he's still going out with her, and it's like, you know. But anyway, and it was, you know, it was Joey ends up falling out of him because it was bad. It was just, you know, so it's something like that could have went on where a friend has betrayed you. If you're the masculine, I mean, it could happen to the feminine too. It could happen to either of you, but it's like a friend's betrayed somebody here, because karmic friends, and it's behind you. And that is what happens. You know, it ends up working out, because it ends up that, you know, they don't go out for that long. They break up. But you know what I mean? If you've no friends, you'll know what I mean. But it was like, it was more than, like, it was, they had stronger feelings. And so Joey does step aside to be like, right. But I could just tell with me catching that clip that it's something like that. But anyway, the karmic friends are behind you or this person, but and that's what's come out in the shorts. Oh, threatening, intimidated, threatened, and bothered. So yeah, I think there's some kind of friends or jealous friends, under pressure, anxiety, decision, time's running out. But that feels like the masculine, like, I don't want to wait, but I'm scared to move forward. Cock blocking, yeah, look, cock blocking friends. That was when I said that in the live the last time. And it sounds like blocking. What's that song again? Something like the something blocking beats. I think it's Fatboy Slim, but look, cock blocking. They were threatened by you having a whole lot of something going on, divine masculine. Like, so they've basically, it's like they've tried to make you feel like you've not. They've tried to make you feel less than and not good enough. So if they can't make you feel like that because you're good looking, and they can't make you feel like you're ugly, they've made you feel like that's all you've got going on and you're not good enough. They've tried something. Creeping. And they've been keeping a close eye on you. Possibly you're feminine. Whoop. Sorry. Fucking hell. I can't explain how. I know that this is true with the synchronicities I've had today. That is exactly the message I was getting. So this isn't everyone, right? Don't be paranoid and don't make it you. Someone's friend wants their person. Someone's friend is creeping on their divine feminine. So this could be a case of like this masculine has told their friend, or been telling them for years, you know, like this is who I'm in love with, this is who I want, and that, and then that friend could have been slowly sabotaging, right? And people can do that subtly. And girls can do that to girls too. So take it for this can be the masculine's feminine side too. The feminine's masculine side. But look, wolf in sheep's clothing. That's exactly what I was feeling. Someone has been a wolf in sheep's clothing and they've been rumbled, or for some of you, they're going to be rumbled. Romantic, yeah, look. Romantic love affair, sex, secret lover. Look, divine masculine in reverse. Someone, right, I so get what they're saying. A distorted masculine, a karmic masculine. I don't usually say that word, but a karmic, distorted divine masculine. Basically a male. This feels like males, right? Feels like a male around another male, right? Fantasizes about this person's person, or your person, or your person. Oh, you know what I mean? So it's something that won't happen, but it's like they're trying to keep the masculine in distorted energy because it looked divine masculine, but it was in reverse. So it's like they want this friend wants to keep the masculine away from the secret lover, who we've just established that's the feminine to the masculine. So they could have been like, yeah, you know, that's going to be a waste of time. That was just sex. It was, you know, you've never been serious with them because you weren't meant to. It was just like it's you know what I mean. So it's not always like this person wants the divine feminine, but for some it is, you know, because it's like just with the synchronicities I've had. Spiritual look, chaos, ego death, downward spiral, spiritual awakening. I love you. Look, this wee guy's holding a ring. Love, hate. Yeah, this is really horrible, but this has happened to if in this group, whoever's resonating, this has happened to the feminine, so you would have known about it, or you've had synchronicities, or you've had evidence that a female was sabotaging you if you're the divine feminine, or forget the gender, but I'm feeling that like there's a friend that wanted your person, whether or not it was likely to happen, or whether or not in some cases they've had them briefly, and that's all because, you know, twin flames want each other. But it's like love, hate in reverse. I love you, spiritual awakening. This is the masculine realizing that person's like actually been secretly jealous and envious of me, and they've been sabotaging me. And like I said, in some cases, it's because they actually wanted what you want. But in other cases, it's just they're jealous that you have got the potential to have that, and they're not happy. But that's what came out the other day, and it's coming out again. Too busy winning, yeah. Look, ego. They've kept you in ego. My God, look. Divine feminine talking shit in reverse. Whoever's story this is, it's already happened, right? Stepping into power, praised, coming up the spotlight. The divine feminine is, and it's exactly what I said. You're doing something where you get a lot of attention, whether it is online. It feels like I'm speaking to people that are online, right? Or you do something that gets attention. So it, you know, you've got a shop in your, I don't know, your village or something like that. But it's like talking shit in reverse. This person was like saying bad mouth in the divine feminine. But it's like when I've given examples of when I was younger, when all my karmic person's friends used to do that about me. And then people actually heard those karmic friends saying how hot I was and that they wanted to be with me and that. And he fell for all of it. You know what I mean? Every single word of it. And then believed them and they were making up stories and that were just, you know, when you know me and I'm still like that now, I was so shy back then, it's even more funny. But even now I'm like that. It's just like, I've got Saturn and Scorpio in the first house. When you know astrology, I act married when I'm not, and I've actually been single for 22 years this year anyway. Never mind married. I've even had a boyfriend. So it's just kind of like, and not in the way of, oh yeah, because I'm out there fucking hooding it up. I'm just very serious. Do you know what I mean? I'm very all or nothing. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to plug the charger in because the battery's dying. But I'm nearly. Maybe I don't. I'm nearly finished. I don't think it'll last that long. I could hurry it up. Anyway, that's a lot in the shadows, and I have to say that reflects the shorts. There's some really shitty stuff. But like, it's just. I'll quickly do what would help with our union and rush. What would help with. What would help in our union? I don't know why I'm right. What does the masculine need to hear from the feminine? Whenever, oh my God, see, right, yeah, look, fuck the questions. That was what I was meant to ask. I was meant to use my deck. Whenever your fear tells you I wouldn't want to hear from you, it's just that I always do, throat chakra. That is exactly what this group of masculines need to hear, because we've saw that that's all that's stopping them is fear, but it's a lot of fear. But yeah, so it's just your fear talking. And stand up for yourself. You deserve to be respected. You will see a wow synchronicity about us today. Expect it. That's kind of like when I said that about this person seeing your surname and your name everywhere. And would you believe it or not, say my name. Floris, the machine is on right now. I'm not kidding. So funny. Right. What would help the masculine for inner union? I'm ready for commitment. That's what would help you, masculine, for inner union, but this is actual physical union. To, I feel that, well, I don't need, this masculine has admitted that to themselves, could have been in that a while, or it's happening now. And what would help the union is to come forward for it. I ran because I wasn't ready. I am now. That's coming in strong. Buffering it with For some people, it's as simple as I ran because I wasn't ready. I'm ready for commitment. I'm ready. But the other bit that has come through, so for some people, I will leave my partner. It's been over since I met you. Trust me to do it this way. This is either what this person's had to move through for the past year or longer, or the realizations have come to. So that's exactly what I channeled. But again, some people are already through that. So that might be answering yours, Barbie. Quite a few people, I'd imagine. Street signs up. Us, I was like that. I wanted to protect what we have. We just didn't post all over social media, but we're open and people knew. Yes. Yeah, and some people have been in scenarios whenever you're with your person, it just wasn't a fit. Like, me and mine never went out. So, but it's weird, like me, from my perspective on it, me and him were never a couple, but there were loads of people on my side, and well, on his side, like some people did know about me, but like I don't know, what I mean, I know that he was talking about some people because I found out for other people, but it's like, and he like saying good stuff, like it kind of shocked me. I was like, really, he talks about me, like quite early on as well, but like, I didn't have enough confidence to really overthink that. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't like, oh God, he loves me. I just kind of was like, oh, that's quite nice. He talks about me, but I was quite confused because I was like, it didn't match up with how he was when he, you know what I mean? Like I said, we always had fun, but, and there was a lot of passion and desire. But then I'm like, if you like this with everyone, and I don't even really like to think about the answer to that question, but, like, yeah, with it's hard to say. No, when we were younger, yeah, just everyone just knew. Oh, they always, they always hook up. Like, like as in like, it would be ridiculous to say how many times I've slept with kind of like a lost count. Right. So, the memories keep me going. So much so that I've been single for all that time. That tells you how good it was. Uh, right. My friend, you think, no, I'm not to that bit. I'm not meaning that, but it was the bit that I said about whatever. I have to hurry because I've only got, it was a bit, and I don't know, you have to tune in for you, but it was the bit that I said about this person's leaving their partner. So been, you know what I mean? So, because you were saying he took off his ring, so I don't, but we were together for a year. Do you think it was a friend? I cut off a lot of people. I don't know. I don't know. That's where it's not a personal, so not tuning into that because we've got 3%. But when you find yourself wanting to book a session, if that needs to be something we look into, we will look into it. But yeah. He will, if it is that, he would tell you, I feel, right, wait a minute. Because it's like I always say, when I'm doing this, it's not fucking every single bit of it is going to make it, it's bits of it. But I don't know. For some people it is. It's like, no, you're not going to hear me for a minute. Right. Okay. Yeah, because when I'm doing this, right, it's like basically when it is a personal session, I tune into your energy, only your energy, and I would feel it in my soul. You know what I mean? Whereas when I'm doing this, it's not fair to be like, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be yours. Like, you know what I mean? It's I'm ready to do so now. Well, you need to book that. I don't know you're talking about that bit, but you need to book that session with me because I'm having a holiday for about a month. So book it, if you want to. Right. So okay, now I don't need to hurry as much. Can you still hear me? You should be able to. Um, right. What are some possible soul retrievals that somebody needs? What will we use? Yeah, but that is really horrible that that shit keeps coming out about karmic friends, and it is very much. And like I said, there was a period of time, I think it was a couple of years ago. Oh my God, the song just flashed up that says "Go to Hell." That's not very nice, but that's what the song's called. But it's also called Cheat Codes. So wherever that fits in. But you know, there's a couple of it was this time of year too. It was like it was a couple of Octobers ago. I kept picking up on like just like some ho 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 karmic friend females that feel like they've fucked the divine feminines over, basically. That was the energy that really felt like females fucking females over. Um, but this is like the strong, strong energy for over this weekend. I don't know if it's literally over this weekend, but it's like if it's like males. Like, oh shit, that makes a lot of sense. See if that makes a lot of sense to me. Because if it's like female friends that have fucked over the divine feminine females, or even just females in general, and now a couple of years later it's mirroring back. Because what do I always say? I know that about my journey. With even without, I've had some confirmation with some things over the many years, but with other things, I just know in my soul. Like wherever I've been fucked over, I know he'll be fucked over in the same way. Like either exact same way or scarily similar. Um, which obviously I pray doesn't happen, but I just it's a twin flame journey. I just know it. So that's kind of like what I feel. It doesn't need to be as deep for everyone, but it's like if a friend betrayed you, it doesn't need to be like going off for your person or fancying your person or anything like that. Although it can be, it's like some days just their mask has slipped and you're like, wow, they're not a friend. I don't want that type of friend. I don't trust them. That's what's happening to the masculine. But it feels way more brutal. If I'm, it feels way more brutal. It really does. I actually want to look at those synchronicities. So again, once again, don't make that yours if it's not yours. Um, right, yeah, I'll look now because I keep no. Please, somebody remind me to look at my notes. I'll read the notes after I do this because it'll back it up. Right. So this is when I keep saying to people, it's I've said to several people on this that I've identified that you would benefit from a session, but nobody wouldn't benefit from a session that's tuning in. This is what would help some people. That card again, that card came out the last time. Wow. There's a lot. It's the galactic cosmic love. And that's oh wow, that's fucking not. That's exactly that picture is what I'm feeling. You've got this kind of galactic, cosmic love that others on the surface might be like, oh yeah, wow, they're like a hot couple. They both look good together. They're good looking, or or even if you're not like classically good looking, whatever. Well, some people, I think, yeah, there are people that can be classically good looking, or a lot of people think you're like whatever. But it's looks are in the eye of the beholder. But whatever it is, it's like even if it's people that looks aren't right up there, but it's like you look good together. Um, whatever it is, it's like whatever you are is actually way bigger than what people even see. Like when you're on your own in private, it's like such a bigger deal. So yeah, this could be that like, you have mind blown sex or something like it's good. It's like it's more than that. It's like, your connection is deep. That's what I feel like this is cosmic. That's what I just want to keep saying, galactic and cosmic. Spiritualized matter, new life, sparkles, bedding the light, but also that's what I'm channeling. Like when I'm getting all excited like that, that's how this masculine group feel. Like this is someone's waking up to their galactic. This is the galactic, like this is what I do every day. I know it makes it look like, oh, I'm just on a wee chat and I'm this and I'm that. But I say it all the time, I'm a double mission person. Like I am where's that deck? Oh, they're on the floor. I'm not getting it. But there's a card in that deck that says double mission. Like I come across very informal as a hypnotherapist, as a counselor, as a coach, as a person in general. And Aries can be like that anyway. But I'm actually always doing the stuff that I'm here to do, including I don't need to do anything for the activate the light codes and the energy and wake people up. But it's like this person's waking up to that side of them more. And that's why I keep saying like this person's always felt that you had a special connection. But it's like they're waking up to it like even deeper. And that's why you've got the man that's confused and but some are not confused anymore. But anyway, remember that was what somebody needs in a soul retrieval. So I feel this is some people out there, right, male or female, but you're in the masculine energy. And it's like in a session we can unpack all of that because it does feel like it's like needing to be unpacked is the only way I can put it. Right, another one. Synchronicity, yeah, again, it feels like it's following on from that. Like somebody's seen loads of synchronicities, they want to know what it means. So it's natural they're going to be guided to somebody like me, they've come across twin flames, opportunities in divine timing, open to change, divine outcomes. So this feels like now I don't know how many of these people have been watching, but at some point they will, people will find this. And I'm going to trust because God will make them find it. But it's like this is feels like a man that this feels a whole load of men like this. I'm feeling really strongly that and females too that are watching now or ones later, but it's like I'm feeling male energy that are like got loads of questions. Very even if it's not me, it's like just loads of masculine and just it's too much. I can't even get the words out. Somebody wants answers and they're going looking for answers on twin flames. Peace beyond survival. Peacemaker through inner peace, resolving ancient splits. And I kind of think that's why they got me to describe it like that. I'm bringing like the ancient astrology with the modern astrology, you know what I mean? But I do it in my own unique way. Um, and yeah, you either get it or you don't kind of thing. But anyway, that's it's like that's some of the things that people need out there. Um, Right. These are the cards I use for that bit. So what do we need to know about the future? Although I think we've just heard, oh yeah, I forgot that. I picked this up earlier by accident, but there are no accidents. Temptation. Are you in denial again? Are you in denial about an unhealthy habit, perhaps one that makes you feel guilty? Right, that's already come through. This fairy says you have the power to overcome temptation, whatever it's, guys. So I feel that that has been in the past. This group of masculines have found it hard to say no to temptation. That feels like karmic energies um, that come back, people that pop up on your phone like, oh, hey, how you doing? It's been a long time, or hey, stranger, or all these kind of things. Or like, or like this feels like someone that's had a hard time.
cutting off. It's what's that saying again? Old habits die hard, right? For some people, that is that the temptation and the habit has been like gambling, sex addiction, but sex addiction would kind of go with the one before, like addicted to attention. So it'd be hard if someone was giving you a lot of attention, flattering you, it'd be kind of hard to turn it down, um, because some people have been conditioned to think that that is love, getting attention or whatever, needing it. And it's like this person's cleared themselves of that, or if you haven't, I can help you with that. Um, But yeah, alcohol, drugs, that could be anything, but that's already come through in this. Right, so tell me about the future. Oh no, wait a minute. Tell me about the future for some of the people that resonate with this, tell me what's going to happen in the future when this person reaches out. Oh, look, same cards. Spirit, soul, path. Yeah, person's waking up. A personal evolution within your relationship. It's going to evolve. It's going to move on. If you never got to be an official thing, it sounds like it's going to be an official thing. This person wants commitment. If this person was a player or whatever words you want to use, girl about town, I don't know what to call this. Well, I just say ho ho ho, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's like this person is a commitment person now. They want to leave the past behind them. Natural evolution. Let the situation unfold naturally. I feel you have let the situation unfold naturally. And that could have been over years, decades in some people's cases. Because that's why I said earlier when someone mentioned it had been a year. And remember that card did say a year from now, didn't it? It didn't say a year ago, it said a year from now, which is reminding me of that James Arthur song a year ago, which starts off, I miss you. So this person misses you, you miss them. That came through the other day as well, but that goes without saying. But yeah, they're recognizing what this is on a deeper level. You know this soul that mirrors your own. This person recognizes what this is. They're following, they're calling. It feels like um Vesta and Scorpio energy that I've channeled about loads and Juno and Scorpio. It's just, yeah, aligning with your path and feeling it all. Um, Barbie, thank you very much, but um, are you wanting that now? Um, uh, yeah, wait a minute. I don't know if that's it. Wait a minute. Wait, I need to. You threw me. I will do something substantial, but um, yeah, that would be the what? So right. Well, I mean, the thing is, that would be $30 in my money. Is no, but that so it's not. That's for on here. That's the live stream. Do you know what I mean? So $30 in my money is just shy of the 15-minute reading. So if you want a 15-minute reading, I could do it on here, but or you can wait until I do tomorrow. Um, it's up to you. But thank you. Um, yes, I'm proud of you because you haven't done that. Well, I'm sure you've donated something before. Um, yeah, I'm only saying that because my brain stops working at this time of night. I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't know, do you want me to do it after I finish this or, but remind me to do Heather's or or can you wait till tomorrow? Um, Let me see, we'll get to the end. It's just because I mean, I have spoke later. It's just because it's like late. Do you know what I mean? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But thank you for that. And also, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I think you just done that at exactly 1:44 my time. So that was meant to be. Um, where did I get to? Yeah, so that all fit right. So, um, I can wait. We don't have to be live. Um, what do you mean we don't have to be live? We do have to be live because I have to do it on here. We do have to be live. Like, if you want a personal reading, which is not in front of everyone on here, you have to use the link that is, the one right at the bottom and pick the funnily enough, the one that is 144 in my money. So, but if you just click that link, whenever you want to do that, it'll take you to that. And that's when we'll probably have a very long conversation. Um, but yeah, anyway, right. So tell us about the new earth energy then. Depth of experience, healing, teacher and mentor share wisdom. Yeah, I thought that. Like this really does feel like I'm speaking. There's a collective of group where usually that happens on the Aries and the Leo ones. Like I said, in the Leo, not Leo, sorry. Well, yeah, sometimes Leo, but mostly Capricorn that I done the other day. Capricorn, I usually pick up on people in the public eye, right? Or twin flames that are going to be really seen in their neighborhood or in the world, like public eye, things like that. And that is what I picked up on last time. It's what I always pick up on in Capricorn because Capricorn's work. My Capricorn 10th house is in Leo. Makes sense to me that I pick up on people that work in the public eye. But in Aries, I often do pick up on people that are in some type of leadership role as well, like guiding others, um, teachers and stuff like that. But I feel so either you are that, or for people that aren't, maybe you're going to be at some point of some kind. But we're all learning and teaching from people all the time. But it's kind of like it feels like you've gained some type of experience and healing on your own journey. And it feels like when this masculine group have learned so much. And yeah, it does feel like you're being ushered into a teacher role at some point on your journey. Oh my God, love it. There's only two cards in this. Well, actually, there's three. There's that galactic one. So we've got two out of there's three cards in this deck, right? There's loads of cards in this deck that are about love. It's that galactic one that's already come out. It's Mary Magdalene Jesus, which I always like. I get so excited when that one comes out because it's such a beautiful card. And this one, Depths of Love. Let go of fear to jump into love. That's exactly where this group of masculines are at. And I said that their desire, their love is stronger than the fear. The love's always been there, unconditional love. Even if it was buried deep down there, it was always there. But the fear was stronger than the desire. The desire is now stronger than the fear, and that's why I don't want to wait. Because this person's buried, they might fall back into fear. But the thing is, if you know the subconscious mind, that's the amazing thing. That's the most amazing thing about the subconscious mind. You can drip feed the subconscious mind for years, right? And nobody's is the same. So that's why you shouldn't really judge anyone you shouldn't judge people anyway, but we all do every day. Like, let's be honest. It's be like, oh, I never judge anyone. Yeah, you do. Everybody does, right? Some people are less judgmental than others. I've even done personality tests that tell me as people go, I'm one of the least judgmental people. Well, it doesn't say that in word, but it does. I'm right far down on the scale of that. But I definitely can make assessments and judgments, but I'm not judgmental. I don't like if somebody's been a certain type of person in the past, I'm not like, oh my God, can't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It's like I take people as I find them. People will tell you that when I've had to say people tell me all types of, you know, their shadow things, men and women in sessions, and I just take you as I find you. Because we've all got a past kind of thing, right? But it's the point is here is that yeah, the subconscious mind, it's you keep doing the affirmations, you keep doing the work, and the thing you have got to keep doing the work, right? Same like if you had a money block and you keep chipping away, and you think, oh, this isn't working, it's not working, and that's how hypnotherapy is too. That's how anything like that. But see if you keep at it. And the song Blessings is on right now. I don't know what that is. Calvin Harris and Clementine. I don't know what the fuck that is. It must be like one of the new ones. But your blessings are going to come in. And it's like, see that moment when it sinks in that you do love yourself, that you are worthy, and that you do deserve it. You're going to go for it. So that's why you shouldn't give up on your person. You shouldn't give up on yourself. Because I've had that moments for me personally where I've shifted. And it's not that it happened overnight, but it might seem like that to other people where it's like, you're like, hang on a minute. That actually, with some of the things about assertiveness that's come through tonight, say you put up with like someone's crap for years, whether it's a romantic relationship, a family member, or a friend, and everyone around you is like, oh, they're never going to cut off that friendship, or they're always going to put up with that. And then you have a moment where you're like, that was the end of the line. The person might not know that was the end of the line. You might not have known it, but it happens and it's the end of the line. And that's some of the moments, that's what happens in eclipse season. But yeah, this person wants to let go of negative attachments and jump into love, leaving their fear behind. So go you. Yeah, look, and again, you know what I just said about this being a live stream about teachers and mentors. So that's what I'm doing in this role, right? As a shamanic teacher, as an ascension guide, all these kind of words. But I'm also a Blu-ray twin flame, and a lot of the true Blu-ray twin flames are people that are guiding people. You know what I mean? So some of you could be that energy, you know? It's like you might be more quiet about it though. And also I looked up at the telly and it was a rainbow orb. That happened the other day with that song. I don't even know what it is. Direct divine expression, bridge between dimensions. Oh my God, that happened. That's so weird. That did happen the other day, and I saw that orb on that video. And I saw a rainbow orb in my neighbour's window, and I swear that happened again today. I saw a rainbow orb somewhere else, not the same window. And then oh, that's so weird. So I know it's like there's rainbow diamond light codes that are coming in. And that is in my frequency when I'm doing stuff like this, but it's because some of you resonate with these words too. Don't try and understand it if your soul doesn't understand. You'll just understand that chat if you're meant to. It's the galactic kind of energy. Don't want to insult people by assuming you don't know, but some of you don't know and some of you do. Yeah, actually, we're done. We're done with this. So, yes. Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to do that 15-minute reading right now? Or I know I'm saying that like I maybe don't want to, but like I can do it. It's just because it's like it's not going to make a difference in our 15 minutes. Um, almost missed right, but actually before I do yours, I'm going to do Heather's tapping one. Right, we'll just quickly do that because if you want it tonight. So almost missed a real rainbow today. My dad came and told me it was behind me. Oh, lovely. Hope. Wait a minute, what are you saying there? I tried to, but it didn't work for you. What do you mean, Barbie? You tried to do what? Do you mean you tried to click the code? What did you try to click? Because I need to know just for, so that other people know what did you try to do? Because the Ko-fi link, right, that takes you to Ko-fi and you press tip. And then it has the three amounts. It has a tenner, it has 25, and it has 45, right? So that's how that works. And the dollar button is just basically, I didn't explain that very well the time before, but I've been changing it the last few live streams. When you use the thing that you've used, um, you can just you can just do any amount you want. And obviously when people donate a wee bit more, then like, so for instance, yours is like just a few pounds short of what the 15-minute one is. So common sense, and I'll just do the 15-minute one. But when other people donate like smaller things than that, I'll pull them a few cards. Um, so that's basically how it works. And then the link, the one at the end is the booking link for private sessions. So, right. So this is for Heather. So I will timestamp it. Fuck knows when, because I don't know when I'm going to watch this, but what have we got for Heather? I declutter my, and we've been doing this in the membership. Well, yes, Heather saw some of that because it's in the second level. And if people want to join the second level of the membership, I'll be live in there tomorrow afternoon, my time, about 3 o'clock for about an hour. So, to do some tapping and talk about our feelings because that's the week that we're on. So I declutter my space to declutter my mind. Even when the outside, oh wait a minute, even when the outside world, I'm not going to do the first bit, right? Well, I'll just say it quickly. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, 1 being the best, check in how you feel about that statement. I declutter my space to declutter my mind. I'm probably in the middle. I'm probably a 5 because I've done some of it, but I could always be doing more of it. You know what I'm saying? Um, so, side of the hand, even when the outside world feels stressful, I create peace in my space. Eyebrow, outer order creates inner calm. Side of the eye, stillness emerges as I declutter. Under the eye, I create room for what truly matters. Under the nose. Organising my space organises my mind. Under the mouth. As I let go of what doesn't serve me, and I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Collarbone. I experience more mental clarity. Under the arm. I declutter my space. Top of the head. To declutter my mind. Breathe in. Breathe out. And we'll quickly read that. 39. I declutter my space to declutter my mind. When our physical environment is in disarray, it often reflects and affects our mental state. But the reverse is also true. By decluttering our space, we can create clarity and calm in our minds. This card's a call to create peace of mind by simplifying your surroundings. It's your invitation to transform your home into a loving sanctuary that makes you feel good. Organising and letting go of clutter isn't just about your physical space, it's about making room for what truly matters in your life. It's about simplifying your life, releasing stress, and giving yourself a fresh start. Side note, is anyone around like during the day tomorrow, Matt? Because I mean, that's some of your mornings. Because I'm just thinking, I'm not going to be up until if I'm going in the membership at 3 till 4, I could quite possibly come on here at like, maybe I'd have my tea after. I'd have my tea, and then I could come on here at like 5 or 6. Oh, you won't know what time that is, some of you, but well, obviously Beck's in this country, but yeah, I'm just warning you now. If someone's watched it, I might jump. I might just do that because then I could do Taurus, or actually, I could come on and do Taurus about 4, go and eat my tea, and then come back and do Gemini. I might do that. Right. Anyway, clutter builds up so gradually that we hardly notice its effects until we're overwhelmed. This process might feel challenging at first, and you might face resistance. Thoughts of, but what if I need something? What if I need this someday? But what it holds sentimental value might hold you back. But remember, you can keep cherished memories without keeping every physical reminder. Yeah, take a photo of it. That's a good thing that people can do. And whatever you need will be provided when you need it. Every item in your space carries energy. Holding on to items you no longer need or love can keep you tethered to a past or fear in the future. By letting go, you're creating a space that reflects who you are now and who you're becoming. Which you see, Heather's card is actually really fitting for the collective, for everyone in some sort of way, for what I've already said. Well, what they've said through me. A space that stimulates creativity, clarity, and peace. A personal sanctuary where you can live out a fulfilling, meaningful, enjoyable life. So take a deep breath, look around, and ask yourself, what can I let go of today to create space for what truly matters? So I hope that meant something to you, Heather. And sorry it was ages after, but thank you for donating. Thank you for waiting as well. It's always nicer to say thank you for waiting than sorry I'm late, isn't it? I've always thought that was a nice thing. But, right, so let's do it now. Let's do it now, Barbie. I nearly called you Brandy. I don't think I've done that at any other point tonight, have I? Go me if that's the case. But I'm getting tired now, so. Right, okay. I'll get a few just to get a feel for it. Interesting. One of the same cards. Ooh, that would fit too. Right. It's quite a lot of them. I think that's enough of them. Right, I'll take them too. Right. We'll leave the X Factor one until the end. I'll do it in the order I've just pulled it. So, I knew you would want these cards, so I didn't even bother to. I just knew you'd want these. Right, so I'm interested. I know you're focusing on other things and it makes me curious about what you're doing. I want to share your dreams. So I feel breaking this down, right, because it seems like you don't really know whether he is actually still with that other person or not, or what's going on there. But um he's interested, so whatever you've not spoke and he's interested in whatever is going on in your life, whether you're speaking to other people or what you're doing. And yeah, you know what I mean? There's definitely that coming up. Also, you've said several times that you're a hot couple. Do you know what I mean? When you're together, you're a hot couple and people noticed. So I'm assuming there's a lot of because that's the thing, if people think you're a hot couple and people notice, it must be because, well, either you're both, a good looking couple, or you could, the passion, you know what I mean? That, but anyway, I'm horny. When I'm with you, I can't think straight. I act weird and crazy because I want you so bad. You're just so gorgeous to me. So I feel there's something about when you when he sees you that he kind of might clam up a little bit and not say very much. Or I feel could go quite moody on you because there is another one over here that says, I'm frustrated. Please don't pay attention to my moods. I allow my physical world to affect me more than it should. I get frustrated at my life and and I know it needs to change. I'm working on this. So yeah, like, you do something to me, something deep inside. Um, Basically, you do something to him. That is Paul Weller, isn't it? My things just said, do you want to install these updates tonight? Install now or remind me later. So remind me later, but that's important when that pops up. I always feel like that's about like he's getting new downloads, a little bit like what I just said about that galactic self. Like he's getting specific light codes that are coming in that are waking him up um, to what this is about. Um, and yet, I know you've already said that. You've already had a conversation about being twin flames, but but what it does indicate is that the distance kills them and it frustrates them. And then you see that can fit with horny, like hot and bothered. It's giving hot and bothered. Um, yeah. And then you're perfect. You're perfect for me, just the way you are. Don't ever change. That's what makes you beautiful. That came on yesterday. Yeah, that came on yesterday when I was after being in the hospital when I was in the Morrison's. That was the last song that came on. It's in the post victory lap. So he could feel like he's going to get to the point where he feels like he's overcoming something. Again, I've picked that up years before, but I feel he is working through a lot of childhood stuff. Like he's working through a lot of his own stuff, but victory lap might indicate he's overcoming something. But yeah, that's how he. Barbie, are you still here? You've not said anything for a while. But it's like he sees you as perfect. So that fits with the collective bit where it's like you've not done anything wrong. Like you're not perfect. I'm sure you know that. But it's like neither's he, and he's a Virgo. So maybe he needs to. Oh, that actually makes sense that he's a Virgo. That he's very critical of himself. I can feel that. You don't need to be a Virgo to be that. But you know what I mean? There's been a lot coming through in the collective one about insecurities and judging yourself and stuff. And it just feels like that's what his soul wants to let you know that it's like, it's not you. It's not you, it's me. Do you know what I mean? But it's like it's his own stuff. And both people have their own stuff. It's just if you're on the true twin flame journey, it's very rougher than most people because what I find is, other people can run away from it. And, on this journey, you can't. You're always feeling the other person's stuff. And I know that you said this before, but like you being a Scorpio moon, like you do feel his stuff on a very deep level, which means he feels you too. But we can't, well, I can speak for him to a certain extent, but it's kind of like, we can't ever really speak, but this is what's coming through. And then you deserve better than them, and I'm learning who I am. It's just like the way that he feels about it is you deserve better than what he was able to give you at the time, and even still now. Like, but loveful. has just come up there as well. Like, it doesn't change what you do to them. Like, you do fuck them up, like in a good way. So that's really what I'm getting from this. But look, I'm learning who I am. I feel like there's a reason we've been brought together, like we have a mission together, and I want to be part of that, so I'm learning my lessons. And that's what I've said too with Vesta, um, and Scorpio and Juno. These are both things that are about your sacred mission, your sacred flame, and your and commitment. You know what I mean? So it's like I feel that stirring in all the masculines, but basically in all the twin flames, like, and then the last ones. Where have you gone though, Barbie? Um, I'm inspired. I could write a book about my experiences with you and how you inspire me. Maybe one day I will. And I'm not even kidding. The last card that came out, I love you. I will always come back. So I feel the message really is there. It's like, there's definitely no question about the love here that's between you. And that certainly does kind of fit with what you're saying about that he's said things like, he wished he'd pick you and stuff. It does seem like, unfortunately, he's picked the other person out of insecurity, not out of them being any better than you. Like, it's, if anything, from what I'm looking at, it's just a typical true twin flame. It's like, it's far from it. Like, it's like you're too good to be true, and he sabotaged it, which kind of sucks. Um, but it does. He's learning who he is, and he's working through it. So just you've got to keep focused on you. Fearless love, a courageous leap into the unknown. So that's by the time he reaches that point, and that's what I'm saying. Like with you, it's quite. It's not. This is what a lot of twin flames go through, but it's like he's got a lot of responsibilities. He's got a lot of children, and which comes with, well, whether is it the same mum or is there a few different mums or something? It's there's complications because I'm assuming there would be, not everybody's exes are easy to navigate around. You're worthy, but look, that's what the problem's been. He didn't feel worthy. You're worthy. Your worth doesn't depend on the other person, but that's for you as well. Your worth doesn't depend on whatever he's got going on. Like, you need to trust yourself, because that's why, whenever you're asking things in the chat and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just very aware of the fact that it's like, you ask people what to do a lot, and you should be, don't do that. You know what I mean? You need to decide for yourself. Because trust me, there will be people that will tell you. They'll tell you what to do, but they're not living your life. Third party in reverse. Something's, I don't know whether this is happening now or this is already, but look, if you're saying his ring was off, look, third party in reverse, lasting love. Whatever that was not a lasting love. It wasn't a true love. And it's in reverse. So either this could be going on right now or that's already happened. You're not aware of it. Maybe he doesn't want you to know that. But yeah, that's what you want to see, third party in reverse. Some elements of this relationship are hidden. That's come out right after I've said he doesn't want you to know. Dirty cash is on. Is there a potential that that person could have been after, not with him for the right reasons, like money or something, or and even it doesn't always need to be that someone's got tons of money and that's why they want them. It can just be like, I think it is something like that. They're pulling me a King of Pentacles on the ground. Material thing. Oh no, you're kidding. I'm back. I had to answer a call. Shit, I'm in the middle of yours. Right. Oh fuck, that's so annoying. Do you know what you could do? Go back to when I started, because that's gonna be confusing. I thought that was weird because I've just pulled you like your cards with the guy talking cards. Oh, yeah. So, um, yeah, rewind it back a bit and you'll find, and I'll stay to see what you're saying. I can't promise I'm going to stay right to it, but if you Just go back a couple of minutes. I'm going to keep that card until you catch up. No, we can't start now live because I'm in the middle of it. I'm like a few minutes away from finish. I've just been talking to you for the past 11 minutes. So we can't just start because it's 2 in the morning. That's my boundaries. I have to, like, I'm wrapping it up now. So rewind it and watch, or I don't know. I know that would be a bit annoying because I'm. So you decide. You either go back to when I started and see what I said and then I can respond, or just watch that bit after. But yeah, I have to because it's too late. Right. What we? I want to see if something's going to come out about an X or something. Let's see. But no, they're quite good cards. It's just everything I've actually said. It's everything I've felt. These cards are backing up. Do you know what I'll do? Right, I'll compromise. I will recap Barbie, but we can't start again because that is annoying for people too. Right, so I'll just quickly recap though. I don't think people will mind, and anyway, they can just drop off if they. So, I know you're focusing on other things, and it makes me curious about what you're doing. I want to share your dreams. I'm interested. I went more in depth in that. Basically, long story short, he's interested in what you're doing, wondering what you're doing. The distance is killing him. He's feeling a type of way about you. When I'm with you, I can't think straight, act weird and crazy because I want you so bad. You're just so gorgeous to me. Frustrated. I said here he's feeling hot and bothered because there's a lot of frustration coming out there as well. I feel he could be going in moods with, if he's still with someone, I feel he could be prone to going off in a mood because everything's bothering him and it's all coming to the surface. But I don't know, some of these cards are indicating he might not be with someone anymore, but I feel he does get bothered from whoever. But you're perfect. You're perfect for me just as you are. Don't ever change. You deserve better than them. You deserve better than what he gave you before, and you deserve better than he feels you feel. You deserve better than what he's moving through stuff basically, and it's like he wants to be his best self for you, right? But it's like that card's getting across it. It's like you don't need to change. It's not um you're not doing anything wrong. It's just they're pulling me that thing that says fragile. Like he's been working through a lot of childhood stuff. Um, I'm learning who I am. I feel like there's a reason we've been brought together. Like we have a mission together, and I want to be part of that. So I'm learning my lessons. I explained the astrology around that, and I'm inspired. I could write a book about my experience with you and how you inspire me. Maybe one day I will. I love you. I'll always come back. Like it's just basically all these cards are, and that did come out last, by the way, when I was pulling them. It's just really, and then even there, like on the bottom of the deck, I want a future with you. Like basically, the future energy does very much look like you are where he's heading, and that's already what I said before I even started doing your reading. Like, and even that one about writing a book, it's like, he feels this is like otherworldly, but unfortunately, it's like out of reach, kind of otherworldly. It's like just now because of what he's working through, and it could even be in some of the physical situations he's got himself in if he's still with people. But I'm filled with regret. This is me getting up to real time now. Except the other ones I showed where that you saw that, eh? Third party in reverse and whatever else it was. I think you'd caught up then. Right, so now we're catching up. So dreams. Look to your dreams, they hold the answers you seek. So this came out reversal. So I feel there was a time where he was not listening to his intuition and like stuffing it down. But I feel, you're always in his dreams, and I feel you do astral travel quite a lot to each other. You know what I mean? It's actually nice. This is fitting with a lot of the collective because that's when I said like, no matter what's going on in this person's life, it's like they're excited to go to sleep, to get away from it all, to be with your energy. alone time. Spend some time alone, it'll help you gain clarity on your relationship. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that is like he's definitely in a period of healing. Which again, if he still is with someone, that would be very in fact, even though how many kids did you say he's got 5 kids? Did I imagine that or was that someone else? So I'm getting mixed up with Heather as well. But because Heather's person has a lot of kids. But he's also the spirit. But yeah, it'd be basically even with one kid, however many kids he's got, it can be difficult to have the proper alone time you need in a spiritual awakening. I know that because it's reminding me of a woman I helped right at the start of all of this, who had 3 kids, was very ambitious, building a business. Like she, anyway, like you know, that was ages ago, and she'll be doing very much similar to myself, helping a collective of people that she's meant to, but that was a lot for that person to work through because the feelings you go through, having all those responsibilities and not having any time to yourself. So that could be a lot of people watching are going to resonate with that. You know, it's all right if you're by yourself and you can, it's fucking shit enough as it is, but at least you can spend the time moving through it. Whereas some people are going through this and they've got like a lot of people around them and dependent people around them. Like children are dependent, they can't help the children fucking need you, you know what I mean? But it's challenging. Apology. Yeah, at some point you'll get that apology. Never underestimate the power of a heartfelt apology. Sorry, that's quite interesting, right? So he married that person, didn't he? Whether he's because like normally, like, look, celebrate today, celebrate the love you share with those who matter most. I do feel that will come, but it's like I pulled that in reverse, and I was seeing that as like you know a wedding or something. I think the party's over. That's indicated with the third party in reverse too. The X. The X is. This is really interesting. That's why I picked up this card. Whatever that was built on with that other person, it was lost. You know, because I picked up this deck because I knew that card was going to come out. The X, healing from the past heartbreak takes time. Be patient with yourself. That's in reverse. Passion is also in reverse. Keep the passion of alive as the heartbeat of love. The passion died in this connection with this other person. Quite fast, I think. Look, it's behind them, or it will be. 5 kids, but they're not as biological. Oh yeah, that's what it is. So it is 5 kids. How, remind me again how that's happened then. So has he met somebody? Did she already have? Are they all hers? Did she have 5 kids? Does he like what? What's his job? Just I'm just curious with what I was picking up there because it's like it isn't it a case of somebody's like sought him out for his money, is it? To like finance the 5 kids. He's got 3. So he's got 3 that are his and then 2 aren't. What bit are you saying yes to? But anyway, yeah, whoever that is, it feels to me like they're all, it feels like that person's already behind them. But in some cases, see when I feel that, the person can still be literally with them, but it feels like they're behind them because there's no love there. So, you know, you might find out at some point what that actually is. But we've got window, a new adventure in love is coming, get ready. I feel like you're going to get an apology from him. Now, it might not be, I'm sorry, I love you, I want to be with you. But I feel you are going to get some sort I've said that before not long ago too. I feel like you are going to get some sort of contact from him. He's just needed some time alone. I always say that. Whenever I've tuned into your one, I always feel like he's healing through a lot of stuff. Right. Free yourself. You don't need to be in control of everything for a love relationship to be successful, but you see, maybe he's actually freeing himself from where he's been quite tied up. Um, right, let's see what comes out of this deck, because this has got the mother-father healing in it, and I wouldn't be surprised if that comes up somewhere. Oh, you're a part of his future anyway. the future. I daydream. Oh, and that was the first card. I daydream about our future together, going on adventures and growing old together. I want it all. But that's what it feels like. It feels like he wants it all with you. Therefore, and because he's a Virgo, the unfortunate thing is Virgo's a great sign for loads of different reasons, but the thing that's not so great is he's a perfectionist. And the collective card was let go of perfectionism, followed by, remember I did say there was another perfectionist card that I didn't read out because I got distracted. But that can even be symbolic of you getting distracted or the person getting distracted. But I want to share your dreams. And this is saying a daydream about our future together. That's why, like, I feel that was fitting with what I said to everyone about this person can't wait to go to sleep. Let the past go. Can we rewind time and go back to before we were both broken down by life? Our past hold us back from our future. Will you listen? There's so many things I want to say to you, but will you hear me all the way out? Will you believe me? But you see, then I cut it, it's still listening. I listen to the music you shared with me. It helps me connect with you, although we're apart. What I feel that's saying is it's like, oh, I remember when you first came on here, like whenever that was a few months ago, it was a bit like this. Look, tears. When I think about you, I cry. I think the message is like, will you believe me that I've been upset about not being with you and you not being in my life? Will you believe that it was due to my own fears and insecurities? You know what I mean? I feel that's like really what it's all. Where was the other one? Was there another one that? Right, and I'm going to end it with a message for you, but I just knew that you would want. I knew you would want those cards without even asking, you'll notice. And also, now, I feel the need to buffer with this only happens if you do your own healing and you focus on you and visualize the highest outcome but let go, we have to hold the vision, trust the process kind of thing. Twin flame union, heart, body, mind, and soul. So with all these cards about the future, like there will be a twin flame union in the future because you are twin flames. Like you've said many times before, you feel him all the time. He feels you all the time. Right, I want to pull one of these because I meant to pull these for the collective and I didn't. But where's the... Oh, there it is. Yeah. We're going to pull a kick-ass divine feminine card, okay? So Mary Magdalene, Joan of Arc, or Isis might come out again. So bear in mind that's in the title. What have we got? A kick-ass feminine card for Barbie. So yeah, you're very much part of his future. But obviously with 5 kids, he's got a lot of responsibilities. That's a wee bit more than a couple. It's like he's got a lot of responsibilities, which he's always going to have. And yeah, how many mums are involved? Well, wait a minute. Sorry. Oh, sorry, she's got 5. So he's got 3 and wait a minute. He's got 3 and she's got 5. Hopefully you're not telling me he's got 8 kids. So do you mean that like they've got 3 kids together and she's got 2 from a previous thing? God. Yeah, the thing is though, it kind of doesn't really matter if they're not his because a bond's probably been formed there. So can't he just walk away and be like, catch you? Do you know what I mean? Like, and anyway, he's got 3 of his own anyway, but I'm sure hopefully he treats. Oh, what? Oh, that's really complicated. So they've got 0 kids. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. So they've got no kids together. He's got 3. I'm so confused. She's got 5 kids and he's got 3 kids. So there is 8 kids. How many, do any of them live with him? Fucking hell, that is a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids. Um, what are all their ages? Like they her 5 kids live in the house with them. I mean, the thing is, I'm feeling like I don't know if he even still lives with them. It's kind of if they doesn't he either doesn't live with them anymore, or that's going to be how it goes. Because it doesn't feel like not his, only hers. Yeah, but you're saying he's got 3 kids. Does he see his 3 kids? I'm so confused here. Like when they lived in a house, or if they still do, how many kids are in the house? If any. His are grown. What ages are they? They can't be that old. You're not that much old. What age are you? Are you not like a couple of years older than me, or what? Well, I suppose it could be, yeah. I mean, depends how young they have them. Only one left, I think, on her side. Oh, right. So, yeah, there isn't really, well, in that case, then it's, yeah, I think there's quite a high possibility he's not with her anymore. If you saw him not wearing a ring, because that was indicating that the celebration, if they got married, that was over very quickly. Even if it was just energetically. Yeah, so you're basically, you're basically ages with me. So it's, they must have had the kids quite young then. But anyway, right, okay, so let's get a Divine Feminine card. Because we need to shift the energy back to you. You'll find out soon enough. And the thing is, what will attract him? I think really before I even read this card, right, it just comes back to what we were. Both are 22 and youngest are 18 that are his. Well, they could still um have something to say, you know what I mean? Like, but it's good that they're not really young because that makes it a bit easier. But um, anyway, right. So yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Right, it's like what you need to be working on from what I've observed is trusting yourself and not like um doubting yourself. I know you don't doubt the feelings. It's more like, well, it's you definitely do doubt some stuff. It's like you just need to pour more love into yourself in terms of trusting this will come together when it's meant to. Because it does keep indicating that he is working on stuff. So you need to be working on your own stuff. It's more sort of reminding me of like it's like you'll know that you have healed. Not, oh, I'm fully healed, but it's what it always comes back to the tech stuff for you. When you get to the point where you can reach out to him and not be so scared. And I'm just talking about when those moments arise, when you're just kind of like, because what I find quite exciting about going on this journey with you and other people that I've seen the few times that you've been on too, is it's kind of like Beck's card. Like, I have seen, and I might actually pull one of them and end it and we can end on it's like, I have seen your confidence growing, like, in the way of, it feels like you were on the precipice. It feels like you could have quite easily swung the way of texting him. You know what I mean? On his birthday. But yeah, but you see, this is what you're stuck in though, that he needs to. Um, and that may well be the case because it might well be the case, but the only reason why I'm saying might is because if you haven't ever been the person to like do exactly what this whole live stream's been about, like throw your cards out there and be like, look, I love you. Don't know if you're on the same page. And the thing is that with you two and with all twin flames, it's not that it's never going to be that they don't love you back. It's that your lives are a bit of a mismatch at the time. You know, it's not always the timing isn't great, and you know maybe the person's going through their own healing that's too overwhelming that this would just be too much to then be, you know, in a healthy relationship. It wouldn't be healthy basically, you know what I mean? You need to go through your own shit. Um like and then but then, you know, both people move through that and the timing can be right. Um but yeah, it's like that's how I'll know for you that it's like, you know, that's the indication that it's like there's still growth in that area because you when you're at that point where it's like that's why that card was for you. I don't know if you joined at that bit, but there's a card I pulled for you that said you are worthy, and it feels like it's for the both of you. When you can feel like your whole world isn't going to fall apart because he doesn't say, well, and that's why it's like, you know what I mean, his birthday's been now, but I mean Christmas isn't far away, but it's like that's why I always use Happy Birthday as a good example, or Merry Christmas, or Happy New Year. You know, that's let's go with that. I mean, because Happy Halloween, nobody says that. Um, I don't even like to even acknowledge Halloween because when you wake up to what it's really all about. But um, like, yeah, you know what I mean. Maybe now is a good time to sort of ponder that. Like, would you say Merry Christmas or Happy New Year kind of thing? Because that's what I think you need to get in touch with your truth. Like, it's about like this is about you, right? This needs to be about you. And if you're feeling like there's something that needs to be said and it's you're pushing it down, like try to get out of the ego of it. Because that's remember the shadow side of Aries is ego. Just like the shadow side of Leo is ego. It can even be argued Sagittarius to all the fire signs because it's and we've all got it. We've all got our first house. It's our personality. And it's if you're more focused on the fear of it, um, oh, that's interesting that you cut off contact at New Year's Eve. I think what's really sticking out to me actually now when I'm feeling into this, if you think about it, right, if you go to the community tab when this finishes, right, and watch that clip. Did you ever watch The American Office, right? That could be fitting for you because in that clip, she's engaged to somebody else, and he's like, I either keep this to myself forever or I tell her. And that could be like you know what I mean? Like, is he going to be aware that you still feel this way about him? Obviously, you know what I mean, because you have known each other such a long time, he's going to he's going to be flipping in between. Of course she does, but what if she's had enough? What if she doesn't? So do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like you need to really tune in whether he needs a bit of a heads up. Um, because you know what, right? I'm not a good example because it would be like if I just done this all the time and I literally never gave any little personal stories or indications of how I still feel, which that's actually the majority of twin flame people out on YouTube. Like, you mean some of them are giving it big licks, like I don't even give a shit. I'm just reading on this journey and I don't need them and I'm waiting for a kingdom spouse or my kingdom spouse is here or my higher level of soulmate. Like there's again, I'm being a bit sassy because it's Taurus moon, but it's, you know, this is the Aries moon live. But I've said this before, but I'm just saying it generally. There's a few, and not everyone's like that. There's some really beautiful people, some lovely people that, you know, I enjoy watching and, you know, that'll be, you know, again, I never find anyone that's actually as on it, it's honest me about it. But again, I'm doing my thing, they're doing their thing, so that's everyone's different. But I don't respect when people it's being incongruent. It's not in alignment with what feels I can feel the truth. and then it's not what the person is putting out there. It's kind of like masking their own side. Anyway, but and there's too many people like that, men and women. But you need to give people a bit of a clue. Do you know what I mean? And some people go like the other way with it, but I'd be one of them, I think. But it's that's just what my soul's here to do. But but I think though when people are full on with it and go the other way, I think it just shows how much reassurance the other person needs. Like, and I could understand that from the other person's point of view, that it's like, it's been when time's really moving on, it would be understandable that the person would be like, I've totally fucked this. It's been ages. Do you know what I mean? So, like, do you know what I mean? Just saying for people that don't get a clue at all. So he could be thinking that about you because that's coming up a year ago. But like I said, a year ago is nothing on the twin flame journey. But um yeah, but on that clip, it's like the whole point is he shoots his shot. He's kept it to himself too long, and he tells her he loves her. And by the clip I saw of a future event where they're having a baby, I would say it worked out for him. It's just a program, but um, October I broke up with him. He said he wanted to work things out, but he really didn't. I cut off total contact because I was not going to keep chasing him, which was the right thing to do. Yes. Last thing I told him was that if he doesn't give a fuck about our connection, then neither will I. Well, that's fair enough. That sounds like a Scorpio moon thing to say, Barbie. Um, but that's why you see, actually, if that was the last thing you said to him, and that's pretty cutting, um, which you had your reasons for saying that, it's that's why that's why you might need a clue that you don't feel that way anymore. You know what I mean? Far from it. Barbie, we're still in Virgo season. As you say all the time, he's a Virgo. When was his birthday? Was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago? When was that? Was it 2 weeks ago? Happy belated birthday. I done that once. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little bit of a synchronicity there. Right, right. I'm going to read this card though. Because, right, it's kind of like I'm only just feeling this out. You don't need to do anything that's coming through here. Oh, there's Diana again. That's interesting. Um, that's really funny that I'd said that about that being my guide. Um, right, wait a minute. Yeah, I just need to say this before I find it. Like, hypothetically, if you were to say happy belated birthday, I meant to do it on the day, but no, that's too wordy. I don't know, I was going to say something like, happy belated birthday. I wasn't sure whether to do it or not, and then I've just suddenly felt to do it or something. And or happy birthday twin, because you did say that's what you wanted to say. Happy belated birthday twin. Um, I mean, basically, that's what I'm saying to you, that you could just say that, right? You're throwing a stone, and then it leaves him like, then he has to say something back. And what I'm saying is like, that might open the door for him to say a lot more than that. But also, that's why I'm saying you need to be robust enough to be prepared that, well, worst case scenario, he doesn't reply at all, or he's quite short about it, like thanks or something. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like that's what you need to prepare yourself for. That's basically it's the perfect analogy. Everyone needs to prepare themselves for that. And once you can get through that, you can get through heading on this journey. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think everyone needs to be able to do that for themselves. Like, so that it doesn't become all about them. It's about you and your soul's growth and your confidence. And like, so what? They're rejecting you. Don't depend. Like, your worth doesn't depend on them. Yeah, you love them unconditionally. It's the other half of your soul, but they've got more healing to do. They've got more work to do. They're not ready. You know what I mean? Um, Beautiful people. I think that's just backing up what you said about you being a good looking couple. Right, let's. But I would imagine two good looking people. It's, because the thing is, like, the other thing is, that's why too. That's why they keep getting me to say that. If you don't know whether he's with that person or not still, that's why. Because you're only saying happy belated birthday, you know? But it's enough to open a door. Even if he doesn't respond, he knows you still care. And that's my point of all of this. That's why I think anyone in that situation, you're kind of stupid if you don't. Like, I'm not calling you stupid, Barbie, but oh, look, Joan of Arc. Look, I just opened the book up at Joan of Arc, and that's in the title because that's the energy right now. I have a steel-like faith in myself. The angels armor me with conviction. Right, okay, now I need to find the one I actually pulled. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, like, oh, it's just, that just really isn't a lot of time, though. I'm going to be honest with you. On the twin flame journey, that is nothing. But I realise now why that card came out a year from now. That's almost a year ago. And I was saying at some point during this could have happened a year ago. I think you were here and you noticed that. So, but some things have happened a lot longer ago than this for some people. But it's like you've left, there's been a bad taste left in both your mouths. It sounds like with what you've left it on. So it would make sense to me that, yeah, like I think that would be a good opportunity for you to say. And then, like I said, you just have to prepare yourself. You might ignore it, but you might not. It's not too late. I think that's the message there. Um, but you could keep being like, I'm not doing it first. He needs to do it first. And you could delay something from happening even longer. I feel like he did wrong and he should come to me. I've never had no contact like this. It's so weird. Yeah, but the thing is though, it's not weird because you're an interest in you like this is what I mean. Like I always get to this point with you when I read your energy, but it's like um yeah, he is saying the same. I mean, for fuck's sake, this is like, see tonight, it's like, I'm not saying, basically I'm saying fuck's sake, because it's like, I totally get it. It's so funny. Like, when I was talking to Beck, like I said, it really was like I was talking, yeah, there was just I don't know, I can't explain it. I could see a lot of, yeah, I could just see, I could feel it. But now when I'm talking to you, that is like me and mine. I feel like he's saying the same. Like, I feel like that definitely is going on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, just even if they're wearing other, even if it gets to the point where there isn't other things in the way, but to be honest with you, I'm not going into that, but I think there's always going to be other things that are in the way with me and mine. But just situations and just feels like there is always, and I don't even know always what they are, but got a feeling. But it's kind of like I think even if there wasn't, just hypothetically, with me and mine, it's a bit like loggerheads, it's like but to be fair, like, from my perspective, like that's why it was so important that I've had the moment that I'm saying about you. Like I didn't want to. Whenever I have reached out to mine, I didn't want to do it because I was like I'm not the one that's like, you know, moved on with other people at any point and like, you know, acted like I don't like, you know what I mean? I've done the opposite. Like I've other, you know what I mean? Like yeah. Like he would have been hearing off of different people throughout the whole time how I still feel about him. And then other, like I've said, there'll definitely been other people that have been like she doesn't care and that. I think some people would have said because that might have been genuinely the impression they got because maybe that would be people I wouldn't tell my shit. The fuck knows, but it'll be a lot of stuff like that. But it's like that's what I mean. Like so me, along with me doing this, but also me directly letting them know. um it eliminated any confusion, didn't it? And then by me re-emphasizing for years now, I still feel the same. It's like I still feel the same about him, but I am stronger within myself, and my worth doesn't depend on whether he's ignoring me or not. Do you know what I mean? As I sort my top and flick my hair. But doesn't mean I'd be like, fuck you, I don't want to hear from you, I don't even want to hear. No, far from it. Do you know what I mean? I'll give him a big hug and sit down and tell me the truth now. But it's like, um, but none of that would even get to that point if I hadn't of let him know. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, you know, what you start a long time ago can have a ripple effect, and but as SOS just come on as well. It was an emergency. Like something in my soul was like, I have to do this. Um, but yeah, I can feel that with you and him. There's a wee bit. I wonder what your placements are that's clashing. Because like I said, it's like, you know, me and mine have got a lot of, we've got a lot of true astrological twin flame dynamics going on. Like basically when I know I'm in the right about something, I'm in the right and I will fight to the death. Hello, Joan of Arc. Do you know what I mean? Like it is true. Like, oh look, the screen just went off and came back on again. But it's like I am prepared to die for the truth. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit strong, but do you know what I'm saying? It is, it's like I see that as my job on here. Like I put myself on the line and look, it's coming through in the Aries one. Like it's like yeah, there isn't anyone else that could do what I'm doing right now because they've not got my unique soul's mission. There's other people reading about the twin flame journey, but there's not any, but I've never seen anybody that does what I do. There's people that are divine feminines, that are male or female, that I respect, that have got their own mission, but there's nobody doing it the way that I'm doing it because it's my mission. It is very, like I said, very, very like that Joan of Arc speaking up more than what most would think is wise, you know, like what the fuck, you know what I mean? But it's like goes back to what I said about people's twin flame journeys. Maybe mine is I could actually think of some reasons astrologically why my one uh could like, you know, when the point he gets to like where if he wanted to be with me, um think he was going crazy and all that, like I could quite believe that. So that would make sense to me why I would have to do this for so long. To be like, it's real. Do you know what I mean? But along with all the other reasons that like of, you know, why I'm here to help other people. But yeah, sometimes it's just, you know what I mean? Someone's a little bit behind in their growing in certain areas. And I feel very strongly that's the case of me and him. Like I've been ready not too long before him. I've been ready a few years before him. But someone would argue, people would argue I'm not ready until the moment we talk. But I don't know. I think both statements are true actually. But yeah, but also I'm equally before I read this card, I do hear what you're saying. Like there's definitely some things that, however it was left, it's the other person's turn. Like I said, we all just know for it, but I just know with my dynamic, uh, just trust me, it is 100% not my turn. That is not me being an ego. There's like no, it would actually, yeah, it would be far too, I say this the same way every time, but it's because it's true. It would be like, I think it would be extremely disrespectful to myself to contact him, like other than what I do here. Like I don't think it would be, um it's just unfortunately things have been made difficult because I changed my number. But I didn't change my number because that wasn't because of him. I changed my number because I wanted to change my number. Because I was like, oh my God, there's people from my past that yeah, it was actually, that was one of the reasons why I stopped. I held back for like an extra 6 months, so he might get in touch and he fucking there. I was like, I'm doing it. I'm not, and you see what I mean? So that's self-worth. I was like, I'm not changing my number. I really, really wanted to do it. And then I'm so glad I did because as soon as I done it, I felt a hex lift and I felt I had been hexed from someone from my past. Quite a few people actually. And because that's the thing is, I don't know if people know this, but if you've had a number for like, because I'd had the same number for, I think it was 20 years I've worked out I'd had the same number for, right? Like, when people have got your number, they can hex you. You know what I mean? Like they can use personal things like that. And I definitely know there's some kind of hold had been put on me, and I felt all this freedom coming. And I spoke about at the time that I believe my twin flame would have felt something lift off of him in his life when I lifted that burden off of me. Because oh my God, I just felt so much better. But obviously the thing that felt a bit shit was like that's kind of crap that he's doesn't know my number. Um, But there's loads of other ways, you know what I mean? And twin flames are telepathic anyway, it's really not that hard. If he was desperate, he can email me for fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? But he knows where to get me. But yeah, so anyway, right. I think he wants to blame me for cutting off communication, and that's not cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I mean, you might not want to go. Do you want to say what happened? You don't need to. You can wait and tell me that in a personal session, but yeah. You'll have your reasons, just like I've got mine. Right. So, um, but also, I've just always stressed that it's like it is, along with other reasons, it is because I did do it. You know what I mean? I did do it. And it's been too masculine. It's me stepping again, like I said, I obviously was the guy. In some of our lives, I was the male. And I'm already an Aries, which is masculine energy, so it's like, um, yeah, anyway, right. So, the goddess of discernment. I spend my time wisely. I only say yes when it's a holy hell yes. Oh my God, that's so much like what I've said on this at the collective. Like, it's, you know what I mean? If it's not a fuck yeah, it's a fuck no. And that's exactly what I'm saying to you about the text. If it's not a fuck yeah, it's a fuck no. I believe you will have a moment when you're like, your desire to text him or call him or go to his fucking door is stronger than your fear. You have to do it. Just like he's saying the silence is killing him, silence is killing you. So I don't know, tune into that because yeah, you could hang out and he might, he might do it first. I do feel there is an apology coming, but what if the apology only comes because you said happy belated birthday and then that opens the door? That's why you got to tune in because you demonstrate a lot of the masculine energy. But other times when you're talking, it seems like the feminine. But I'm just saying that in the most gentlest way that I can. Obviously, you're female and you've got feminine energy. You're a Scorpio moon, and what is your sun sign again? But it's lacking confidence of the divine feminine. Do you know what I mean? Because when you're truly in the confidence of the divine feminine, you won't hesitate about doing that. You will, you know what I mean? You'll be scared, but you'll do it. So just give yourself time because, like I said, on in the grand scale of things, it doesn't matter that you've known each other since you were so young. If you've never had that big a separation, this is not very long. If it's not even been a year, that is not long at all. And that's what I'm meaning about. You're demonstrating that by the way that you have been in the chats. Like, you need to trust yourself more. And by the way, you're not alone in this, Barbie. Loads of men and women on the Twinflame journey are like this. Just go and look in all the other chats where people are like, yeah, just go and look in all the other chats, or you know what I mean, or comments or things like that. So you're not, I'm only saying what other people will be going through too. Um, and what I've went through as well. But yeah, I just know that for me, it was, you know, it used to be like, oh my God, I can't, I'd rather just not fucking know and I'd rather not do anything about it and just feel this way forever than contact them in whatever way. And then as the years went on, and like I said, it was years, that burden was too big to carry. And I thought, fuck it, you know what I mean? I'm just going to tell them how I feel. Seriously. Wasn't quite like that, but yes, the desire became stronger than the fear. I think it would actually be the fear of never doing it, and then what if I then bump into him like all these years later and like he's felt the same and like nobody told anyone. Like I didn't tell him, he didn't tell me. It's just sad. So that's what I mean. I always repeat the same thing, but it's true. I'm never gonna regret it. I've done it. The only person that's gonna have regrets if they don't do anything about it is him. If he feels the same, that is. Always leave room for might be wrong, but I'm not wrong. Um, Freya embodies the fierce and finely honed spiritual skill of discerning the most life-giving choice in each moment. In Norse mythology, Freya is one of the most powerful and important deities. She's a chief of the Valkyries, the demi-goddesses who choose who will live and who will die during every battle and more. And look at what I was saying about Joan of Arc. After being Valkyries, the demi-goddesses become Norns, the great goddesses who weave the fates and histories of people and nations. Freya rides into battle wearing a magical cloak of falcon feathers and takes half of those fighting. For her Valkyries, she models how to choose. She rules over her heavenly afterlife called Sesrumnir. She receives half of all those who die in battle, and the other half go Valhalla, the god of Odin, where Odin presides. She wears a legendary necklace or a torque named Brisingamen, I can't say these words, with a powerful jewel that makes her irresistible. That's how you are to him. It is said to be gleaming and golden. It compels people to her when she calls. Discernment is derived from the Greek word diakris. It refers to a spiritual power that allows you to distinguish between the spirits that will cause harm and the spirits that will assist you. It lets us discern when a oh my God, look at what I've been fucking saying. It lets us discern when a phone call or an email, both things I spoke about, or a visit from a friend is going to add to our day or if it's going to derail it. That is weird. I'm feeling all types of activity in my head. That's really weird. It lets us discern when a phone call, an email, or a visit from a friend is going to add to our day or if it's going to derail it. That's a problem that you go through as a twin flame too. Because I've spoke about that, so I've felt it. It's like kind of like you're like the things that run through your head because it's like if let's give two different scenarios. If you're the person that's single and you're not sure whether this person is with someone or not, which is the situation you're in, never mind the fact of your own fear. You're afraid of like you don't want to be somebody reaching out to somebody else's person. And then you're also like, but what if they're not with somebody? And what if they're wanting to hear from me? And then you're like, wait a minute, even if they are with somebody, what if they're only with someone they're not happy and they're settling and they think that I'm not feeling the same about you, you know what I mean? These are all the things that the person in that position goes through. And then the person, you know, the divine masculine energy, once I would say once they're, you know, once they're away from a karmic romantic person when they're on their own is like, what if this person tells me to fuck off because it's been ages? Like, what if this person's go over me? Like, what if this, and oh, actually, what if this person's with someone else? Like, I've left it that long. What if this, because like I said, most people are private and they're not going to talk about what they're doing, but you know what I mean? And it's, you know what I mean? And that's why it comes back to your personal one is if you went with happy birthday, even though his birthday's passed, it's still Virgo season for another week or so. And well, a couple of weeks really, isn't it? And you're only saying happy birthday. So even if he was with somebody, you're only saying happy birthday. Yes, we know that you're twin flames and it means more, but you're only saying happy birthday. Do you know what I'm saying? I said it last time. You're not saying happy birthday. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? But you're letting him know that you care. Whereas when you say nothing, he is assuming you don't care because he's got nothing to go off. You know what I mean? How else would he know that you care? Right, let's read the rest of this, but that's kind of nuts about the email thing. Discernment is the difference between feeling led by the day, pulled this way and that, and claiming it. Our time in this life, at least, is limited. Every second is significant. Freya reminds us that the searing perception we all have, but perhaps don't use frequently enough. She wants us to be discerning with how we choose to spend our time and with whom we choose to love. She wants us to never ever say yes to anything or anyone from a place of fear or obligation. So that's why it's important that I can say all of this. Well, it's your guides and God and my guides saying it through me, but it's like you can take on this wisdom for when it's that moment, but it's got to be your decision. You've got to discern. That's why I keep saying it's like I can feel with you, you really do have to get that to that place where you're so strong in the fact that it's like, this is what I want to do. Because I've noticed that, the last time you were in not the last time, but it was one of the last times when somebody else was saying things. And I mean, she was meaning well. It's somebody that had just, found me that day. But when you were trying to decide, that woman was saying something like, no decision is a decision, which, yeah, is a common saying, but it was swaying you too much to be like, oh, yeah, you're right, I'll not do it. And then I was saying things, you were like, oh, yeah, I will do it. So you've got to, it's got to be your decision. And that's where you sit with everything that's been said and you tune in. And that's why I know I've said it before, but it's coming through again. When I was in a position like that, when I really, really wanted to say something to him, and I was kind of going back and forth, going back and forth, and somebody had done my cards in it and said it, and then it got to, and I said, right, I'm going to get to the day, and I'll just decide on the day. And on the day, I didn't do it because it didn't feel right, and I still don't regret not doing that. It wasn't right. But then another time I did, and I'm fucking glad I did do it because I do believe that was an important part of my journey. Um, You'll get that moment. I believe it. Be patient with yourself. I will be patient until you do that too. Freya reminds us of this. Yeah, I read that bit. You're a demigoddess, a Valkyr, a priestess of your own fate. That's fitting with what I just said too. You're a priestess of your own fate, or you're a priest of your own fate, other people resonating. You get to choose the life you want to live. And this happens by being fierce and warrior-like about what you say yes to. Have I been on here for 6 hours? I've been on here a long time, I don't know. Use discernment so that you are only saying yes to what you will actually nourish and renew you, inspire or expand you. It's not your business to worry about those you might disappoint. You were not made to meet everyone's expectations of you. You were made to express the truth of who you are and to use this brief time you have here to live out your potential. Nothing is obligatory except breathing. Your only true obligation is to voice the voice of your own soul. Right, here's another similarity I can kind of akin to. It's not exactly the same, but one of the things that I remember going through is it's quite similar to what you're saying. I was like, hang on a minute. If I'm the one that's in the position to be like, I don't even know whether he's with someone or not, I've not got a clue. It's definitely his job to reach out to me, and if he wanted to, he would. I've learned by talking with loads of other people on this journey that it's not always simple as that. Like even when somebody isn't with even when somebody isn't with somebody else, um, they might not reach out to you because of all the reasons I've said. They might think they're going to tell me to fuck off. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I don't want that to happen, so I'm not going to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's very similar, but it's similar in different things. It just depends who you are in the equation. But I always stress from being on the side of that and helping people with that. I'm going to be biased. I think it is scarier for the ones that are not with it to. You don't want to be contacting someone when you don't know if they're with someone or not. Um, yeah, you know what I mean? Which is why a happy birthday or a Merry Christmas. That's still scary to do that. Let's be honest. You're still taking a stab in the dark, but I mean it's Freya wants you to realise the gleaming gold that you are and act accordingly. She wants you to unapologetically choose the life you actually want to be living right now. It says that. She wants you to make your yes holy again by using it when it's the truth. What does a hell yes, the holy yes, feel like in my body? I spend my time wisely. I only say yes when it's a holy hell yes. Wait for when it's a holy hell yes. It'll creep in. Or maybe he'll creep in before the moment comes. It's not been that long after all, is what I want to point out to you and everyone else. If you'd been in each other's lives that long, there would have more than likely been a lot of codependency with you. Because you've known each other since you were literal children, haven't you? So that's why it's slightly different with your dynamic. And that's why it'll really hurt like hell because you know each other very well. So a few years apart ain't going to hurt that kind of love. You know what I mean? It's only going to make it stronger. But I know you don't want to hear that right now. Right, I picked up that. So if Odin comes out, that'll be interesting because it mentioned Odin or Freya. But let's see. But yeah, you still with me? I'm going to go soon because it's 3 in the morning. My neighbours are going to hate me. It's no your one, it's my one. Look, that's my guide, but that's the one that I also think looks like I don't know about the wee sharp point with the beard, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure if you let it grow in, it would. But it's more the colourings. But Saint Germain, karma releasing, move beyond drama, create your own path, make room for good energy. Ages ago at the start of this, I pulled that card out that was about moving away from drama. So I think that's what he's doing too, or that's what you need to do. And then look, the card that's this card I started on, Goddess Isis. Magic manifesting, your dreams, visions, and goals are becoming a reality. Stay focused. That's really what you need to take on board here, right? As karmic lessons are being completed, energy is being cleared, and you can take back the power in this situation if you want to. Because it kind of throws a bit of a spanner in the works. If you're both like two rams coming up against each other, like I'm not texting her, you know what I mean? You flip it on its head by reaching out. Because then it's like he's going to be like, oh, you know what I mean? And he can either stay in his ego and cut his nose off to spite his face, or he can, you know. Now we don't know how he's going to respond. That's his thing. But you can approach it with love, which is why my 2 main guides that helped me do this have just appeared. Mary Magdalene and Mother Mary. Teacher awakens. Remember I kept saying throughout all of this, there's a lot of teacher awakening energy. I knew she was going to come out. You have something important to share. Follow the inner call. Don't let anything stop you. In your case, Barbie, the important thing that you want to share is your feelings, your truth. And that's the real lesson here. You're never going to regret sharing your truth. How he chooses to respond, or if he responds, is on him. Mother Mary, love and peace. Let go of the need to be right. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Choose peace. Mother healing is possible at this time. Remember, I did think that mother healing was going to come out the other deck, which is about mother wounds. He's been used to cold mother energies, or, you know, if it wasn't his own mum, he's been used to cold female energies. And the thing is, you know what's quite interesting about you having a Scorpio moon? Scorpio moon's a very spicy moon, but in the shadow, that is the darkest moon. So I could see why you acting from not the shadow of the Scorpio moon would be a good move. But I'm just stressing with that. I know that you will have your reasons for feeling like he needs to reach out to you. But again, and that's why I'm like, that's why that discernment card's come out, because I don't know why you know, it might be like really fucking brutal why you've went into a separation. But it feels like he's went through a lot, and I could imagine him saying things he doesn't mean and stuff. But anyway, my makeup's all over my face, so I need to go. But yeah, let go of the need to be right is what's really sticking out there. Also, the roses and the lilies are very much reminding me of Rosalind Chapel that I mentioned, so where I prayed for us all those years ago. I prayed for our twin flame unions, so even if you only found me after that, past, present, future, it means I was praying for your twin flame union too. Right, I'm going to go because it's really late. So, I will pull this. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but yeah, exactly. Look at this. I disconnect to reconnect as I'm about to disconnect, right? That's what you need to do. You need to disconnect from overthinking and other people's opinions and connect with what resonates. And I value my and prioritize my sleep. That's me right now. So anyway, I am going to love yous and leave yous, and I'll be back on tomorrow. But yeah, maybe Barbie had to go for a call again because she's not said it in a while. But anyway, see you later. How long was it on? 6.5 hours. Holy fuck. Okay. 6.5 hours. I wonder what the longest time I've been on is. I don't think this is the longest. I think maybe it is. Nah, I think I've done 6.5 hours before. I think six and a like. It's not like I'm not trying to beat a record, because I've sat for like I've sat for 24 hours on Zooms before with people. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding. But it's you know, I'm not fucking doing that here. It wouldn't. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I can't ever go past 12 hours or it won't count. I know that much. But anyway, I'm gonna go.